Okay, hi YouTube. We are finally beginning episode 11 of Tears of Themis' main story. I think Vin is finally going to get to be the bad guy. I'm excited. The light in the spacious room is cold, radiating a deeply chilling sensation. Yes, join the sus. The man standing before the lab table is idly playing with the test tubes, making them produce a rhythmic sound as they collide. Out of the corner of his eye, he watches the door closely for any movement until the rapid sound of footsteps approaches.
선생님,
Oh my god, it's Jerome! Say hello to the real bad guy. Professor, you're here. Jerome Adams's expression remains unchanged as his hand continue their movements.
시침이 뗄어. 이 꼴을 보니 학교에서 벼락치기 하던 꼬맹이들이 떠오르는구만.
I'm just gonna read what he says. It's not hugely different in translation, so, and also it'll save me time. Stop pretending. Look at you. You're like one of those brats in grade school cramming before a test.
그런가요? 제가 보일 줄은 몰랐네요.
Really? I didn't realize I looked that young.
칭찬 아니야.
It's not a compliment. As he looks at the unflinching, smiling face before him, Wilson Sorge snorts coldly.
현우야, 솔직하게 얘기해봐. 요즘 대체 어디에 정신을 팔고 다니는 거야?
Jerome, what have you been up to recently? Where's your I don't know where your mind is at.
물론 연구죠, 선생님.
Of course it's been research, Professor.
만 있었던 건 아니던데.
But you haven't been staying in the lab. Wilson Sorge walks slowly over to the lab table. His gaze conveys an invisible sense of pressure as he looks at Jerome Adams.
물론 안 될 건 없지. 그래, 세상 구경 좀 하라고 한 건 사실이지만 그냥 보고만 있으라고 한 건 아니었다고.
Of course, that's not a problem. I did say that you could see more of the world outside. I didn't ask you to only watch.
병원 의약품으로 몰래 유통되고 암시장에서 판매되던 실험 약물들이 전부 들통났어.
The experimental drugs, the ones that are secretly circulated within hospitals and the ones sold on the black market, have all been exposed.
바깥을 그렇게 나다다녔으면서 왜 이 지경이 될 때까지 그냥 내버려 둔 거지?
You spent so much time outside, so why did things get to this point?
잊은 건 아니겠지, 견우? 난 너의
Don't forget this fact, Jerome. I am your what? Is it his father? Amid the questioning, as he sees Wilson Sorge about to circle around to his side, Jerome Adams casts an imperceptible glance under the lab table. Then he stealthily knocks over the test tube he prepared in advance. He sounds like someone you know. With a crisp, shattering sound, a thick, dark liquid oozes out. It is accompanied by an indescribable odor.
이게 대체 무슨
Oh, what the heck is this?
실수로 그만.
I don't know what he said, but oh, my hand slipped. Wilson Sorge takes a step back in disgust. Jerome Adams crouches down and calmly starts wiping up the spill in front of the lab table.
걱정 마세요. 단 한 번도 잊은 적 없어요.
Don't worry, Professor. I'm in your debt. I haven't forgotten that for a second.
그렇다면 금난 계곡을 뒤흔드는 더러운 것들을 지금처럼 전부 깨끗하게 청소하겠습니다.
If necessary, I'll wipe up any filth that rattles Gladiolus Valley, just like I'm doing with this. I'll clean it all up.
입만
This brat. The stench causes Wilson Sorge's head to ache, but as he looks down And Jerome half kneeling in front of him, his mood lightens considerably.
건방진 녀석들. 그 녀석들이 더 많은 정보를 해내고 있는 걸 두고만 볼 수 없어.
Don't try experimental drugs, Finn. That'll just make you feel worse. They're just a bunch that's still wet behind the ears. We can't stick back and let them find out more.
견우, 깨끗이 청소하도록 해.
Jerome, clean up everything neatly. Oh. Wilson Sorge mumbles to himself before hurrying out the door. Seeing his figure disappear behind the door, Jerome Adams chuckles with relief.
위였어. 하마터면 들킬 뻔했네.
That was close. Everything almost came out. He doesn't immediately get up. Instead, he directs his gaze to a corner under the lab table.
괜찮으세요?
Are you okay? Oh? 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 He's hiding someone.
지금 건강 상태로 봤을 때 자극적인 냄새는 가능한 가까이 하지 말고 얼른 나오는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
Given your physical condition, it'd be best to avoid close contact with pungent smells. You better come out quickly. The middle-aged woman has a sickly, bloated figure. She tries her best to curl herself into the small space under the lab table, her messy hair sticking to her face as she stares at Jerome Adams in shock.
겁먹은 것 같네요.
You seem very scared. Jerome Adams mumbles to himself. His smile, oh my god. He smiles resignedly, but remains crouching a safe distance away as he patiently strikes up a conversation with the woman.
최근 틈틈이 책을 읽었거든요. 도서관 책장에서 잡히는 대로 고른 건데 거기에 나오는 문구가 참 마음에 들더라고요.
Recently, I made some time to read a book that I picked up from the library shelf. In it, a line came out that I really liked.
선과 악은 사람의 마음으로 드러나니 오직 하늘과 땅만이 판단할 수 있느니라.
Whether good or evil, all is revealed by the heart and can only be judged by heaven and earth.
보편적인 가치관에서 제가 좋은 사람으로 간주될 수 있을지 또 그런 평가가 의미가 있을지 모르겠어요.
I don't know if I can be considered a good person by normal worldly values. I don't even know if this kind of evaluation matters.
하지만 적어도 당신한테는 나쁜 사람이 아닌 것 같네요.
But at least for you, I'm probably not a bad guy. Jerome's pure white lab coat seems almost dazzling as he is backlit. He extends his hand and gazes into the anxious pair of eyes peering at him from the darkness, slowly opening his palm.
걱정 마세요. 제 손은 희약이 묻지 않은 깨끗한 손이니까요.
Don't worry, the reagent didn't get on my hands, they're clean.
생존하고자 하는 열망으로 여기까지 왔으니 이제 마지막 한 걸음만 남았어요.
Your desire to live has brought you here. Now there's only one more step.
겁먹지 마요.
Don't be scared.
도망칠 수 있게 도와줄게요.
I'll help you escape. With his sincere and gentle persuasion, the woman reaches out tentatively to take his hand. She is helped to her feet, still trembling with fear. At the same time, Jerome hands her a note.
살고 싶다면
It's not Rosa. Someone else is hiding. It's a middle-aged woman. She seems to be in trouble. I think she might be sick. If you want to live and get out of here safely, go to this place and hide for some time. His smile is sincere without any hint of impurity.
새로운 시작이 되게 할게요.
I hope you can have a fresh start. Oh, what's he up to? I don't trust him. Okay. So we had to restart this part because I realized that Japanese Vin is not voiced. So we're listening again in Korean. In the short stalemate, his temple begins pulsing with a dull pain due to the pressure against it. Vin looks out the window, seemingly bored. The moonless night bears extreme low visibility. Only the shadows of the tree shake regularly.
그래서
Damn it. We have to actually listen to this.
그래서 결정한 날 어떤 방식으로 절 내보낼지.
This is from the trailer. So, have you decided yet how you're going to send me out? Or send me away?
할까요? 아니면
Will you have me walk straight out the door or... Vin turns his head, his golden eyes staring into the dark barrel of the gun. What? He's already being held at gunpoint?
이런 방식으로?
With this? Wow, that snort.
그렇게 서둘러 허세 필요 없어.
Don't be so quick to bluff just yet. Matthew Richter. Is this his uncle?
방금도 말했지만 난 궁금하거든. 네 목숨으로 협박하면 윤다나가 몸값을 얼마 줄지 말이야.
As I said just now, I'm quite curious. How much would Reina offer if I threatened your life?
너도 궁금하지 않아? 응? 네 엄마한테 네가 얼마나 소중한 존재인지.
Aren't you also curious about how much your mother loves you?
관심 없어요.
Not interested at all. I mean, it was less than 30 seconds, Kathy. Like, I'm pretty sure we arrived when he was at gunpoint, so. Vin sits calmly in his chair, his eyes full of indifference and disdain. At this moment, Ogier, still obeying the previous orders, is standing quietly in a corner of the room. Because of this, he is able to clearly see what the others in the room cannot. Vin is unknowingly clenching his fists. He speed ran, right? Although I guess it's not hard to want to like point a gun at Vin. A few minutes later, one of Matthew Richter's subordinates walks into the room.
어떻게 됐어? 나가 뭐라고 했지?
How did it turn out? What did she say? Matthew Richter turns to the side and listens with interest to the person whispering in his ear. Meanwhile, his gaze falls upon Vin, a sly smirk appearing on his face as he loudly repeats what he heard with amusement.
윤다나가 그런 아들 둔 적 없으니 알아서 하라고 했다고?
What? Huh? What did she say? That she doesn't have a son like him and we can do whatever we want? Wow. I see why now Vin was so cold to his mom when she said that she was going on a trip.
아이고, 그거 참 큰일이네.
Ah, that's a problem.
그럼 이제 어떡할까? 하면 직접 전화해볼래? 운 좋으면 윤다나가 널 떠올릴 수 있을지도 모르니까.
What are you gonna do now? Do you want to call and ask her yourself? Who knows? She might say that she remembers. Wow. Vin seems unmoved, leaning back in his chair with a blank expression. He lets out a sigh.
직접 협상이 목적이라면 그 사람을 가장 잘 아는 사람은 당신일 텐데요.
Why don't you call her yourself? If your objective is to negotiate, you should be the one that knows her best.
왜 이렇게 급하게 화제를?
Why are you suddenly changing the topic?
왜 이렇게 급하게 화제를 돌려? 설마 겁먹은 거야?
Oh. Yeah, why are you changing the topic so quickly? So hastily? You're not scared, are you?
직접 전화하지 않. 당신이 저지른 떳떳하지 못한 일이 들통날 것 같아서인가요?
Oh.
아니면
Are you not willing to make the call yourself because you're afraid your misdeeds will be exposed? Or perhaps... Vin continues speaking, even deliberately pausing for a moment. He rhythmically taps the table to the pace of the second hand of the clock, producing a sound that's just loud enough to be heard and attract Matthew's attention. As Matthew approaches the brink of frustration, Vin finally speaks.
무슨 말을 할 때 어떤 태도로 당신 모르겠고 심지어 그냥 전화를 끊어버릴까봐 걱정되나 보죠?
You don't know what she will say or how she'll treat you. It seems that you're afraid that she'll even hang up on your call.
재밌네. 내가 머리에 피도 안 마른 애송이로 보여.
Interesting. Do you think I'm just a brat like you?
가긴 뭐라고. 역겨우니까 그 쓸데없는 소리는 그만하라고.
Forget all of that family nonsense. Don't speak as if we're playing house. It's disgusting.
그럼 그쪽도 이런
Oh, okay.
그럼 그쪽도 이런 유치한 장난으로 절 화나게 만들 마시죠.
Then you should also stop from trying to anger me with such childish methods. Matthew Richter sneers coldly, shoving the muzzle of his gun into Vin's temple with some force.
좋아. 본론으로 돌아가서 잘 생각해봐. 네 생사하는 사람이 누가 더 있을까나?
Very well, then back to business. Let's figure out who cares if you live or die.
너한테 아무도 관심 없는데 도움을 청할 사람이나 있나?
If no one wants you, is there anyone that you can call for help? Man! This guy is an ass. I don't like him.
결국 비굴하게 널 썩 마음에 들어하지 않는 친아버지에게 도와달라고 해야 하고 살려달라고 빌면서 말이야.
Will you end up groveling at the feet of your father? Will you beg him to save your life? Asahi was on one game gunpoint. I don't think he's really serious. I think if he was really going to kill him, he would have done it already. So, let's see. Vin tilts his head and looks at him in silence. This nonchalant attitude seems to irritate Matthew. He slightly presses down on the trigger of the gun.
역시 판박이군. 내가 못 쏠 거라고 생각하는 건 아니겠지?
The two of you are cut from the same cloth. You think that I won't do anything to you, right?
쏘든 말든 그건 당신 사정.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
가보죠.
Now, that condescension.
쏘든 말든 그건 당신 사정이고 그런 사소한 일까지 다른 사람의 인정을 가보죠.
Whether or not you dare to, that's is up to you. That's not something that you need to get acknowledgement from others, is it? Wow, the condescension. You brat. Vin's deliberate effort to annoy Matthew causes Ogier, who is standing in the corner, to detect something out of the ordinary. Just as he is about to forcibly intervene, another person rushes in through the door.
윤서 큰일입니다. 밖에 사람이.
Oh, it's okay. Mr. Richter, bad news, someone's here.
누가 왔든 똑바로 해.
Whoever it is, like, tell me directly.
네, 제 기억 맞다면 화인 그룹의 본부장인 유신우인 것 같습니다.
It's the current president of PAX, Marius von Hagen. Wait, Marius to Vin's rescue? I was not expecting that. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't expecting anyone, but...
마침 근처 해변 파티에 놀러 왔다가 전에 이 근처에 있다는 얘기가 생각나 방문했다고 합니다.
He said he happened to be nearby at a beach party. When he heard you had a holiday villa here, he came and thought he'd try his luck. Or he came to visit.
해변 파티?
A beach party? What a load of nonsense.
맞죠. 이 난리도 이제
I wonder what he says here.
이만하죠. 이 난리도 이제 끝낼 때가 된 것 같네요.
That's enough. It's time to end this farce. Vin, who has been silent for a long time, has realized that he was out of control just now. With some impatience, he smooths his hair that was messed up by the muzzle and rises from his chair. Gotta fix that hair. Artem would never. Artem, unlike Vin, is not petty. Artem wouldn't even bother to give him the time. And I think that's what frustrates Vin. Focus on entertaining your guests. That man is the public face of PAX. Oh yeah, we are leaving. Oh, so this isn't Vin's house. Coming and going as you please. You think you own the place? Okay, so this wasn't Vin's house. He's like... So Vin came here. Vin came here and instantly got a gun pointed at him. Oh my god. The muzzle shifts from Vin's temple to his chest, pressing down and stifling his breathing. Matthew signals his subordinate with a glance as he speaks. Find an excuse to get rid of him. I still have something to do here. Or take care of here. So his name is Yoon Jae-hyuk, I guess. Matthew Richter. Okay. Without waiting for OJ to act, Vin grabs the muzzle of the gun with his hand. He then deliberately lowers his voice, clearly seething with anger. Oh. I'm also a busy person. Oh, that voice. Almost done lifting. Yay. He glares coldly at the person before him, then pulls the trigger on his behalf. Wait, how? Whatever. We're not gonna... Okay. Look at this smirk. This smirk that's already here. Okay, we're in chapter 2 of this part. Mr. Richter, are you okay? I was just outside and thought I heard a strange noise just now. Under the surprised gazes of several subordinates, Marius strolls into the house with swagger. He pushes his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose and scans every corner of the room with interest. What? What is he wearing? Oh my god. You can tell you're trying to be Beck in his absence. So that he's here with us in spirit. That's sweet. Oh, I didn't read what Mario said. I just realized. It was such It was such a loud bang, I thought there was a misfire or something. The young Von Hagens sure like to joke around. Have you ever heard of what a real gunshot sounds like? My bumbling subordinates accidentally knocked over a closet, that's all. Oh, to think they could knock over such a large closet. Mario sits on the sofa with one hand supporting his head. His gaze falls on the faces of the subordinates one by one. Yeah, right, they don't look very bright. Matthew Richter suppresses his displeasure, then opens a bottle of wine.
방금 자네가 생각했던 그런 상황이 일어나게 된다면 최대한 멀리 좋을 거야.
Young man, listen to my advice. If this really were that kind of situation, you would have stayed as far away as possible.
어쩌다 휘말리면 화인 그룹에는 좋을 게 하나 없을 테니 말이야.
If you got yourself involved, that would be a great loss for Pax. Marius comfortably accepts a glass of wine from Matthew Richter as if he is still enjoying the lingering vibe from the party. Oh, so he was not at a party. I like that he just got dressed up in this for the act. He laughs, swirling the liquid in his glass around, and even accidentally spills a few drops on his shirt.
决定也要执意下海经商的莫总，说话就是发人深省。
As expected of you, Mr. Richter, the man who didn't hesitate to go against the wishes of your ancestors and venture into business, your words are truly deep.
我父亲说，你们那一脉都比较清心寡欲，就唯独莫总您格外喜欢钱。
According to my father, the family line seems to be very disciplined and hold few desires. But Mr. Richter, why are you the only one who seems to have an exceptional liking for money?
싫어하는 사람도 있나?
Oops. I pressed twice, so I'm probably going to have to replay.
종종 헷갈리는 점이 있는 것만 빼면 말이야.
The advantages of having money are countless. However, it often becomes hard to discern one particular thing. I think he asked a question earlier, but I probably skipped that by accident. Matthew Richter then takes the wine bottle and pours a small glass for himself, raising it and touching glasses with Marius.
상대가 존경하는 게 뭔지 내 돈인 헷갈리더군.
You become increasingly uncertain whether people respect you for who you are or for your money.
我倒是觉得，无论哪边都一样，都是代名词。
I actually think it's all just the same thing by different names.
重要的是它背后象征的权柄，以及维持这些所需要的手腕、谋略，或者是一些超乎常人的运气。
What matters is the power behind it, as well as the finesse, strategy, and sometimes even extraordinary luck required to sustain wealth.
不过，投资需谨慎，运气这种东西终究只靠得了一时，靠不了一世。
But, Mr. Richter, investments require caution. One can't rely on luck their whole life. I think he said a proverb or something. That's kind of what it sounded like. With the pattern. Anyway, upon hearing this, Matthew Richter sneers coldly. Oops. I pressed twice again. But we probably shouldn't skip what he said.
내 눈엔 내가 가진 게 운뿐인 것 같은가? 유씨 가문 후계자 주제에 건방지군.
Do you think I got here on luck alone? Don't be ludicrous. Oh, he didn't? Okay, ask a question here. Anyway, Maria says, who would take such unreasonably large risks with investments if they weren't hoping to get lucky and score?
蓝谷背后的猫腻，或许浑然不知，但身为墨家的人，应该不会丝毫来才对。
The secrets of Gladiolus Valley may be unknown to others, but as a member of the Richter family, you must have noticed something.
要么就是莫总您不公明，要么就是。
Oh, wow. Either you're just not smart enough, or you have something else in mind.
유신우.
He called him by his name. Yushinu. Oh, I mean, Marius Van Hagen. Are you going to stop pretending? Oh, God. The wine bottle is kept to the ground, which puts the various subordinates in the room on high alert. They quickly move to block the doorway. The scarlet liquid oozes its way towards Marius's feet like a snake, touching his toes through his flip-flops. That's cold. Matthew Richter gets up from the sofa, peering into Marius's undignified appearance as he snorts coldly.
물어보고 싶었는데 그 옷차림으로 누굴 속이려는 거지?
Oh. I wanted to ask, who are you trying to fool with that outfit?
沙滩派对。
You're not supposed to wear too much for a beach
不
party.
过对于传统保守的莫总来说，可能确实有些过于伤风败俗。
But judging by how traditional and conservative you are, Mr. Richter, you might find it too indecent. With that, Marius deliberately lifts his shirt, revealing his well-trained set of abs. What do you mean? He's already revealed. That shirt is not... Okay, whatever. Healthy and full of energy. Wow, thanks. Thanks for that description of his abs. Matthew Richter frowns in disgust and the atmosphere grows more tense.
여긴 산속이야.
This is deep in the mountains, or we're deep in the mountains.
什么关系？
That has nothing to do with my beach party.
산에는 바보는 산에는 바다도 해변도 없다고. 유씨 가문 후계자 주제에 까분군.
There's no ocean in the mountains, let alone a beach. Don't make a mockery of me.
谁说的？
Who said there can't be? As his irreverent smile vanishes, Marius stands up, still holding onto the glass of wine. He leers arrogantly at Matthew Richter.
我想有。
Leers? Leers? I don't think they know what leer means. If I wish it, then it's possible.
莫总，要和我一起去吗？
Would you like to come with me, Mr. Richter? My car is just outside. What in the violation is going on? I think Marius is just flexing. He gulps the remaining glass in the liquid in the glass and lets go of the glass. The wine glass falls to the ground with an ear-piercing crash, sending splinters of glass flying directly at Matthew Richter's feet.
可以顺路带您去开开眼界。
I could help you expand your horizons along the way. Stop flirting!
재밌군.
He's flirting. Interesting. Matthew Richter looks directly into Marius's unreadable eyes. It's hard to tell whether he's suppressing his excitement or hiding his uneasiness. Or maybe he doesn't really care at all. Perhaps he is just using his usual pretenses to cover up his deep indifference. Matthew Richter looks at the cabinet from the corner of his eye. He seems to have had to deal with a certain internal conflict before waving impatiently.
손님 배웅해.
Our guest will be leaving now. After the noisy visitor leaves, a brief silence returns to the room.
굳이 그럴 필요가 있었어?
Was that necessary? Matthew Richter walks slowly over to the corner and stops in front of the closet that he'd previously lied about being knocked down.
내가 널 숨기게 만들려고 일부러 그렇게 다친 거였어?
Did you injure yourself so severely just to force me to hide you?
윤노아, 삼촌이 널 위해서 말하는 거니까 잘 들어. 네 행동은 과했을 뿐만 아니라 크게 의미도 없었다고.
Vin, listen to your uncle. Your behavior is extreme and your logic is questionable. As soon as he raises his hand to knock on the cabinet door is kicked open from the inside. Matthew Richter is quick to react, taking a step back to avoid being hit directly in the face.
아파서 기절한 건 아니었구나.
So he did get shot. I mean, not in his head, but... So you remain conscious through the pain.
왜 그 녀석한테 구해달지 않은 거지? 의심받을까봐 묻는 거야?
Then why didn't you beg that brat to rescue you? Were you afraid that you would be suspected?
구해달라고 빌어요? 왜죠?
Beg for him to rescue me? Would he have rescued me? Vin holds his injured left shoulder and sits calmly back in the shadows. There is still a hint of arrogance when he speaks. Apart from his hair, which is wet with fine beads of sweat, one would not suspect anything being unusual about him at first glance.
도 아닌데 오히려
I was not in any danger. You, on the other hand.
윤주 역시 누군가가 지금 제 모습을 보게 된다면 과연 누가 더 수상해 보일까요?
Matthew, if I was seen like this, who do you think would look more suspicious?
지금 하는 거야?
Are you trying to scare me?
유치하긴.
Is that why you lured that snake here? How immature.
유치한 건 그쪽이겠죠.
You're the immature one. Vin looks down at his injury, then shakes his head.
정말 총을 쏠 생각이었다면 이런 가짜 총을 가져오지 않았겠죠.
Had you really wanted to do something, you would not have used an airsoft gun. There's your airsoft, Cappy.
그럼 내 생각이 변하지 않을 거라고.
What makes you think I...
어떻게 확신하지?
How can you be sure that I won't change my mind? Matthew Richter puts his hand on the cabinet door. A gentle push is all it would take to close it again. You knew his strap was fake. Yeah, I mean, obviously they weren't going to actually kill Vin.
어둡고 비좁은 공간에서 천천히 죽음을 기다리는 기분이.
Do you know what it's like to slowly wait for death in a dark, cramped space?
하루도 안 돼서 도움을 청하지 않은 걸 후회하겠지.
Within a day, the regret will creep in, and you're going to wish that you asked that brat for help. It sounds like he's speaking from experience.
이틀 정도 되면
What about airsoft?
자존심 다 버리고
Oh, he used an airsoft gun.
제발 내보내달라고 할 테고 말이야.
On the second day, you will completely abandon your ego and grovel. You will beg me to let you out. Vin is kidnapped now? Vin, neither anxious nor angry, waits patiently for Matthew Richter's imagination to run wild. It isn't until Matthew Richter... You're going to beat his ass? Wow. Is completely enraged by his attitude bordering on indifference that Vin reminds him of something.
한 가지인 것 같은데 아까 아우지르는 혼란을 틈타 창문으로 빠져나갔어요. 절 계속 잡아둘 수는 없다는 의미죠.
In case you forgot, Ogier escaped through the window. You won't be able to keep me here.
시간이 많지 않으니 마지막으로
There's not much time
경고만
left.
할게요.
I'll give you one last warning.
한동안은 조용히 지내는 게 좋을 거예요. 타기 시작이 전에.
You should lay low for a while. Watch your back.
뭐라고?
What? Vin turns his head slightly, looking at him with the hint of a smile. Oh my god.
유신우가 절 위해 온 것 같아요?
You thought Marius came for me?
여기가 누구 집인지 잊은 건 아니겠죠?
You haven't forgotten whose house this is, have you? Oh my gosh!
잘못 채우신 것 같습니다.
Vincent! We love Vincent. Master Marius, you buttoned your shirt wrong. Button it up for him, please. I totally ship Marius and Vincent. Marius rubs his hair impatiently, pulling open the misaligned button on his shirt. He then buttons it up again from top to bottom. Perhaps because of the alcohol, the skin concealed by his collar has turned a little red.
也不知道那到底是什么酒。
He's got such sensitive skin. I don't know what kind of wine that was. It was strong, but it tasted awful. Vincent Kim sits resignedly in the driver's seat with the beach party outfit that Marius changed out of, while the beach party outfit that Marius changed out of lies on the passenger seat.
작은 되님, 혹시 거짓말은 잘 못하시나? 핑계가 조금 억지였던 것 같아서.
Are you not good at lying? Yeah, you're that lie stands out a bit.
你懂什么？谎话只骗那些我信任的人，面对那家伙，估计说什么都没用。
What do you know? Lies only work on people who trust you. There's nothing I can say to get through to that
所以
guy.
没办法做到完全可信，那就越离谱越好。
So if you can't be totally believable, the more outrageous, the better. That's why he chose
离谱
a
到
beach party.
能让他忍不住产生一瞬间的怀疑。难道说那臭小子说的是真的吗？
So outrageous that it makes him have a moment of doubt. Could what that brat said be true?
하지만 작은 도련님, 제가 조사한 정보에 따르면
But according to the information I gathered,
예민하고 의심도 많아서 잠깐 망설일 순 있어도 완전히 믿진 않을 거예요.
Matthew Richter is paranoid by nature. Even if he had a moment of hesitation, he wouldn't be able to believe you.
一瞬间就够了。
I only need that single moment of hesitation. Hearing Vincent's concern, Marius gracefully smooths his sleeves.
恐惧的来源是
The source of fear lies in the unknown, in the underlying paradox. Specifically,
我口的沙滩究竟存不存在？假如真的存在，那它怎么可能会存在于山里呢？
Does the beach I mentioned even exist? If it does, how could it exist in the mountains?
光是思考这些，就足够他在心底瞻前顾后一阵子了。
Just thinking about it is enough to keep his mind distracted for a while. Great, Marius teaching us mind games. Marius yawns tiredly. I'm glad they let him yawn. Then, after casually tossing his wine-soaked flip-flops aside, he lies down on the back seat, barefooted.
理想状态下，这种恐衍生到另一件事上。
This fear can be derived from another thing.
杜景和来的这么突然，究竟是发现了什么？
Why did Marius Van Hagen come so quickly? Did he figure something out or
以
not?
及他会不会把这些事告诉别人呢？
And will he mention this matter to others?
对于这种由未知带来的恐惧，应该会随着脑补而越来越深，越来越。
A fear that derives from the unknown only expands with your imagination, constantly deepening the fear. He's so breathy.
자그려님, 윤주역에 대해 말씀하시고 계신 건가요?
Master Marius, are you still talking about Matthew Richter? Is he? Is he? Or is he talking about Vin? I think he knows that Vin is in that closet. Vincent Kim never gets a clear answer even after driving out of the dark woods. Okay. Wow, that was so much. Okay, I don't know what's happening right now. The main story is like, I keep forgetting like where we're at. So I'm like, okay, what happened last time? Rosa has not seen Vin since the auction. Both the university and the research center said that he requested a long leave of absence, nearly a whole month. Moreover, whether deliberately or not, his phone has been unreachable during this time. Her concerns grow stronger, and after hearing, sorry, the number you've dialed cannot be reached for several days, she finally makes up her mind to visit Vin's residence by herself on a Saturday afternoon. Oh, she's visiting Vin's house. Although it would be rude to drop by unannounced, the current circumstances are far from typical. Here goes nothing. After a moment's hesitation, she rings the doorbell. The rhythmic and mechanical sound clangs for 10 whole seconds. Minutes? Only without any movement behind the door. She was ringing for 10 minutes? Is he really not here? She tries to peer through the one-sided glass of the front door and sighs. Get home safely, Cappy. With no result in sight, she can only leave. But just as she turns around to leave, she hears the door open behind her. Oh! He's home! How?
당신 여기는 어쩐 일?
Why are you here? Dr. Richter? She quickly turns her head to meet his gaze. His gaze reflects the same emotions as his tone, with both concern and hesitation and a subtle sense of conflict. Because I haven't been able to contact you. I was worried that something happened to you. You let me go at the auction of your own accord, didn't you? What happened afterwards? Did you get in any trouble? Hi, Alaris. Her barrage of questions seems to take Vin by surprise. Yes, free massage chair. Take advantage of it. But compared to a moment ago, his expression has eased somewhat.
아니요. 아니요. 전 별일 없었어요.
No, there's nothing wrong with me. Good. In that case, taking a deep breath, she stares solemnly into his eyes, uncertain of the emotions they are hiding. Why haven't you been answering my calls? In response, he averts his gaze in a rare moment of guilt.
아마도 걱정돼서 그랬던 것 같아요.
Perhaps I was also worried about you. Or I guess I was also worried. About what? Vin does not respond immediately, but he steps aside for her to enter the residence.
바람이 찬데 안으로.
The wind is cold. Come in. In the afternoon, the warm, soft sunlight shines through the windows into the living room. Ogier brings over freshly brewed black tea. The tranquil and harmonious atmosphere feels surreal as they discuss the heavy topic. Dr. Richter, is that man really your uncle? Wait, was he here?
네.
Love the scuff.
네. 혈연 관계인 건 맞아요.
Yes, we are related by blood. Vin puts down his teacup, then folds his fingers over his knee. Although his posture could give off the impression of ease, it might also be a sign of nervousness. And Rosa is unsure what it truly is, just like she hasn't been able to understand what Vin is thinking. What's your relationship with your uncle, with Matthew Richter?
남이죠. 그냥 낯선 사이예요.
We're just strangers.
옛날에 학자 집안이라고 자부하던 윤씨 가문과 사이가 틀어진 뒤로 홀로 사업에 뛰어들어 적 벌었다는 얘긴 들었어요.
I only heard that he cut off ties with his family, or with the Richters, who are a self-proclaimed scholarly family. He went into business alone and made a lot of money.
그리고 그 돈의 대부분을 현재 금난계곡 연구센터에 투자했고요.
And most of the money has been invested in the Gladiolus Valley Research Center. Gladiolus Valley? Isn't that the research center where Jerome Adams works? And Brad Grease was also a former researcher there. I don't remember who Grease is. Oh, he's from the last story. Oh no, that was sad. After being threatened, Grease died alone in a basement to ensure that the police would receive the information he had on the black market drugs. If Vin's uncle is involved with Gladiolus Valley, what about Vin? Is she suspicious of him? No, right? She hesitates, wondering how to proceed with the inquiry. But Vin beats her to the punch and asks her a question, almost as if he read her mind.
제가 왜
He's read her mind. Fine, we'll just read it. Maybe once I get to the next frame, we can click. Are you curious as to why I was at the auction? Is it written all over my face?
제대로 설명하고 싶어서요.
He shakes his head, dispelling her embarrassment with ease.
지훈 기억하시죠?
You remember Bridget Grease? Yes, of course. She's the daughter of Brad Grease and Felicia Grease, or Felicia Law. She was seriously ill but made a miraculous recovery. But why bring her up all of a sudden? Oh, wasn't she his patient?
긴장하지 마세요.
Don't panic. Or don't worry. Vin unfolds his fingers and leans on the sofa. His words seem to be reassuring her, but his eyes do not look in her direction.
사실
Actually,
나를 한 허명준처럼 제 환자예요.
both Bridget Grease and Jonah Zahn were my patients.
이해되시나요? 의사로서 전 누군가가 건강하길 바라고 있어요.
Can you understand that? Or like can you like he's asking for her to do it. Not like asking if she can, just like he's asking her to understand him. As their doctor, I hope for their recovery more than anyone else.
이 필요한다면 제게 대적하는 것이나 다름없죠. 그걸 지켜보고만 있을 이유가 없어요.
Oh. If someone wanted to harm them, then they become my enemy. There's no reason for me to just sit back and watch. Oh. Man, everyone's doing their own thing in this story. freelance project is held back up, so you're not sure if you'll be streaming much. Oh, I see. That sounds stressful. Sucks at work. Stuck at work. I'm sorry, Alaris. Jonah-san only jumped to his death due to the side effects of the black market drug, which caused mental abnormalities and severe hallucinations. For the same reason, Bridget Grease's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her life was hanging on by a thread. In that case, Vin most likely attended the auction for the same reason as Artem. But Vin's reason was seemingly more akin to helping his own? Dr. Richter, what did your investigation uncover?
경매장에서 조사를 해봤. 지온이가 갖고 있던 출처를 알아낸 것 같아요.
Oh. I found a list of names at the auction. After investigating, I have a hypothesis about where Bridget Grease got the drug. Isn't Jerome Bridget Grease's like medical doctor or something like that? Oh my gosh, my brain is messy right now. I'm trying to remember what happened last time and
우태양. 아주 익숙한 이름이죠.
Oh, Gerard Boone. That's a very familiar name, isn't it? Yay, congrats on making it home. I hope Alaris can get home soon. Indeed, Gerard Boone placed his hopes on the black market drug in the past. After all, it would also explain why he was trying to make a quick buck by scamming people. If that's the case, Gerard Boone must have secured the money to buy the drug just as his mother passed away from illness. So before he went to jail, he left the black market drug for Bridget Grease, who's also very seriously ill. Then Dr. Richter. Wait, is Gerard Boone that kid that ran away? Putting aside the mastermind behind the black market drug, in a sense, couldn't Gerard Boone be considered the culprit who led Bridget Grease to death's door? She looks uneasily at Vin. Given the opposing views, how does he feel about Gerard Boone's disappearance? Fortunately, Vin's face doesn't show any signs of anger. He just smiles calmly. I can't believe I'm trying this again. Of course, it's not working. Rest assured, I am not unreasonable.
아직 어린아이예요. 아마 좋은 의도로 그랬을 거라고 생각.
Gerard Boone is just a child. I'm inclined to believe he did not know anything about it and only did it out of good intentions. Yeah, he's just a kid. But the timing doesn't match up with when Bridget Grease took the drug. Gerard Boone disappeared a year earlier. Oh, that's true. However, Bridget Grease only took the drug when her condition worsened, which was something that happened recently.
사실 이야기 어렵지는 않아. 불법으로 구한 약물은 마지막 지푸라기로 삼을 수밖에 없죠.
It's easy to understand. A drug that is not sold through regular channels can only be used as a last-ditch effort.
구도 튼튼한 지푸라기인지 확실해서 막다른 골목에 다다르기 전까지 쉽게 시도하지 않는 거예요.
No one can be sure of its efficacy, so it wouldn't be easy to try it unless they had no other choice. But Bridget Grease's illness wasn't hopeless at the time, so what if someone tricked her into taking it? For example, Jerome Adams? Yeah, I bet it was Jerome. Vin sighs softly, not immediately responding. He stirs the gradually cooling tea until a small whirlpool forms in the cup.
아이에게 가장 절망적인 상황.
The most desperate situations children face
부모가 함께 있는 한 아이들의 눈에는 항상 희망이 남아 있죠.
is, I guess, a life without their parents or something. As long as their parents are with them, hope will always remain in their eyes.
지온이의 병이 갑자기 악화된 건 부모가 이혼하고 정한성이 실종된 후의 일이에요.
The rapid deterioration of Bridget Grease's condition took place after her parents divorced and Brad Grease disappeared.
아이의 관점에서는
From the child's point of view.
병이다 나아야만 아빠가 돌아올 거라고 생각했겠죠.
Oh, she probably believed her sickly self was a burden and her father would come back after she recovered. Oh, yeah, I can see that. A burden. Is that how she really felt?
당신 뭐 그럴 것 같지 않나요?
You don't think so either? Rosa looks at him in confusion. The strange way in which he phrased that question makes her unsure about his reason for asking. Fortunately, while she's still puzzling it over, Auger interrupts her their conversation.
아니 거의 다 됐습니다.
Young master, it's almost time. What's the matter? Auger just smiles politely at her and gestures with his eyes for her to look at Vin.
동요. 아우지르가 집까지 데려다 드릴 거예요.
I have a guest coming later, so I will have Auger take you home. His tone is still gentle as ever, but she detects a hint of determination that leaves no room for negotiation. Yeah, I guess we gotta go. With that, she can only nod. Oh my god. And follow Auger out of Vin's residence. God, that took forever to load. By the time Auger returns home, Vin has already sent his so-called guest away. He sits on the sofa. A certain anxiety is evident in the furrow of his brow and the light tapping of his fingers against the armrest.
상황은 어떠신가?
Young master, how is it?
그냥 똑같아요.
It's the same as usual. After a short silence, Vin glances over. His gaze conveys a complex mix of dissatisfaction and imperceptible conflict.
아우지, 걱정할 거 없다고 자신만만하게 말하지 않았나요?
You reassured me I need not worry, right?
원하면 그렇습니다. 하님, 솔직히 말씀드리면 방금 전 하신 행 이해가 잘 가지 않습니다.
In theory, yes, but your actions are beyond my comprehension. I can't understand your actions.
말해봐요.
Tell me.
아가씨에게 정말 의심을 사고 싶지 않다면 진실을 말씀해야 한다고 생각합니다.
If you don't want her to suspect you, you should tell her the truth. Or I think you should tell her the truth.
것뿐인데 아가씨가 굳이 자리를 피하실 이유는 없다고 봅니다.
It was just a visit from the family doctor to check up on your injury. There was no reason to send her away. Despite his injured arm, Vin inadvertently strains his fingers, tightly gripping the armrest of the sofa.
가끔은 더 중요한 걸 위해 자존심 내려놓아야 할 때도 있는 법입니다.
Sometimes you have to swallow your pride. There is a long silence in response to Auger's statement. He takes it as an acquiescence. He removes the black tea that cooled and places a freshly brewed cup in front of Vin.
도련님, 아직 늦지 않았어요.
It's not too late.
아직 생각이 바뀌지 않으셨고 약속하신 것 제 이기적 결정을 용서해 주신다면
If you haven't changed your mind,
기회는 있습니다.
and as you promised before, you can forgive any selfish decisions I make, there's still a chance. Okay. The light outside the window gradually fades until it's nearly time to sleep. The confusion of the day still lingers in her heart. She can't pinpoint the source of the confusion, but she feels as if Vin was acting strange today. Maybe it had something to do with the guest he was meeting. Shifting uneasily between sitting and standing, she takes out the small square device from her pocket. It is something that Auger gave her before he left. Oh, interesting. What is this?
제가 독단적으로 내린 결정입니다.
Why is this outside the front of Vin's house? This isn't her house. What the hell? This is my own decision. They like gave the wrong background here. But whatever. OGA smiles kindly at her and points to a tiny button on the side of the black device.
여전히 의문점이 풀리지 않으셨다면 오늘 밤 9시에 이 버튼을 눌러보세요.
If you still have doubts in your mind, you can press this button tonight at 9 p.m.
모든 문제에 해답을 얻진 못하시겠지만 적어도 도련님에 대해 더 알게 되실 겁니다.
Oh, we're gonna eavesdrop. Please let her eavesdrop. If there's no guarantee that your questions will be answered, but it will help you understand the young master a bit more. 9 p.m. She looks up at the clock on the wall. At this moment, the hour hand strikes exactly 9. Maybe it's a coincidence, or perhaps she's been subconsciously waiting for this moment. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she cautiously presses the button on the side of the device. After a few noisy bursts of electricity, a muffled voice comes from the black device.
잠깐 살살해야죠.
Wait, be more gentle. The voice sounds very familiar, but it's filled with a highly emotional grievance she's never heard before. Dr. Richter?
하우즈르, 이건 대체 무슨 연고예요? 왜 고추기름 냄새가 나는 거죠?
OJ, what kind of ointment is this? Why does it smell like chili oil?
오후에 의사가 남기고 간 스월터산 연고입니다.
This is an ointment made in Sparts. The family doctor brought it when he came to visit this afternoon. Ointment? Is Dr. Richter injured? Concerned, she keeps listening.
상처는 괜찮아진 것 같네요. 이대로 거즈로 감죠.
The wound does not appear serious, so we can just cover it with gauze.
도련님, 이제 막 시작했는데 조금만 더 참으세요. 앞으로도 계속 팔을 쓰고 싶다면 엄살 부리시면 안 됩니다.
Young master, this is just the beginning, so bear with it. You can't be so delicate if you wish to keep your arm. It's also good for eating with, right? Vin and OJ seem to ignore her presence and continue the conversation on their own. The device is clearly one way, and her voice won't be captured, yet somehow she can hear Vin's disapproving snort. Wait, then this is...
엄살? 하우즈르, 갈수록 단어 선택이 이상해지는군요.
Delicate? OJ, your choice of adjectives is strange.
이리 줘요. 연고쯤은 혼자서도 바를 수 있으니까.
Give it to me. It's only ointment, so I can handle it myself. I'm sure of it. This is definitely a listening device. Okay. After confirming what it is, she can feel she feels like her entire person is heating up. Beads of sweat form in her palm. At this moment, she can hear light grunts of pain coming from Vin. Oh, I'm glad you're inside. A strong sense of morality compels her to turn off the device immediately and call Vin. Her fingers stop on the button. At the last moment, hesitation arises in her heart. Since Mr. Wechsler gave it to me, I think he wants me to hear the rest of it. Even so, it's not certain that Dr. Richter knows about this. Yeah, this is a bit ethically sus, but also Vin is sus, so I say you keep listening, Rosa. Distracted by her thoughts, she hesitates to pick up the device. Keep listening. In the end, she can't resist the various uncertainties in her heart and chooses to keep listening.
왜 이렇게 따가운 거죠?
Why does it still sting so much?
아프고 저릿저릿하고.
It hurts and it tingles.
그리고 냄새가 독해서 조금만 가까이 가와도 금방 눈치챌 거예요.
And the scent is too strong. It'll be obvious right away.
아직도 아가씨한테 알리고 싶지 않으신 겁니까?
You still don't want the young miss to know? Despite knowing the bug is a one-way device, she can't help but hold her breath upon hearing herself addressed, causing her to sit up. We love the sus, we do. But except for the occasional muffled grunt, Vin doesn't speak again. It isn't until she's somewhat disappointed, decides to turn off the device and call Vin to make a sincere confession that she hears.
그건 중요하지 않아요.
That's not important.
아직 준비가 안 됐을 뿐이에요.
It's just that I'm not ready.
아우지르, 그건 무슨 표정이에요? 할 말 있으면 그냥 얘기해요.
What kind of expression is that, Ogier? If you have something on your mind, you can say it. She hears approaching footsteps and whispers that seem almost inaudible. Then there is the sound of something falling to the ground, perhaps the tube of ointment. Vin, trying to remain calm, cannot repress the quivering in his voice as he speaks.
다 들었다는 건가요?
She heard everything?
그랬을 수도 있습니다, 도련님.
It's only a possibility.
저도 아가씨가 이 일을 궁금해하실지는 확신할 수 없으니까요.
I'm not sure if she would be curious about this.
휴대폰은요?
Where's my phone?
내가 전화해 볼게요.
I'll try calling her. Shoot! He set us up. Ogier set us up. Oh, I'm just kidding. He's doing his best. It's not his fault the young master is an idiot.
도련님, 일단 옷부터 입으시죠.
Young master, please get dressed first. Panicking in these situations will only make things worse. Yeah, let's not panic. The sound of rustling cloth comes from the device, but before she can listen any closer, her phone rings. She quickly turns off the device and answers the phone with a slew of words that don't quite form a complete sentence. Vin is keenly aware of this, responding with a light grunt. It's hard to detect from his tone if he's angry or not.
제가 왜 전화했는지 알고 계신 것 같네요.
It seems you know why I'm calling.
이게 궁금하셨나요?
Are you that curious?
언제까지 들을 생각이셨죠?
How long were you planning on listening? I feel so guilty now. I feel so judged. His tone of voice. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Richter.
사과할 필요 없어요.
You don't need to
당신
apologize.
잘못도 아닌데요.
It's not your fault.
방금은 그냥 좀 부끄러워서 물어본 거예요.
I only asked because I'm embarrassed. Dr. Richter, what's with the bug? As long as we are capable to, it's our given right. And your wound, how did you get it? Is it serious? If I had known about it during the day, I wouldn't have made you sit there and talk to me for so long. What you need most right now is rest. Hearing her barrage of questions, Vin chuckles helplessly.
전에 윤주혁이 저 몰래 사람을 시켜 제 휴대폰에 도청 앱을 설치해놨어요.
When I was distracted, Matthew had someone secretly install bugging software on my phone.
만일을 위해 아우지르에게 도청에 출처. 그러니까 당신이 갖고 있는 그 장치를 찾으라고 했죠.
To be safe, I asked Ogier to track the source of the bug, which is the device in your hands.
나중에 앱 분석을 맡기려고 휴대폰 정리를 잠시 미뤄둔 건데.
I wanted to find someone to analyze the bugging software, so I temporarily put the matter of removing it from my phone on hold.
아우지르가 당신한테 도청기를 건넬 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't think Ogier would give it to
아주
you.
독단적인 결정이었죠.
He makes decisions on his own. Through the receiver, she can faintly hear Ogier as he deliberately clears his throat. Vin doesn't say anything else after that, as if he wants to avoid talking about anything heavy. So the injury is related to Matthew Richter too? And why did you keep it from me? Oh, I guess Vin doesn't get to be as sus for as long as I had hoped. He seems to be hesitating and thinking. The only sound in her ears is his somewhat rapid breathing. It isn't until the second hand on the clock makes a full rotation that she hears Vin's muffled voice produce a slightly embarrassed response.
누구한테 안쓰러워 보이는 게 싫어서요.
I don't like to be pitied by anyone. She freezes, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Are you feeling sorry for me? Are you feeling sorry for me because of what happened? That's why you want to give me a free pass out of here. Ah. She said something similar to Artem. Artem! Hi, Chosuke. We're doing Tears of Themis this morning. I'm trying to catch up on the latest chapter. or whatever. It is more dramatic than I thought. Nothing has happened. He's very sus. He pointed out that it wasn't pity. The more power that she has, the more responsibility she has to bear. In a sense, pity is looking down on someone. For someone completely unaware of how Vin got his injury, she was in no position to pity him. Dr. Richter, if you have concerns about not wanting to elaborate on your injury, that's fine. But next time you run into another situation like this, just tell me. I'll be on your side and help you seek justice. This isn't out of pity. I'm just really worried about you. Your ideal breakfast, coffee, coconut pie, and hot men. Indeed. Many a hot man here. Afraid of a negative response, she hastily hangs up the phone after saying that. I'm here to listen to you. Hangs up the phone. Rosa! Rosa! Rosa, please. She's so silly. She looks at the black device that she's been holding all this time. It feels quite warm, probably because she was clutching it too tightly. I forgot to mention giving this back to Vin. Thinking of this, she carefully sends a message to Vin. Vin's reply comes seconds later. It's simple, only a few words. No need, keep it. After the investigation is complete, Dr. Richter will remove the bugging software from his phone soon, right? Yeah, this is weird. In that case, this really is a piece of scrap metal. At this, yeah, basically she's like, he gave me trash. Yes, yes, Rosa, he gave you trash. These two are just awful together. At this moment, she hears a message alert. She slips the black device into her pocket and picks up her phone from the coffee table. The sender is Marius, and the message is short. Sorry to bother you so late. If you're free, come to headquarters at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I need to discuss something with you. Okay. Okay, it's time. I guess this is Vin and Marius's card or story card. Oh, there's Luke. Hi, Luke. How goes it? Luke leans against the wall of the NSB office, looking up at his colleagues filing out of the hallway. Sensing their evasive looks, he frowns.
아직 실토하지 않은 거야?
They still haven't said anything?
네, 저 사람들은 그냥 대피하지 못한 종업원들이라 경매장에 대한 자세한 내용은 모르는 것 같습니다.
Yes, they're just waiters who couldn't escape in time. They don't know any details about the auction.
직접 신문해 보는 게 어떠십니까?
Would you like to interrogate them yourself?
내가?
Me? He tilts his head to peer into the interrogation room. A few people sitting inside are hunched over in fear, not even daring to breathe too loud. I don't have time to waste on them.
그래도 걱정되면 나중에 대장님한테 뒤처리를 맡기자고. 딱히 큰 소용은 없을 것 같지만 말이야.
If you're still not sure, you can have Captain Silas come interrogate them. What I'm saying is I don't think it's going to be much use. Luke stands up straight, his shoes making a crisp sound against the ground.
상대가 철저하게 준비를 한 것 같아. 그날 도착했는데 경매장이 열리는 지하 공간은 이미 무너진 상태였거든.
Whoever was behind this was fully prepared. By the time we arrived, the underground space where the auction was hosted had collapsed.
손님도 주최 측도 한 명도 남김없이 다 도망쳤지.
The guests and the host, everyone escaped.
우리를 속이려고 저 사람들을 남겨놓았을 가능성이 높아.
There's a good chance these people were left behind to distract us.
교활한 토끼는 숨을 곳을 세 개나 파놓는다. 라는 말처럼 말이지.
It's just
다음
like
경매
the saying.
시간이랑 장소도 알아낼 방법이 없고.
It's just like saying that a rabbit has many holes or burrows. We don't know when and where the next auction will be.
하지만 선배님은 다 하셨어요.
Hi, Valerie Editor. Welcome in. We're doing Tears of Themis. We're past Vin's sussy part, and now I don't know, Luke is doing his job, I guess. But you did the best you could. Even amidst the depressing atmosphere, in the face of this stern and stoic superior. The young special team member musters his courage and expresses his heartfelt admiration without misgiving. Aww.
선배님이 팀을 이끌고 신속하게 현장에 도착하지 않으셨다면 저 피라미드조차 체포하지 못했을 겁니다.
If you hadn't led the team so quickly to the scene, we wouldn't have even been able to capture these guys.
선배님이 2군으로 가시게 될까봐 걱정했는데 오히려 전부 다 운동신경이 좋아지신 것 같아요.
Ugh. Oh, that milk tea is like now really sweet. I was worried that you would take a back seat this time, but your skills are more impressive than before.
사실 별거 아니야.
It was nothing. Actually, it was nothing. Luke moves his wrist with a thoughtful frown. Just then, his phone rings, interrupting the conversation that was already falling into awkward silence. He looks at the name of the caller, his expression growing more complex. Who called? Oh, your cousin streams. Nice. Who called? I'm here. Oh. The night wind rustles, blowing the burnt scraps of money at his feet. Luke looks past the blackened marks left by the flames at the dilapidated Western-style house at the end of the road.
잠시만요.
Wait a moment. He slowly lowers his phone and stares at the second-floor window of the style house. From a distance, under the flickering streetlights, the faint outline of a figure can be seen through the transparent glass. Am I seeing things? Luke had only taken half a step forward when he hears the ambulance siren. When he heard the ambulance siren approaching, breaking the eerie silence. He shows his identification to the police that followed afterward, who allow him to stay within the cordoned-off area. A short time later, the medical staff hastily break through the door. They then carry out a body covered with a white cloth on a stretcher. What is happening? You probably heard everything without me needing to tell you. The person at the other end is clearly not expecting this turn of events and can't help but let out a tisk.
没道理啊，苏海燕应该早就失踪了。
Oh! Marius was the one who called him. All right, we have some Luke and Marius action here. It doesn't make sense. Mavis Sutcliffe should have gone missing a long time ago.
本来只是想让你先去他原先的住处踩个点，好方便之后的调查。怎么突然就没了呢？
I wanted you to visit her former residence first to make the investigation easier later on. How did she die all of a sudden? The chilly wind makes the locust trees in the courtyard rustle, blowing up a corner of the white cloth covering the stretcher. Wait. Luke turns to look at the pair of eyes that had lost their focus.
전에 30 넘었다고 하지 않았나요?
You said she was in her 30s, right?
没错。怎么了？
That's right. What about it?
저 주택에서 사망은 서혜연이 아니에요.
Then the victim in the house isn't her. Oh! Is Mavis maybe the person at the beginning of the story? The one that Jerome helped out? The one he hoped would have a fresh start? Ooh, the plot thickens. He lifts the white cloth and closes the victim's eyes with the ease of long practice before covering her young face with the cloth again.
나이가 무척 어려 보여요.
The victim appears very young.
아직 학생인 것 같네요.
She might still be a student.
이게 대체 어떻게 된 일이죠?
What's going on here? There is a deep sigh of relief on the other end of the call. It's as if Marius is still casually talking nonsense, but his voice is noticeably lower than before.
是啊，这究竟是怎么回事呢？这未免也有些过于凑巧了。
Yeah, what's going on? That's seriously too much of a coincidence. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, yay, I got another 40. Okay, now we're meeting Marius, right? In the N2X conference room, Marius looks very much like a CEO, standing before a screen with the information of the case file displayed. Before his speech officially begins, he symbolically looks around at the seats and nods with satisfaction. Oh, it's everyone. It's not just Rosa.
很好，看大家准时到齐了。
Good. Looks like everyone here is here on time. It's been a while since they've all gotten together.
인가요?
You say everyone, but there's only two of us. Never mind. Never mind. It is just the two of them. Okay, never mind. I thought they were finally having a group meeting. I guess not. Take their lunch money. Rosa sneaks a peek at Vin sitting next to her. Vin is leaning back naturally on the chair, not showing signs of discomfort. She's not sure if he's enduring the pain or if his injury has nearly healed.
本来就只是你们帮个忙，没必要叫太多人，不然七嘴八舌起来，场面也很难控制。
I only wanted to ask you guys for help, so there's no need to call everyone here. Otherwise, the scene might be too difficult to control. Help?
是啊，有起新案子需要你们接手调查一下。
Yes, there's a new case for you guys to take over.
설마 우리를 설마 우리를 부려먹겠다는 건가요?
Are you telling us what to do?
这话说的就有些难听了。我本来就是调查组的最高领导人，这只能算是合理请求。
That's harsh of you to say, considering I'm the leader of the investigation team. It's hardly an unreasonable request.
不过我向来比较民主，
But I'm
既
open
然
to
只有
compromise.
莫毅你不愿意，那就由我来顶上好了。
If you don't want to go, I'd be more than happy to take your place. As he looks at Rosa. With a trace of displeasure, Vin turns his head to look at Rosa. He seems to be silently grumbling at her for not protesting, but he also seems to be thinking about other matters that are difficult to speak of.
거기까지예요.
That's enough for now.
그게 가능했다면 절 여기로 부르지도 않았겠죠.
If you could take my place, you would not have called me here today, would you? Both men are smiling, but their expressions are far from genuine. The atmosphere grows somewhat tense. Are they smiling? That did not sound like he was smiling. Seeing this, she hurries to change the topic. So what's the case this time? I'm pretty intrigued. Marius raises his eyebrows, immediately taking the opening she provided him with.
与先前余良的案，这起案件也同样被大数据中心置顶在了最前列。
It's similar to the Gerard Boone case. It was also placed at the top of the list by the Big Data Lab. Another missing persons case?
不，
No.
这次的受害者已经于昨晚去世了。
The victim passed away last night. Hi, Mizu. Oh, we're doing Tears with Themis, latest chapter. It is. It is a doozy so far. We have another dead body, another missing person. Vin got shot. Oh. A brief overview of the case is shown on the screen. The victim's name is Letta Gray, and she's around the same age as Gerard Boone. Oh! She entered high school and was still underage when she died. Oh, okay, so Letta Gray is the person. So it wasn't Mavis. I mean, it wasn't like framed to be Mavis, I guess? I don't know. Oh.
案发后，经由警方证实了整栋洋楼。
After the police's initial investigation, it was confirmed that nobody else entered the house.
屋内除了已经身亡的葛蕾蕾外，还有一位上了年纪的婆婆，是被聘用的住家保姆。
Besides Letta Gray, the victim found dead in the house. The only other person in the house was an elderly woman. She claims she was hired to be a live-in nanny. What was her cause of death?
暂时还没有来得及出去详细。
The medical examiner hasn't had time to produce a detailed autopsy report yet.
不过跟
How are you doing,
现
Mizu?
场推测，应该是服用农药后引起的毒发身亡，症状很明显，估计8、9不离十了。
But based on the situation at the scene, the death was probably caused by poison after ingesting pesticide. The symptoms are obvious, so it's probably not far off. According to what Maria said, it seems the police have yet to determine if this case is suicide or homicide. But from the information at hand, there are already many points of suspicion. Marius, you said the only person present at the time of the murder was the live-in nanny. What about the victim's parents?
死者的家庭关系确实值得推敲。
Good questions. We need to confirm the situation with the victim's family.
警方通过对附近住户的走访调查后得知，这栋洋楼里还住着一男一女，只不过鲜少出门。
After visiting nearby residents, the police learned that a man and woman also lived in the house. However, they rarely went out.
估计就雷雷的父母了。奇怪的是，他们俩目前都处于下落不明的状态。
Oh, interesting. They must be Letter Gray's parents, but strangely enough, both of them are currently unaccounted for. Doing lantern right? Nice. I need to get to that soon. That's why we're doing this. We gotta get this out of the way first. Rosa raises her eyebrows full of doubt. She then thinks back to what Vin said before. The most desperate situations children face usually have something to do with their parents. Pesticide, missing parents. Did Letta Gray commit suicide? I can't investigate the case without any preconceived notions. Yeah, Rosa, don't jump to conclusions. I know you're just giving us clues, but Marius, how long have the parents been missing?
据说葛雷
I believe Letta Gray's mother's name is Mavis Sutcliffe. She's been missing for some time. Wait! Her own... It was her daughter? Oh my gosh. Oh my.
至于父亲嘛，
As for her father, who's her father? To keep everyone in suspense, he pauses intentionally. He sneaks a peek at Vin during this time to gauge his reaction. As he brings up the subject of family, Marius can clearly detect the unconcealed indifference on Vin's face.
葛雷雷正好是在
Thank you for the blessings. Oh, Letta Gray's father disappeared on the night of the murder. Oh, he says it's murder now.
名字很可能是假。
And their names are probably
警方的
fake.
信息库里居然完全查不到。
The police couldn't find anything on them in their database. Oh my god. Ugh. I don't know if it's dust or if I'm just like still like slightly sick, but okay. Sorry for the many sneezes. If you fall asleep, let you know. My sneezes will wake you up. Best I soul. Thanks. Even if their names are fake, they must be connected somehow, right? Did they try focusing their research on Letta Gray?
有关的就像是完全被抹消了一样。
Yes, but it seems like any information about our parents has been erased. The police have nothing on them.
그게 이 까다로운 사람을 우리한테 던진 이유인가요?
Is this the reason that you're dumping this tough case on us? Vin stares coldly at Marius, his arms folded.
棘手吗？知难而退可不是你们的风格，千万不要辜负了我所寄予的厚望啊！
Tough. Running away from a difficult situation isn't something you guys would do. I have high expectations. Don't let me down. Wow. What kind of leadership style is this? Marius is acting like one of those bosses in older TV dramas. To avoid unnecessary arguments, she quickly jumps into the conversation. In that case, Marius, could you give us a little performance?
那个
A performance? She nods as she makes a few gestures to him as a reminder, mouthing the lines. Marius immediately understands what she wants, but he coughs awkwardly and pretends to look at Vin with embarrassment.
真的要来吗？在他面前。
Do I have to in front of him?
네?
What? Sensing the clear discomfort in Vin's tone, she rushes to encourage Marius. What is happening? What is happening? Come on, do it.
那好吧，就只有这一次啊。
Fine, but just this once. Marius clears his throat, his expression growing serious. Then he slaps his hand on the table. There's an unmistakable yet slightly grandiose sense of intimidation in his words. Oh no.
我在调查组中的代号是 King， 是这个调查组的最高领导者。
My codename is King, and I'm the leader of the investigation team.
我的指令，不容违抗。
My orders are absolute. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. I don't think I need to translate that. Vin is slightly stunned at first. After a few seconds, he presses his lips together and unnaturally shifts his gaze away. It wasn't so much a sign of anger, but more an effort to suppress laughter, which she can relate to.
알겠어요.
This is called flirting, you guys. This is called heavy
계속해요.
flirting. Oh, now he looks amused. This is just, she's just trying to, this is just cheer.
명령을 거역할 생각은 없으니까 계속해요.
This is just, let's cheer up Vin. All right, I understand. I have no intention of disobeying. Please continue. Sometimes this kind of sarcastic tolerance can seem more damaging than a direct verbal attack. You felt chaos? There's always chaos here. Marius may have suffered deeply out of embarrassment, but his strong mental fortitude allows him to quickly pull himself together.
愿意配合就好。其实刚才还有些细节没说完。
It's good that you're willing to cooperate, but there are still details that I haven't mentioned.
警方在葛蕾蕾身亡的卧室内还发现了
Welcome back from your trip. I hope it went
似乎是
well.
那位婆婆不小心掉落的。
Oh, when the police were searching Letta Gray's bedroom where she was found, they found a single hearing aid. It was probably dropped by the elderly
基于
woman.
这点，她之后应该会受到警方的着重调查，并且很有可能会被提起公诉。
Based on this, she will probably be the focus of the police investigation and most likely be
不过
prosecuted.
嘛，你们应该也能感觉得到，这起案件很可能还没。
However, you guys probably sense that this case may not be that simple. Yeah, tell me about it. Apart from Letta Gray's mother, who has been missing for a long time, what's even stranger is that her father has not been seen since the night of the murder. Right? If he didn't suffer the same fate, it could be that. Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't they be looking for the father? Like, I mean, come on. He fled to avoid punishment. After saying that, Vin walks towards the door, expressionless.
怎么，你也？刚才不是还好好的吗？
Oh, you want to flee too? Didn't you just agree to help out?
본인과 같은 사람으로 취급하지 말아.
Don't make, I hope that you won't make assumptions so carelessly.
어차피 할 말 있으니 모처럼의 주말을 더 이상 낭비하고 싶지 않아서요.
It seems everything has already been said, and I simply did not want to waste any more time.
어쩌서 일찍 조사 끝내고 잠이나 보충할 생각이에요.
I did not sleep well last night. I thought that I could get some sleep if I finished the investigation quickly. Wow, all right. After hearing this, Marius, instead of being annoyed or angry, smiles with satisfaction.
十分积极，非常主动。
Exactly. Excellent. I like it when you take initiative.
我听说那位婆婆似乎受到了不小的刺激，有需要的话，正好可以发挥一下你的专业特长。
I heard that the elderly woman is pretty much in shock. If necessary, use your professional expertise. Then, do I go with Dr. Richter, or would he prefer to investigate alone? Seemingly sensing her concerns, Vin steps in the doorway. He turns away and gently extends an invitation to her. It's a very different attitude from the way he spoke to Marius earlier.
저랑
Wow. Things are not that easy. Right?
자, 저랑 같이 가시죠.
Aww. Of course he speaks nicely to Rosa. Well then, come with me. Marius remains where he's standing and waves at them, sending them off with a serious remark.
那么，要的法律路我交给你。
I'm putting you in charge of legal assistance when necessary. Of course, leave it to me. What are we getting ourselves into? After returning to Pax, Marius puts on his suit jacket again. He stands in front of the French window, straightening his tie and gazing thoughtfully down at the entire city in the distance.
작은 도련님, 정말 일을 안심하고 맡길 수 있을까요?
Do you really trust him on investigating this matter?
전에 윤주역장에 갔을 때 현장에 있었을지도 모른다고 의심하셨잖아요.
When you visited Matthew Richter's villa before, weren't you also suspicious if he was also there?
你说错了，文成。
You're wrong, Vincent. Oh, wait. Through the reflection glass, Marius's gaze meets a pair of eyes that can't even see through themselves.
不是还没完全放心，而是一直都深表怀疑。
Oh, it's not that I don't fully trust him yet. Rather, I've always been deeply suspicious.
대체 왜 그러셨어요?
Then why'd you ask him to investigate?
아직까지 따라가 내버려 두셨잖아요.
You even sent
그러다
the young
사고라도
miss with him.
생기면
What if something happens?
嘘，乌鸦嘴，
Don't jinx it.
别沉不住气。
And don't be so nervous. Oh! Maybe Marius is sending him to, like, suss him out. Wow, everyone is playing underhandedly. If he's sending Vin out while being suspicious of him, maybe it's to have Rosa catch him in the act. Right? Man, everyone is making some underhanded plays recently. He turns around, putting a finger to his lips to make a shushing gesture.
就是因为怀疑，所以才想给莫伊一个证明自己的机会。
It's because of these doubts that I want to give Vin a chance to prove himself.
接下来，我还有别的事情要查。就
I have
算手
other-
眼通天的人，也会有力不从的时候。
I have other matters to investigate. There will be times when even those exceptionally adept at trickery are out of their depth.
只能拜托。
Interesting. So I can only rely on Rosa to keep tabs on him. Oh, I see. Maria sighs after finishing speaking, then smiles resignedly.
恰好，我也只相信他。
That's perfect. She's the only one I trust. Interesting. At present, the house has been sealed off by the police for the investigation. Marius previously mentioned that the elderly woman's name is Jill Meadows. The police are unable to reach her children. So after the initial police interview, she was placed in a temporary shelter. This is a temporary residence, not your home. Framed on the wall is a set of rules. This is the first line, written in bold.
자, 두 분이 찾으시는 맹씨 할머니는 저쪽에 계세요.
Well, Mrs. Meadows is over there. Wow, that seems harsh, but alright. After Vin coldly reads over the cumbersome rules, he looks into the corner with her at the guidance of the counselor, or the caregiver. Jill Meadows, who happens to be standing, looks to be in her early 60s. However, she already needs a cane to walk. What is happening? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's investigate the kind-looking granny. Yeah, this seems suspicious, right? A contact number? Maybe because she's old. There's a string of crooked numbers on her clothes. Upon closer inspection, it looks to be sewn on. Is this a phone number? Some people make sure their contact information is put somewhere obvious on their elderly family members just in case they get lost. If that hypothesis is correct, then who does this phone number belong to? I guess we are gonna ask. Something about her hearing aid was mentioned before, so. Bluetooth earpiece. That must be a hearing aid in her ear. Marius also said that the police found a single hearing aid at the crime scene and they suspect Jill Meadows dropped it. Her hearing would be impaired with only one hearing aid, right? What about this bag? Okay, not sussy enough. Maybe the cane? Oh, yay, the cane is sussy enough. Her cane looks worn with age. She looks at the dark wooden cane from a distance. Its color faded with time. There are signs of wear and tear in various places. But what stands out is a large scratch in the middle of the cane. That doesn't look natural. What could have caused it? And done. Yay, we found all 3 clues. I'm getting slightly better at this. Your earbuds are a hearing aid. Are they? I mean, that's up to you. I don't know But I guess hers is actually a hearing aid, so. This woman is hard of hearing, has trouble moving around. It's also likely that she might get lost. Yeah, so we know that about her. Never mind taking care of others, she probably has trouble taking care of herself. Wow, that's a judgment. Just as she's about to approach her, Jill Meadows walks slowly with her cane to a young boy not far away. She spreads her trembling palm and kindly holds out a handful of peanuts to the boy.
자, 먹으렴. 엄청 맛있단다.
Here, eat this, they're good. The boy looks down at the peanuts with their rough shells and shakes his head, while taking a step back with some disgust. Ooh. The caregiver, who is standing beside them, sees this and sighs impatiently.
맹씨 할머니, 애들한테 한 번 시키면 안 된다고 몇 번이나 말씀드려. 왜 말을 안 들으세요?
Wow. Ms. Meadows, I have told you so many times not to give children random things to eat. Why won't you listen? She points at the barely touched food on the table, impatiently nagging.
저녁 시간 끝나가 얼른 식사부터 하세요.
Dinner time's almost over. Please finish
여기
your meal
두 분이
quickly.
사건 관련해서 할머니 물어보실 게 있대요. 시간 너무 오래 마세요.
You have two guests waiting to ask you about the case, so don't keep them waiting. There's not much time.
알겠어. 그방이면 돼.
Oh, I understand. I'll be done soon. Oh. Jill Meadows looks dejected as she sits back down at the table. Perhaps due to her old age or out of nervousness, her trembling hand doesn't hold onto the spoon for very long and drops it. The spoon bounces on the floor and rolls to her feet, splashing a little soup on her shoes, or Rose's feet.
언니도 참 대체 왜 그렇게 덤벙대시는 거예요?
Honestly, why are you so careless? Oh wow, this caregiver lady. I don't like her. It's fine. I can wipe it up and I can go wash the spoon as well. Man, she's literally just a little old woman. She quickly picks up the spoon and heads over to a nearby sink to wash it. Thank you for showing us the way. We'll take it from here. Yeah, get her away from us.
아무리 그래도
Oh, that won't do.
왜 그러시죠?
Why?
무슨 문제 있는 건가요?
Is there a problem? Sometimes questions are no less aggressive than swear words. When spoken in a cold tone, it is easy for them to convey an oppressive feeling. Not only did that question send a chill down Rose's back, but the noisy caregiver also doesn't say anything else. Yeah, please. Shoo her away. Okay. We're almost halfway there. Almost. By the time Rosa returns with a clean spoon, the caregiver is long gone.
수고하셨어요. 저한테 주세요.
Thank you. Here, I'll give it to me. But Dr. Richter, your hand.
괜찮아요. 상처가 심하지 않아서 거의 다 나았.
Don't worry. It's not serious. It's almost healed. It's almost all better. She's still doubtful as she hands him the spoon. As Vin politely introduces himself, he pulls up a seat next to Jill Meadows.
안녕하세요. 전 로아라고 하고 정신과 의사예요. 그 사건하고 로아 일로 할머니께 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있어서.
My name is Vin Richter and I'm a psychologist. Today I would like to ask you about the case regarding Letta Gray. He picks up the plate and scoops a good amount of food, offering it to her in a gesture that appears skilled and
힘이 안
natural.
들어가면 무리 안 하셔도 돼요. 제가 해드릴게요.
Don't worry if you have trouble holding the spoon. I'll do it for you. Oh, he's gonna feed her.
아니야, 나 혼자 할 수 있다네. 할 수 있어.
No need, young man. I can do it myself. I can do it. Oh.
그건 알죠. 근데 늘 조락할 수 있잖아요. 요리가 전부 식어버리면 안 되니까요.
I believe you, but this will save us time. Otherwise, the food will get cold.
그리고 저도 능숙하지는 않으니 너무 미안해하지 마시고 조금만 드셔보세요.
I'm not very skilled at taking care of people, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. Just have a bite or two. Vin doesn't show deliberate affection, trying to persuade Jill Meadows by being neither humble nor aggressive. This reasonable and clever tactic makes it hard for Jill Meadows to refuse directly. She sighs, a breath of relief, still somewhat troubled.
이 나이에 미안해서 어떻게 부탁하겠나.
How could I trouble you at this age?
전에 아이한테 이렇게 밥을 먹여주신 적 있으세요?
Haven't you ever fed a child like this before?
있지, 문 있지. 어렸을 때부터 손주를 키웠거든. 어렸을 땐 내가 시간마다 그릇 들고 다녔다니까.
Yes, of course. I had to chase someone with a bowl to get them to eat. It was my grandson or something like that. Vin chuckles lightly.
그때
I'm like,
좋다고 생각 안 하셨을 거. 지금도 미안해하실 필요 없어요.
Just like how you were not troubled back then, there is nothing to be sorry for now.
할머니도 참. 자네 같은 효자를 두다니 자네 부모 행복해지겠어.
Honestly, your parents must be really happy to have a dutiful child like you. Oh no! Oh no! No, not when we know that Vin has, like, you know, a complicated family relationship, to say the least. Dr. Victor has a complicated relationship with his parents. Yeah. Oh. Happy, you say. Vin looks down slightly. She's unable to discern his expression. It seems like his dad cares about him. Seems like his mom does too, although she shows it in a really weird way. Just as she's about to say something to distract them from the sensitive topic of family.
저도 그렇게 생각해요.
I think that too. What?
당연히 그랬지.
I guess it's fine to lie for the sake of the investigation. Of course, you'll definitely bring them good fortune. Upon hearing Jill Meadows' compliment, Vin isn't disappointed like Rosa had assumed he would be. Instead, his smile is even bigger when he raises his gaze again. That's because he's faking. As long as he doesn't mind. Vin patiently feeds Jill Meadow one bite at a time, just like he would with a real relative. She thinks to herself that there are no children in this world who are born to hate their parents. The same definitely rings true for Vin. After eating, it is nearly 7 p.m., an hour before visiting hours at the shelter end. Considering that there are still many doubts rooted in her heart, and in an effort not to waste time, while Vin is returning the plate, she takes this opportunity to start her conversation with Jill Meadows. Mrs. Meadows, are the numbers sewn into your clothes a phone number?
이건 맞아. 로의 전화번호야.
Yes, this is Letta's phone number. Oh! Jill Meadows hesitates as she caresses the crooked embroidery.
학교를 안 다녀서 글자는 그냥 잘 못 알아보거든.
Oh, interesting. I never really went to school when I was young. I can barely recognize numbers, let alone words. Interesting.
내가 밖에서 무슨 일이라도 생기면 연락 안 걱정된다고. 마다 이 전화번호를 바느질해 줬어.
Letta was worried that if anything happened, I wouldn't be able to contact home, so she sewed these on every piece of my clothing.
로아도 참 착한 아이였지.
Oh, she was a good child. Oh. Past tense. At the end of her sentence, Jill Meadows' voice becomes lower and her eyes dim. Just when the atmosphere is getting depressed, Vin naturally joins the conversation after returning the dinner plate.
바늘땀이 투박한데.
The stitching looks rough. Did she just learn to sew? That's right.
들어보니까 그럼
As I listen,
이야기를 나눠볼까?
yeah, as I listen, I think she sounds like a good child. Let's talk about her.
물론이지.
Yes,
내가 아는
of
거
course.
다 알려줄게.
I'll tell you everything I know. Okay, investigation time. Question time. 6 pieces of key information. Okay. Mrs. Meadows, the police's preliminary conclusion is that Letta Gray's death may have been related to the use of pesticides. Has anything happened to her recently at home or at school that could be of concern?
그게 학교 얘기가 나와서 하는 말이.
Well, now that you're mentioning school, Jill Meadows frowns.
한두 달쯤 전이었나? 정확한 날짜는 기억이 나는데.
It was about a month or two ago. I don't remember the exact date.
뭔가 갑자기 학교에 안 가겠다고 했어.
Oh, she suddenly said that she was going to stop going to school.
휴학하겠다고만 대답했지.
I asked her about it and she said she was withdrawing from school. Or taking a break from school. Taking a break from school. Sensing something suspicious, Rosa quietly looks at Vin. Yeah. School is a critical part of any child's life. Leaving is a bold decision that would only stem from insurmountable
잘
issues.
생각해 보세요. 휴학하기 전 이상한 낌새는 없었나요?
Please think about it. Can you recall anything strange happening before her temporary withdrawal?
몸에 이상한 멍이 많이 생겼다거나
It could be something obvious like odd bruises.
성적이 급격하게 나 신체 접촉을 거부하고 말수가 적어졌다거나 같은 것들이요.
A decline in her grades, refusing to be touched, becoming uncommunicative,
거짓말, 절도,
even lying,
가족들에게 폭언을 퍼붓는 등 나쁜 습관도 포함돼요.
or speaking harshly to family members. Any bad habits.
로아는 착한 애야.
She was a good child.
성격이 조용해서 나한테도 학교 일에 대해서는 거의 얘기하지 않았지.
She kept to herself and didn't tell me much about school.
학교 다닌 적이 없어서 성적에 대한 건 잘 모르겠는데 로아한테 나쁜 습관 같은 건 없었던 게 확실해.
I never received an education, so I don't know anything about grades, but she never had any bad habits.
다른 건
As for other stuff,
굳이 말하자면
well, if I have to say, she looks down, slightly clenching her trembling hands.
한 번은 학교가 한참이 됐는데도 집에 오질 않길래 혹시 무슨 일이라도 생겼나 하고 학교에 가본 적이 있네.
Oh, she was coming home late after school, so I dropped by the school in case something had happened.
그리고 같은 교복을 입은 심각하는 걸 봤는데
And then I saw another
아마
student wearing the
다투고
same
있는 것
uniform.
같았어.
Pulling on her, it looked as if they were arguing.
내가 가까이 가니까 급히 도망가더라고.
But when she saw me walking over, the girl quickly ran away. And what did Letta Gray say about that?
같은 반 친구끼리 작은 칼 챙긴 거라면서.
Oh, it was just a small class fight between a classmate. Oh,
어찌됐든 가족이 아니라서 더 이상 캐묻기가 좀 그렇더라.
I'm not family, so it wasn't right for me to pry.
그때 몇 마디 봤더라면.
But if I had asked, don't beat yourself up about it. Nobody could have predicted that something like this would happen. Vin nods gently and echoes her sentiment eloquently.
게다가 로아의 사인이 자살인지 가살인지조차 아직 확실치 않아요.
And on top of that, it's yet to be determined whether the suicide of Letta Gray was, or the death was a suicide or a homicide.
우리가 생각하지 못한 원인이 있을지도 모르죠.
There may be other factors that we don't know about. Based on Jill Meadows' description, it's true that the school shouldn't be the sole focus of suspicion. It's still uncertain what role Letta Gray's parents, whom she never mentioned, plays in all of this. Okay. Yeah, let's ask about the parents. Mrs. Meadows, in your opinion, how was Letta Gray's relationship with her parents?
그건 나도 어떻게 대답해야 할지 모르겠네.
I don't know how I should answer that, but
좋지도 나쁘지도 않았지.
it was neither good nor bad. Neither good nor bad? Rosa is somewhat alarmed at the vague evaluation. Before she can give it more thought, Vin seems to have already caught the implied meaning behind Jill Meadows' words and points it out.
그러니까 로아와의 관계보다 부부간의 관계가 더 미묘하다는 말씀이시죠?
You're saying that they had a more... Wait, hang on. I don't even understand what this sentence in English says, so let's see what he said in Korean.
로아와 부부간의 더 미묘한 말씀이시죠?
Hang on.
그러니까 로아와의 관계보다 부부간의 관계가 더 미묘하다는 말씀이시죠?
So you're saying that they had more of like the relationship between the couple was more sensitive than with Letta. Okay.
내가 하는 걸 수도 있는데
Yes, it might be nosy of me, but
강도스는 서로를 완전히 투명 인간 취급하더라고. 우리 봐도 이상해.
they were husband and wife, but they didn't sleep. But they slept in separate bedrooms, and they barely acknowledged each other. It's strange. Interesting. But their current whereabouts are unknown. Do you know anything about that? Joe Meadows frowns and shakes her head.
로아의 엄마는 내가 시토로 들어간 지 그래서 지금까지 이름도 제대로 모르고 있네.
What? Letta's mother disappeared after I moved in. I don't even know her name. What?
처음엔 로아 할까봐 참견하지 못했는데 한번 물어본 적이었지.
I didn't want to be nosy because I was afraid of hurting Letta, so I only asked her about it once.
근데 하면 않더라고. 아마 숨기고 있는 일이 있는 것 같더군.
But she refused to say anything. I guess she was hiding something. Oh. Hiding something deep inside. Letta's mother must be Mavis Sutcliffe, the person that Marius mentioned. Vin, who is seemingly accustomed to strange family dynamics, calmly continues his line of questioning.
그럼 로아의 아버지는요?
And what about Letta's father?
로아 이름은 알지. 길상빈이라고 하는.
I know him. His name is Hugo Gray.
로아 아빠한테서 들은 적이 있다.
He told me about it. Okay. After this brief account, Jill Meadows averts her gaze, seemingly avoiding something. Rosa's instincts tell her that the matter concerning these two isn't all that simple. Maybe the topic is taboo, or maybe she doesn't know what to say about it. Whatever the case, Jill Meadows finds it difficult to say anything for a moment. Oh my gosh. There's so much. Okay, let's go with this to get this out of the way.
사건 당일 밤 일에 대해서는 아직
What happened that night should still be
경찰도
a
물어봤겠지만
deep memory.
다시 한번 말해 주시겠어요?
I know the police have asked you about it, but would you mind telling us again?
미안하지만 그 일에 대해서는 딱히 도움이 될 것 같네.
I'm sorry, but I can't help much with this matter. Jill Meadows rubs her callous hands repeatedly, looking slightly ashamed.
마지막으로 로아를 본 건 저녁 식사 시간이었는데 아마 6시쯤이지.
The last time I saw Letta was during dinner, which was around 6 p.m.
나이가 들어서 그런지 늦게까지 버티는 게 힘들어서 평소처럼 방에 들어가고 8시가 넘어간에 비몽사몽 잠에 들었어.
I'm already old. I can't stay up late. I went back around my room as early as usual and fell asleep around 8 p.m.
귀가 안 좋아서 아무 소리 들었는데.
My hearing isn't what it used to be, and I didn't hear, or I can't hear very well, so I didn't hear anything either.
경찰이 찾아온 뒤에야 로아가 봉변을 댔다는 걸 알게 됐다네.
It wasn't until the police came that I realized something had happened to Letta. Oh no. She looks down, her weathered face full of sadness. Rosa hesitates for a moment, however, faced with suspicion she can't ignore, she chooses to voice the doubts weighing in her heart. Mrs. Meadows, if you're not hard of hearing, can you not notice that you were missing a hearing aid?
그건 알고 있었지.
Well, of course I noticed.
사실 떨어뜨린 지는 얼마 안 됐어. 아무리 찾아도 못 찾았는데 나중에 경찰 총각이 침대 밑에서 찾았다고 하더라고.
I lost it sometime in the last few days, but I just couldn't find it. Later on, the police told me they found it under the bed. Jill Meadows wearily lifts her hand to massage the uneven wrinkles on her face.
아마 경찰 총각은 날 의심하고 있을 거야.
The police probably suspect me. She's lying.
그날 밤 집에 있었던
What do you
사람은
think she's lying about?
전에 실수로 루아의 방에까지 떨어뜨렸으니 의심받는 것도 당연하지.
How could they not? I was the only person there in the room, and I carelessly dropped something in Lecha's room. So of course they're suspicious.
걱정하세요.
Don't worry.
지금 있는 거로는 범인을 지목하기에 무리가 있으니까요.
Even if this was a homicide, there's currently far from enough evidence to suspect anyone. Just as Vin said, they were living under the same roof after all. It would be normal for Joe Meadows to accidentally drop something in Letta Gray's room. Yeah. In contrast, perhaps Letta Gray's parents, especially the father, who disappeared on the night of the murder, are more worthy of investigation. Right? I'm amazed that they're not looking for this father. Like, what is going on that they're not hunting this father down? Like, what? What?
제 기억이 맞다면 길상빈은 사건 발생 후 갑자기 실종됐어요.
If I remember correctly, he disappeared suddenly after the murder.
길상빈과 관련된 일을 조금 더 얘기해 주실 수 있나요?
Can you tell us more about him?
이를테면 로아와의 관계라든지예요.
For example, his relationship with Letta Gray.
내가 함부로 말할 텐데.
I shouldn't be commenting I shouldn't be saying anything, but Jill Meadows deliberately avoids both of their gazes, breathing a long sigh of relief.
말이지. 아버지다운 전혀 없는 사람이야.
Oh, he wasn't like a father.
로아가 훨씬 성했을 정도니까 말이지.
She was much more mature than him. Oh, Mrs. Meadows, did he not treat Letta Gray well?
막대한 게 뭐야? 그걸로도 부족하지.
Oh, he didn't do anything.
정신도 불안정한 데다가 제대로 된 일자리도 없지.
He was emotionally unstable and couldn't hold down a job. He would burst into a rage and yell at her. Vin laughs coldly upon hearing this. Oh,
한심하네요.
how disgraceful.
맞아.
That's right.
하지만 로아 아무 말 없이 아빠를 잘랐어.
But oh.
길상빈이 화를 낼 때마다 달래면서 위로했지.
Oh. But she never said anything and was good to him. Whenever he lost his temper, she would be the one to comfort him. Oh. Oh, this is so sad. Good night, Kathy. Have a good rest. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's very late. Have a good sleep. Yeah, see you for Friendship Friday. Did he ever lay a hand on Letta Gray, including any other inappropriate physical contact?
길상빈이
What?
화내면서 물건을 부순 적은 있지만 사람을 때린 건 본 적이 없다네.
He would smash things, but he never hit anyone.
내가 안보 어떻게 했을지는 나도 모르겠지만.
But what on behind closed doors, I can't really say. When was the last time you saw Hugo Gray?
그날 밤까지만 해도 방으로 돌아가기 전에 만났었는데.
It was that night. I met him that night before I went back to my room. What? Something must have happened between the two of them. Or perhaps Joe Meadows is hiding something. There's something off about her expression whenever Hugo Gray is mentioned. But Vin seems to be much calmer compared to Rosa's own concerns and doubts. He stares at Joel Meadows, deliberately slowing his speech.
일단 긴장하지 마세요.
First of all, don't be nervous.
길상빈에 대해 마지막으로 여쭤보는데
I have one last question about Hugo Gray.
사건 당일 밤 로아와 길상빈 사이에 격한 갈등이 있었나요?
Were there any violent confrontations between him and Letta Gray on the night of the murder? Maybe. I think they were fighting about something. But I couldn't really hear. After saying that, Jill Meadows lowers her head, her eyes showing obvious signs that she doesn't want to say much more. Her attitude towards Hugo Gray is definitely odd. The way she's intentionally avoiding it almost makes it seem like she's afraid of saying the wrong thing. What is going on with him? Okay, so let's talk about the mother. Mrs. Meadows, it may have been for a short while, but you did spend some time with Letta's mother, Mavis Sutcliffe. Could you think back and recall if anything seemed off during that time?
굳이 말하자면
If I were to answer that, Jill Meadows looks at the both of them with slight hesitance. After a pause, she speaks in a low voice.
하루는 밤에 갔는데 문 앞에서 박스를 하나 발견했다네.
One night, I saw a cardboard box sitting in front of the door when I was taking out the trash. She makes a rough outline of the box with her fingers. It seems to be rectangular in shape, and its height and weight seem to be the same as a typical fruit box.
호기심에 열어봤는데
I was curious about
그
it,
상자 안에 돈이 가득 들어 있었어.
so I looked inside, and the card box was full of money. Money? It must have been cash then. Strange. Is there something shady going on? Why would something like that be left so casually on someone's doorstep?
그 돈은 나중에 어떻게 됐나요?
And what happened to that money later?
나중에 루아 엄마가 가져갔어.
Later, that's his mother took it.
그리고 얼마 지나지 않아 루아 엄마가 사라졌.
She left after that.
물건도 그대로 집에 있는데 먼저 돌아온 적 없어.
She didn't take anything from the house, but she never returned. Oh, upon hearing this, Ben quietly snorts, his face devoid of any emotion. Out of the corner of her eye, Rosa sees him twirling a few strands of his hair in his fingers, a gesture that she rarely sees.
우리 고향에선 길에서 주운 돈은
Oh, is he self-soothing?
가갈 때는 목숨이라는 말이 있다네.
There's a saying from the village I come from, don't take any money that falls into your lap, or you may pay for it with your life.
한 사람이 평생 벌 수 있는 돈은 정해져 있어.
There's a certain amount of money that everyone can make during their lifetime.
부당한 방법으로 돈을 먼저 쓰게 된다면 결국 줄어드는 건 숨이겠지.
Oh. Using illegal means to obtain that money in advance or even going beyond that amount could cost you your life. Jill Meadows waves her hand in fear. She sounds superstitious. In the face of this old woman's groundless speculation, they choose not to comment. But it's still unclear if this matter is related to Letta Gray's death. But at the very least, Rosa is certain that humans are responsible if there's foul play involved, not gods or evil spirits. Yeah. Although we have met ghosts on a train. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. Sometimes this game confuses me. Can you tell us about yourself?
경찰 측이 자녀분들과 연락이 안 된다고 하던데 뭔가 이유인 건가요?
Oh, the police have been unable to contact your children. Is there a reason for that? Thanks to Vin, Jill Meadows seems to have completely let her guard down around them.
그게 내 손.
My grandson. No, because of I, sorry. Why? What did you do? Vin doesn't jump in to console or disagree with her. He looks at Jill Meadows with a gentle and firm gaze, silently informing her that he is listening and that he completely understands her.
내가 발견을 못해서 아무지도 못한 거야. 그렇게 어린.
Oh no. I didn't discover it in time and I couldn't do anything. So he died so young. Oh. So her children blame her or something?
그러니까 나랑 인을 끄는 건 아들 탓이 아니야. 그래서 쫓겨난 것도 다 내 잘못이고 그 집에서 살 자격도 없어.
Oh. So I don't blame my son for cutting ties with me and I deserve to be kicked out. I don't deserve to live in that house. Jill Meadows is vague when telling her story, which makes it inconvenient to question her further. So even if it's inconvenient, ask her what happened. What didn't she discover? Despite not grasping the whole story either, Vin is able to naturally push the topic forward as if he knew.
그럼 그때 할 수 있는 일이나 해야 할 일이 뭐였다고 생각하세요?
So what do you think you could or should have done?
당연히 집에 남아 있었었지.
Of course I should have stayed home.
집에서 뛰어내릴 줄 알았다면 하늘 무너져도 그날 집에 남아 있었을 거야.
Oh. If I had known he was going to jump, I would have stayed home that day, even if the world was ending. Oh, it was a suicide. Oh no.
스스로의 선택이 있는 법이니까.
Themis! Themis tried not to kill children challenge. Ah. We already have 2 more dead children in this story. I swear, Themis. Do not blame yourself too much. Everyone has their own choices to make.
아니야.
Oh?
선택 여지가 없었어.
No, he didn't have a choice. Jill Meadows mutters to herself while shaking her head. Vin simply consoles her instead of asking for details. She gradually reveals information that sheds light on the situation. Oh, good. Please let me know. Many families of suicide victims don't understand the reason for their passing. They only feel regret. But judging by her tone, it seems like she's blaming herself for neglecting him. Seeing that she's unwilling to speak any further, Vin doesn't push any further on the topic. Oh, no, so he's not gonna? He glances at her, at Rosa, and silently passes her the baton with a look. Mrs. Meadows, how did you come to live with Latagray?
맞아.
That's right.
그땐 갈 곳이 없었어.
At the time, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't find any work.
살기도 힘들었지.
It was difficult just to find food and live.
마침 그 집에서 로아를 돌볼 시터를 모집하고 있더라고.
Unless his family needed a nanny, I would receive a salary and free housing. It was a lifesaver for me. Where did you hear about this job listing?
우연히 학교 중이던 로아한테서 들었다네.
Coincidentally, I ran into Letta after school, and she told me about it.
워낙 착해서 갈 곳이 없다는 내 사정을 듣고는 자기 집으로 같이 가자고 하더라고.
The child was kind, saw I was homeless, so she offered to take me home with her.
이렇게 될 줄 알았어.
If only I knew how things would turn out. Jill Meadows falls silent for a moment, then sighs. Hearing this, both Rosa and Vin look out the window in deep in thought. However, Rosa is unsure what he's thinking. Was it really a coincidence? This is very sus. Okay, we've ended the questioning though. All right, so we talked to her. It's getting late. I should go. Visiting hours are over. And if we keep talking, the nurse is going to ask us what are we still doing. Jill Meadows grabs the cane beside her and stands up unsteadily. Okay. Perhaps she got up too quickly, causing the cane to get caught on the edge of the table. This makes her lose her balance and fall in Rosa's direction. Watch out! She quickly steps forward and takes her arm. With Vin's help, the two of them support her back onto the chair. Then Vin picks up the cane that fell to the ground. But when handing the cane back to Jill, he follows up with another question.
어르신, 길승빈이 두려우신 건가요?
Elder, are you scared of Hugo Gray?
그걸 어떻게 대답해야 할지.
Well, how should I answer that? New code? Genshin code, I see. Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to remember to add that. Rocks are good. Jill Meadows is breathing rapidly and patting her chest in shock. Rosa thinks Vin might have discovered a new point of suspicion, but what he says next takes her breath away.
길상빈은 현 유연해서 앞으로 어떤 일을 저지를지 몰라요.
Oh, it's like a vague threat. Hugo Gray's whereabouts are currently unknown and nobody knows what he might do to be safe.
한동안 저희 집에서 지내시는 건 어떠세요?
How about staying with me temporarily? Oh my gosh. Eh? Why is he suddenly? It was a considered invitation, but it feels strange that Vin is the one offering. I mean, Rosa is his family in one of the timelines that we're on. Oh, I can't do that.
괜찮아요.
Don't worry.
집사랑 둘이서만 지내고 있는 데다가 빈 방도 여러 개거든요.
I have a butler living at my house, and there are a few empty guest rooms.
그리고 이 수용소는 오래 머무는 곳이 아니.
And this shelter is not somewhere you can stay for long.
경찰이 조만간 아드님한테 연락할 거예요.
It's only a matter of time before the police.
연락을 끊었다 해도 여전히 법적으로는 모자 사이.
get in touch with your son. Even if you're not on speaking terms, you're legally mother and son.
무슨 낯짝으로 아들을 만나러 가? 그건 너무 염치 없는 짓이지.
How can I possibly face him? That's going to be trouble. Don't say that, Mrs. Meadows. It's not troublesome. He has a legal obligation to support you. I love Rosa. Rosa's so kind. She's like, he has to take care of you. It's the rules. Oh, I'll forget it. I can't bother him. Jill Meadows mumbles as she clenches her cane. At the mention of her son, she is adamant in her refusal, but not as strongly as before.
만약 수용소에서 지낼 수 없다면 대충 밖에서
If I can't stay here for long, I'll just sleep outside. Oh my god.
경찰이 그러는데 자유롭게 움직일 수는 있지만 밀착 감시를 해야 한다. 하여튼 다른 사람한테 피해를 주면 안 된다네.
The police said I can move freely about, but I would be under surveillance. The surveillance would cause trouble for others. I see. Hearing this, Rosa can't help but frown. This degree of surveillance proves that Jill Meadows is the biggest suspect right now. Yeah, that's silly. What about Hugo? The man who disappeared the night of the... What the hell? The police are so incompetent. Worry not. I'm already used to surveillance. At the same moment, Vin interrupts Jill Meadows. He deliberately throws Rosa a glance. Oh. You mean how she's... Oh, God. It feels like a silent cue. As she meets his gaze, she can't help but think back to what happened last night. She turns her body slightly as she puts her hand in her pocket. I almost forgot. I slipped this into my pocket. After feeling the bugging device in her pocket, she quickly pulls her hand back out. Wow, I can't believe Vin just did that. What's wrong? Is there something hot in your pocket? No, it's nothing. I'm fine.
네.
Yeah, just a hot pack.
걱정 마세요.
Yes, she's fine. Don't worry. Oh my god, what is this stupid ass conversation? Vin smiles as if he understands everything. He continues speaking naturally, taking advantage of the moment while she's at a loss.
군 쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 경찰의 감시가 있다면 적어도 할머니의 안전은 보장할 수 있잖아요.
On the bright side, at least your safety is guaranteed with police surveillance.
그저 어릴 때부터 그런 경에서 자라서 사람들이 감시하는 편이 오히려 더 안심돼요.
Oh, I grew up in this kind of environment. Being watched makes me feel more at ease.
그러니 걱정하실어요.
So don't worry.
만약 정말 갈 수 없다면 저희 집에 잠시 머무르세요.
If you have nowhere to stay, you can stay at my place for a bit. Faced with Vin's tempting offer, she can't continue to refuse. She tightly grips her cane in silence and sighs deeply for some reason. Why? Although she understands why Jill Meadows doesn't wish to trouble her son, she can't fully empathize with her. Just like how she is unable to understand what Vin is thinking right now. Oh, that's because Rosa came from a loving family. What it must be like. In the past, he always kept a proper sense of propriety and distance, never getting close to anyone. He certainly wouldn't allow a complete stranger into his personal space. So what about this case made him deviate from his usual style of handling things? Is the reason purely out of compassion? I love that Rosa's like, Vin being compassionate? Surely not. He's a doctor. Guys, this is so bad. That night, Vin notifies the police and takes care of the transfer procedures for Jill Meadows to leave the shelter. While that is going on, the two of them don't have much time for small talk. The strange atmosphere between the two of them lingers until they're on their way home. Both Rosa and Vin have been maintaining silence, as though each is waiting for the other to speak first. The questions in her mind keep growing, and in the end, she can't help but give in. Dr. Richter, just what are you planning to do? The night wind whooshes through the alley, causing Vin's clothes to rustle. As she walks diagonally behind him, she can feel his white lab coat brushing repeatedly against her hand, tickling her skin.
집까지
Walking you home. His response is obviously not an answer to her question. She finds herself lifting her hand to grab a corner of that white coat. Even though she didn't pull hard on his coat, Vin seems to sense something and turns to look at her.
제 말 아직 안 끝났어요.
I'm not done talking. Okay. As the world is telling them to flirt. Is that what we should be doing right now? As Rosa meets his somewhat resigned gaze, she finally comes to her senses and hurriedly lets go. How immature. What am I doing? Vin doesn't seem to mind and continues the earlier conversation about his plan.
오지르는 할머니를 먼저까지 데려드려야 해서
Ogier
신경 쓰지 못할 거예요.
will go pick up Mrs. Meadows and he won't have time to look after us.
마침 여기서 당신 가까워서 충분하잖아.
Your place is close enough for us to walk to.
집까지 가. 당신이 궁금해하는 문제의 답을 들려줄 기회가 있을 거라고 생각했어요.
Oh, while I'm walking you home, I would like to use this opportunity to hear the questions you've been wanting to ask.
그게 제 생각이었어요.
That's what I'm planning to do. Okay. Then you actually already know what I want to ask you, right?
애하게 애둘러서 말하지만
I can figure it out.
알 것 같아.
As long as you're not too vague or cautious with what you say. Ugh. For a moment, she can't distinguish who is more unhappy right now. But it also makes her realize that Vin probably prefers to address things in a straightforward manner. Okay, then let's just ask him. Then I'll be direct with you. Why did you offer to let Mrs. Meadows live at your place?
이유는 아까 일상빈의 행방이 의심스러워서 위험 가능성을 없어요.
Okay, hang on.
이유는 아까 말했던 것과 비슷해요. 길상빈의 의심스러워서 위험 가능성을 배제할 수 없어요.
Okay. My reasons are similar to what I said before. It's suspicious that we don't know where Hugo Gray is, and there might be the possibility of danger.
그리고 수용소의 환경도 좋은 편은 아니었잖아요.
And the shelter's conditions are not
맹씨
good.
할머니는 그 집의 유일한 증인이라 절대로 문제 생기면 안 돼요.
Mrs. Meadows is the only witness to what happened, so nothing can be allowed to happen to her. But isn't that place under police surveillance?
전 절 더 믿거든요.
I trust myself. I trust myself more. But Dr. Richter, you noticed it too, didn't you? She didn't tell us the full truth at all. Of course not. She's certain that Vin would have noticed it far earlier than she did. As expected, Vin's expression shows no signs of surprise at her words. He nods calmly.
알아요.
I know.
맹씨 할머니가 그 집에 사는 거 맞죠?
It's almost impossible for her to be a live-in nanny. That's right. Okay, here we go. How she could not fulfill her. Okay. Oh, that's not correct. Oh, so these are just the two reasons. I see. I was trying to make a connection, but it was asking me to make a list. The directions are unclear. Directions are unclear. A live-in nanny has to take care of many household chores, but she's hard of hearing and has trouble moving around. Given her current physical condition, it is simply not possible for her to take care of anyone else. Besides, Dr. Gray is already a high school student, which is long past the age of needing a nanny.
아니요. 그 점에 대해서는 저희보다 시터를 고용한 사람의 생각이 더 중요하지 않을까요?
But more than our opinions, what's more important is what the employer thinks. Makes sense. After all, they're the ones spending the money. But that person couldn't have been Mavis Sutcliffe, right? She disappeared shortly after Mrs. Meadows was hired. Moreover, she claimed to be unacquainted with Letta Gray's mother and didn't even know her name. So could Hugo Gray actually be the one who hired Mrs. Meadows? That doesn't seem to make any sense either.
만약 그렇다면 길상빈의 언행과 모순돼요. 상식에서도 벗어나고요.
Oh, it doesn't connect to what he said and did before. It doesn't make much sense. Okay. Okay, this one was actually finding a connection. Says she was hired to take care of Letta Gray. However, according to previous statements, Hugo Gray has a short temper. Not only did he not show any fatherly love, but he also needed his daughter to console him. Normally, a father like that wouldn't hire a nanny to look after his daughter, would he? Unless it was for some other reason.
시터의 역할이 돌보는 것만 있는 게 아닐 수도 있어요. 관계가 좋지 않은 정에서는 간혹 감시 역할을 하기도 하죠.
Oh, sometimes the role of a nanny is not meant to be literal. In some broken families, nannies double as surveillance.
하지만 지금 상황으로 보면 그럴 가능성은 낮을 것 같아요.
But it's unlikely given the current
맹씨
situation.
할머니를 집에 데려온 사람은 길로아에 대신할 사람이 필요했다 해도 길상비는 맹씨 할머니를 선택하지 않았을 거예요.
Letta Gray was the one who brought Mrs. Meadows home. Even if we assume Hugo Gray needed someone to help out around the house, he would never have chosen her. You're right. Whether it was really to take care of Letta Gray or she was asked to keep tabs on someone, the reason Mrs. Meadows was hired as a live-in nanny is pretty dubious. Plus, Hugo Gray is currently unemployed and doesn't seem well off. He might have some money put away, but I don't believe it would be enough for them to arbitrarily add an extra expense. Yeah. According to the current speculation, Jill Meadows' claim of being the live-in nanny is very suspicious. But this doesn't prove that the other things she described are necessarily true. She may be keeping more of the truth hidden. For example, what if she was actually close with Hugo Gray and Letta Gray was not the one that brought her home? How much of what Mrs. Meadows says can be trusted? Just as Rosa is about to remind Vin about this, he surprises her by raising a new point of suspicion.
주머니 사정이 넉한지에 대해서는 너무 결론을 내릴 필요가 없다고 생각해요.
Oh, it's too early to make conclusions about whether he had any money.
전에 실종된 서혜영과 출처 분명한 목숨값.
Do you remember Mavis Sutcliffe who went missing a while ago and the ominous box of money? Yes. Rosa's heart skips a beat and she remembers the point of suspicion that she had nearly overlooked. Just like Mavis Sutcliffe and Hugo Gray, that box of money is unaccounted for. It's not clear who has it right now. Dr. Richter, do you suspect that Hugo Gray wanted that box of money and murdered Mavis Sutcliffe for it? Following that line of thinking puts the case in a whole new light. Hugo Gray plotted against his own wife over the box of money. He set his sights on Letta Gray, who might have known. His own alleged disappearance was simply a cover story. So, did he want to shift all the blame on someone else by hiring Mrs. Meadows in advance? When she's completely lost in thought, Vin seems to be much more relaxed. He watches the bug zapper lamp in the grass patch with interest. As insects are continuously killed by it, even more insects are mindlessly drawn in to meet the same
단지
fate.
가능성을 제시했을 뿐이에요.
Oh my god, it's symbolic. I'm only suggesting the possibility.
지금 갖고 있는 정보가 너무 적어서
We know too
서로서로
little
결론을
information.
내리려다가는 고정관념에 빠지기 쉬워요.
If we make any premature conclusions, it's easy to fall into cognitive inertia when it comes to case analysis. As time passes, there's always a twist. As time passes, the chilly night wind gradually picks up speed. Vin turns his gaze towards Rosa, his golden eyes clear and bright. It's difficult to pry into what grim thoughts might be hiding behind that
모든
gaze.
사람이 의심스러우니까 일단은 특정 대상을 섣불리 의심하지 마세요.
Don't rush to suspect anyone in particular. They're all suspicious.
누군가를 의심한다는 건 다른 한 사람을 일시적으로 신뢰한다는 의미가 될 수 있으니까요.
Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, to doubt one person is to put everyone else in the tentatively credible category.
경솔하고 위험한 행동이에요.
That would be reckless and dangerous. You haven't chosen to believe any of them either, have you? Faced with the sudden question, he is taken aback and pauses for a few seconds. That's right. That's good. After all, there are still so many doubts about Mrs. Meadows. It's not a bad thing to be more careful. Ooh, Rosa's more suspicious. Seeing her breathe a sigh of relief, he frowns imperceptibly. He seems like he wants to say something but is holding himself back.
감기 걸리면 안 되니까 일찍 들어가.
So that you don't catch a cold, you should go back early.
내일 사건 현장에 가서 생각해도 늦지 않아요.
It's not too late to check out the crime scene, like, tomorrow. Okay. Without giving any more time to ask questions, he turns around and heads towards the exit of the alley. Vin's quick pace causes his white lab coat to sway violently back and forth. Okay. In the wind, as though constantly attacking the space between him and where she's walking. All right. Time to investigate the crime scene. The day after next, Rosa and Vin quickly head for Letta Gray's residence in the afternoon. On the way, Rosa asks him about how Jill Meadows has been doing during her stay with him. She doesn't respond with too much detail, only noting that everything is normal. She sets her worries aside, knowing that with Ogier around, no trouble should arise. That's true, there is a bodyguard. However, in just a moment's time, a familiar sense of anxiety arises as they arrive at the house. The run-down streets, old houses, and the locust trees in the yard swaying in the wind, they fittingly complement each other, creating an interesting and indescribable atmosphere amidst the passage of time. Okay. The police don't have definitive evidence to formally charge Jill Meadows. Yeah, and the scene of the incident remains sealed off. After lifting the caution tape to let Rosa and others in, Darius Morgan sighs with a heavy look on his face.
특수한 상황은 특수하게 처리해야 하니 융통성이 필요한 때도 있는 법이지만.
I know that desperate times calls for desperate measures, and sometimes you have to be more flexible, but
이번 사건으로 국정원까지 움직인 게 어쩐지 예감이 안 좋습니다.
I get a bad feeling when I think that even the NSB is involved in this case. It's just as Darius Morgan said. The reason they are allowed inside is to collect evidence is that the NSB issued a special order for it. This rarely ever happens. Could it be that Luke is also investigating this case? Vin doesn't seem to mind any of it. He looks around the room expressionlessly. I like that, like, she could just call Luke and ask him, but she's like, no, I shouldn't. Do the police view Jill Meadows as a prime suspect right now?
아직 깊게 조사한다. 이번 사건의 사인이 자살인지 타살인지조차 확실치 않아요.
Oh. The case is still in its preliminary investigation stage. No conclusions have been drawn regarding whether the victim's death was suicide or homicide.
하지만 개인적인 느낌으로는 맹진옥에게 어느 정도 혐의가 있는 것 같아요.
My instincts tell me she's.
용의자가 맹진옥 한 명인 거 아니야?
My instincts tell me that she's suspicious, but of course she's not the only one. Not the only one. Could it be? I'm just kidding. Could it be that the police have found leads other than the hearing aid that was dropped into the bedroom?
일단은 침대더군요.
First of all, this isn't an ordinary bedroom.
구멍은 물론 걸쇠 같은 것도 없었습니다.
Oh, there's no keyhole on the door. There's not even a lock.
누구든 몰래 들어갈 기회가 있었다는 걸 증명하죠.
Anyone could have had access to the room.
하지만 일반 가정집에서 매일 방문을 잠그는 경우는 거의 없고 그래서 더 중요한 게 있어요.
It's also true it's rare for anyone to lock the door to their door in an ordinary family. Oh, okay. What is that sentence? That's why there's something else that's extremely important. I think they meant door to their room. Darius Morgan asked an officer from the evidence department to bring over an evidence bag. Asian families don't have locked doors. The bag doesn't contain any of the unsettling items Rosa had been imagining. Instead, a lollipop encased in colorful wrapping is inside. Huh? Candy?
네. 이 사태는 남성의 지문이 검출됐어요.
Yes, we found a man's fingerprint on it.
남성이라면
A man.
길상빈인가요?
Could it be Hugo Gray?
두 분도 내막을 알고 계니 굳이 설명.
Very true, right? Since you guys aren't completely clueless about the situation, I'll skip the introductions. Darius gently nods and points toward the hall by the door.
은 저기에 있었어.
The candy was found somewhere
집안의
around there.
나머지 지문과 비교해 본 결과
After comparing the
길상빈의 지문으로
fingerprints,
확인됐어요.
we confirmed that the fingerprint does belong to Hugo Gray.
자료에서도 일치하는 거주자 정보를 찾을 수 없었으니 길상빈이라는 이름이 가짜일 수도 있어요.
However, we weren't able to find any residential information matching that name. It might not be his real name. I know, they need to check if you have secret friends above it. I know, it's so random. Oh, there was a candy. I just remembered. There was a candy in the trailer. That is not enough to formulate any suspicion.
네. 중요한 건
That's right. The important thing is where the candy was found. Oh. Oh, okay, is this her bedroom? There are 4 bedrooms in the house. The 2 rooms on the first floor belong to Hugo Gray and Mavis Sutcliffe. Letta Gray's room is above the stairs, facing the nanny's room from a distance. What an adorable room. The room's furniture is all pink. It looks like the dollhouse that many girls dream of when they're young. However, as Rosa inspects the room in more detail, a hidden sense of pressure and oppression gradually permeates everything that she once found beautiful. Oh no. After a closer look, she realizes that there are no real windows in the room. The only source of light is coming from the light that's hanging off the ceiling.
아직 그 추측을 뒷받침할 직접 근거는 없지만
We don't have direct evidence to prove this theory.
현장 상황에 따라 판단하면 막대 사탕이 이 침실에 있었을 가능성이 높다고 생각해요.
We believe there's a high probability the lollipop came from this bedroom.
지금은 초동 수사가 마무리된 상황이니 궁금한 게 있으시면 얼마든지 물어보세요.
The preliminary investigation is already complete. Feel free to ask me about anything else you'd like to know. Okay, thank you. All right, time to investigate. 1,000 must-know English questions, mistakes to avoid, high school math edition, ancient poetry for high school. Okay, so she was studying. I've done some of these problems. Times have changed, but high school students nowadays still get stuck on the same problems. Okay, this seems important. Dr. Richter, look at this. There are countless lollipops sitting in a jar on the shelf. The brand matches that of the lollipop found on the floor of the living room.
길상빈의 지문이 검출됐나요?
Have you tested this for Hugo Gray's fingerprints?
사탕 통과 일부 사탕에서 길로아의 지문이 검출됐어요.
Not yet. We only recovered her fingerprints from the jar and some lollipops. The lollipop that was found on the living room had only had his fingerprints, and this one only has Letta Gray's. It seems the two can't be connected at all.
그게 의문점이기도 해요.
And there's the mystery. Vin takes out one of the lollipops at random, playing with it between his fingers.
도중에 다른 사람이 손을 댔다 하더라도 길로아가 이 막대 사탕을 가지고 나간 거라면 반드시 지문이 남았을 거예요.
Even if it passed through someone else's hands, if Letta Gray touched this lollipop, it must have her fingerprints on it.
하지만 거실에 떨어진 사탕에서는 길상빈의 지문만 검출됐죠.
But the lollipop that was found in the living room floor only had Hugo Gray's fingerprints.
만약 길로아의 지문 길상빈이 일부 밖에서
If the lollipop was not taken from Letta Gray's bedroom, that must mean it was brought from outside.
캐비닛에 오래 방치되어 있던 사탕에 왜 다른 손님과 직원의 지문이 검출되지 않았는지는 둘째치고.
Putting aside the fact that that lollipop placed on a shelf from a long time and no fingerprints from other
갑자기 이렇게 사탕을
customers.
사온 게 조금 이상하네요.
The sudden purchase by itself does not conform to common sense. That's weird. Where he says, okay, the lollipop was dropped in a prominent place in the living room without being discovered, so it would have been the night of the murder. Why was Letta Gray murdered? It came from the bedroom. It would prove he came through here, which is suspicious enough. If the same brand was purchased from outside, his behavior on the night of the murder would be too coincidental. Moreover, Hugo Gray is still missing. Any way that they look at it, he is somehow connected to the case. Connected, but like strange, still confusing. Okay. Do a thorough cleaning, sort through shopping lists. Letta Gray kept herself busy at home despite withdrawing from school. What a beautiful landscape. I remember this place is a tourist attraction. Did Letta Gray want to travel here? Oh, okay, we found another clue. There's like 7. Oh god. This must be a box for an animal to live in. It seems like a lot of people are keeping small pets like hamsters or chinchillas. Was That's a gray one of them? But this box seems to have been abandoned. Nothing is living inside of it.
귀여워서인가요?
Because they're cute? Yeah, they're fluffy, but don't require as much energy to take care of, unlike puppies or kittens.
그렇군요.
I
하지만
understand.
아쉽게도 이건
Or that's.
파충류 전용 케이지인 것 같아요.
But this box seems to be reserved for reptiles. Yeah, so I knew he was gonna say that. Reptile, something like a lizard or snake. Upon closer inspection, there is neither sawdust nor a running wheel, which is standard for most hamster owners. It seems she made a subconscious misjudgment based on the decor of the bedroom. I'm sorry, Dr. Richter. I assume that Letta Gray would prefer cute animals.
아니요. 그게 정상이죠.
No, that's normal.
냉혈 동물은 주인을 알아볼 줄 몰라서 보편적인 의미의 귀여움에 부합하지 않아요. 이 방의 인테리어와도 어울리지 않죠.
The cold-blooded animals do not recognize their owners and are not cute in the traditional sense. It does not match this cute room. And from what I recall, it isn't easy to keep reptiles as pets either. Min nods and points to the ultraviolet light on the top of the box. Yep, I noticed that too.
냉혈 동물은 체온을 조절하는 능력이 없어서 사육할 때 온도 조절에 주의를 기울여야 해요.
Cold-blooded animals are unable to regulate their body temperatures. So they require careful attention. It is very difficult to eat them as
전에
pets.
길로아가 얼마 전에 휴학했다고 맹시 할머니가 말씀하셨잖아요.
However, Ms. Meadows said that Letta Gray was gone from school.
취미로 사육하는 거라면 보살필 시간은 충분할 거예요.
If she was interested, she would certainly have the time to take care of a reptile. Yeah, but why did she stop? They confirmed that a lizard was kept in the box. The police previously found the body of a lizard half buried in a small hole under a locust tree in the backyard. Oh. However, when it was found, it was in bits and pieces, suspected to be the work of stray cats. Oh no!
그 정도는 어땠죠?
What stage of decomposition was it in?
정확하게 설명은 어렵지만
Ew.
죽은 지 얼마 안 된 것으로 보아 최근 발생한 일일 겁니다.
It's hard for me to describe, but it didn't look like it was dead long, so it must have been recent. Okay. Oh no. Okay, these papers might be important. Pile of papers has been scattered around the desk. They seem to have fallen out of folders. These seem to be weekly and monthly exams for various subjects in school.
것들이네요.
Meaningless. Vin! Vin, who never received this kind of education, mutters quietly before picking them up from the ground with a frown. After sorting them out, Rosa quickly makes some new discoveries. Letta Gray had such good grades in the past, she probably wouldn't have had any trouble being at the top 3 of her class, but as the tests approached 2 months ago, her grades started to plummet. That's it.
저번 달 초까지의 시험지만 보관되어 있어요.
These are only tests at the beginning of last month. That's exactly around the time she withdrew from school. Oh, right. Mrs. Beddoes mentioned she witnessed her having an altercation with a female student. Do you think the reason for the sudden drop in her grades and subsequent withdrawal could be related to her?
네. 그 가능성도 배제할 수는 없죠.
We can't rule out that possibility. Vin turns to look at Darius Morgan, who is checking the room again for any clues.
반장님, 길로아랑 학교 사람들과의 관계도 조사하셨나요?
Dozed off. What happened? We're still doing Tears of Themis. We're investigating this poor girl's murder. The nanny is sus. The dad is sus. The mom is sus. This is all very sus. And Vin is judging the school system. I hope you had a good nap. I might take a nap after the story. It's a lot. Captain Morgan, did the police investigate Letta Gray's connections at school?
그건 할 예정입니다.
That is currently being
결과가
considered.
나오려면 시간이 좀 걸릴 거예요.
It will take time to reach a conclusion.
요즘 학생들이 꽤가 많아서
These
진술에
days,
거짓말을 섞을 때도 있거든요.
there are
그것
many
때문에
clever students.
조사를 헤맬 때도 있어요.
They speak just enough of the truth to fool us. A sense of fatigue, unique to adults, appears on Darius Morgan's face, and neither of them pushes the topic further. The writers do not like Gen Z. I'm kidding. The writers do not like kids, apparently. Is that why they keep killing them? Rosa takes a look at the test papers. No matter if the scores are high or low, they have just become useless scratch paper now. Oh my god! The callousness in this story. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, so we looked at, I think, everything on this side. So let's look this way. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but man, they're not wrong. It's just like, man, they really don't like kids. What are these? Rosa looks into a storage box filled with men's accessories, which takes her by surprise. After a glance, Rosa recognizes the brand of a particular watch. Oh, sorry, Vin. Rosa. It was Rosa. Dr. Victor, is that expensive?
유행하는 브랜드인데
It's been trending online recently.
평범한 학생들 사이에선 충분히 자랑할 만한 시기예요.
Oh, wearing it as an ordinary student would be something to be proud of. Or would be like a brag, I guess. Vin remarks subtly, not speaking from his own point of view. But regardless of whether Letta Gray's family financial situation made her an ordinary student or not, this watch was clearly not for her. Was it meant as a gift?
다이얼의 코팅이 벗겨져 있고 뚜렷한 마모 흔적으로 보아
Oh.
한동안 사용한 것 같아요.
Oh, this is sus. Have a good rest of stream. You're gonna try and get some sleep. Yeah, have a good rest. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I should try cooking too. I wanted to this year, but it's not working out. So that looks like it's just not gonna be in my resolutions for this year. Reading still is though. That mindset is going to doom their future. Yeah, right? Have a good rest. Good luck with your cooking. The film on the dial is torn and there are obvious signs of wear. Somebody has used it for quite some time. Strange. It couldn't have been given a gift from someone else. It's a man's watch. In this regard, Darius Morgan has no clear answer either. Oh my god, can't speak. At present, the police don't see the watch as an important piece of evidence. Moreover, it's been wiped down, making it difficult to investigate. Could this watch belong to Hugo Gray? But the bracelet placed next to it doesn't match his age. If it was something he owned when he was younger, the timeline doesn't match up either. Yeah, what is going on here? Maybe it's a memento. Maybe she kept it because it was from her dad. Okay. Oh, yeah. Also, it's like trendy these days, they said, right? Okay. Oh, I should eat lunch. It's like 2. Picture frame. Green leaf specimen. Found in the streets of Stellis. Why would she frame it? That does seem sus. Oh, a teddy bear. Oh, no, not a teddy bear. Never mind. A stain. Oh, dear God. What is this? I'm almost scared to see what this says. Passing by Letta Gray's bed, Rosa notices something off about the bed sheets. What's this stain on the bed sheet? Indeed. What is this stain? There we go.
소변 자국이
A urine stain. I knew it. Vin's almost certain answer is confirmed by Darius Morgan. After careful observation, the stains on the bed have already faded, which means they are the remaining residue after cleaning. It rules out the possibility that they were left on the night of the murder. But wasn't Letta Gray already a freshman in high school?
생리적 요인과 기저병변을 제외한다 해도 드문 경우는 아니죠.
Situation is not particularly rare, apart from physiological factors and organic mutation.
화목하지
What?
않은 가정 환경에서 자라
Especially children who grow up in a dysfunctional family
무관 속에
environment
자랐다면
or were abused and neglected at an early age.
어른이 돼서도 정신질환이나 트라우마로 인해 침대에 소변을 볼 수 있어요.
It's possible that underlying mental illness or trauma causes bedwetting behavior after growing up. According to Mrs. Meadows, Letta Gray and Hugo Gray don't have a normal parent-child relationship. Could this be related to that?
아직은 확실치 않아요.
Oh, it's hard to say. Vin shakes his head, calmly looking at the scene that others would feel ashamed of.
심리적 스트레스가 심할 때 때때로 침대에 소변을 보기도 하는데 이 정도는 정상적인 범주에 속해요.
Too much psychological pressure can also cause bedwetting, which is within the normal scope.
지금
Scope.
상황만으로는 어떤 문제도 설명할 수 없어요.
As things currently stand, we cannot confirm anything. Okay. We're almost there. We've almost identified everything. There's a conspicuous cup on a low table in the bedroom. Upon closer inspection, she can see residual white liquid at the bottom of the glass. Does this glass contain milk? Darius Morgan, who is standing, nods his composition analysis on his tablet.
검사가 우유에 소량의 농약이 섞인 것으로 확인됐습니다.
Oh.
성분이 길로아의 체내에서 검출된
The investigation found that the milk in the glass was mixed with a small amount of pesticide, which matches the toxic composition that she ingested.
중사예요.
Death by poison.
현장에 출동했던 의사도 같은 판단을 내렸습니다.
The emergency doctor who rushed to the scene also made the same judgment.
어떤 농약이죠?
What type of pesticide?
농약은 찾았지만 성분 분석을 통해 팜팜싹으로 거의 확정된 상황입니다.
We couldn't find the pesticide, but we concluded through composition analysis that
다시
CTL.
언급하자면 냉장고에 있던 팩 우유에서는 농약 성분이 검출되지 않았어요.
There no pesticide residue was detected in the cartons of milk stored in the refrigerator. Upon hearing this, Ben frowns. What is it?
이 농약은 작년에 개발된 신제품으로 살충력은 뛰어나지만 독성은 일반 농약보다 훨씬 낮아요.
Oh, the pesticide is a new product developed only last year. It's very potent against insects, but its toxicity is much lower than ordinary pesticides.
꽃을 심을 때 구충제로 자주 사용돼서 슈퍼마켓의 식물 코너에 가면 쉽게 구매할 수 있죠.
It's often used to remove insects from flowers, so it can be purchased in the gardening section of many supermarkets. Oh, that makes sense. He keeps flowers.
중독 후 사망까지는 최소 5시간이 걸리고 치사율도 낮아요. 팜싹을 보기 사망자가 발생한 건 이 사건이 처음이에요.
The poison, which requires at least 5 hours to take effect, has a high cure rate. This is the first recorded fatality. So Letta Gray didn't call for help the whole time.
네. 휴대폰은 1층 상황이었고 현재 휴대폰 속 내용은 분석 중에 있습니다.
No, her phone was left on the dining room table on the first floor. We're working on going through its contents.
윤 선생님께서 농약에 대해 그렇게 잘 알고 계실 줄 몰랐네.
I didn't know that Dr.
저희
Richter would know so
처음
much about
들어보는 이름이라
pesticides.
조사까지 했거든요.
We never even heard of this brand and had to look it up
저도
specifically.
사본 적이 있어서요.
I've purchased it myself. Yeah, he has a garden. Hearing this, his eyes, Darius Morgan's eyes instinctively sharpen. In response, Vin casually adds,
있어요.
I have a garden at home. I like that. Darius is like, what? He goes, I have a garden. Dude, chill.
네.
Sometimes Themis injects like just the right amount of comedy, you know? Oh, that is pretty funny. Oh! Okay, surely this is the last clue, right? At least it's the most obvious one. In the center of the room, the police have drawn a chalk outline where the body was found. According to Marius, the police initially speculated that Letta Gray's death was caused by pesticide poisoning before the medical examiner released an autopsy report. Captain Morgan, have you received the detailed autopsy on Letta Gray? After hearing the question, Marius Morgan uses a tablet to show an electronic report.
결과에 따르면 이는 농약 중독과
According to the medical examiner,
바이러스성 뇌암입니다.
Letta Gray's cause of death was pesticide poisoning, followed by viral encephalitis.
시간은 새벽 2시에서 4시로 추정되고요.
The time of death is estimated between 2 and 4 a.m.
시신은 아직 해부실에 보관되어 있어서 추후 새로운 의문점이 발견되면 2차 부검을 신할 예정입니다.
The body is still in the autopsy room. If we find anything new, we'll request a second examination.
큰 외에 인유적인 상처이 없었나요?
Other than these marks, are there any other signs of human-caused injuries? Darius Morgan immediately understands.
네, 학대받은 흔적은 발견되지 않았습니다.
That's right. There's no evidence of abuse on her body. Okay. According to the report, there were marks on the deceased's neck. Judging by the direction of the marks, the initial conclusion is they were inflicted by Letta Gray herself, and they were not fatal. Considering the pesticide can cause a burning sensation when they enter the throat, the medical examiner's theory is that Letta Gray struggled with the discomfort by scratching at her neck, which left those marks. Ah, I see. That said, she must have been conscious when she was poisoned. Yeah, and she didn't call for help.
하지만 외부 요인을 완전히 배제할 수는 없어요.
However, that cannot rule out external causes. That's interesting. I wonder if this is going to be another suicide.
정신적인 상처는 부검으로 알아낼 수 없으니까요. 당사자조차 눈치채지 못할 때도 있죠.
After all, there is no way to detect psychological damage, even if the parties involved are not aware of it. Vin stares down at the outline intently, as if looking at a living person. Okay, I think we found everything that we can for now. Are you guys close to finding the answer you're looking for? Rosa is not sure whether to nod or shake her head. It's true that there are numerous points of suspicion when it comes to Letter Gray's room. However, all they know right now is her cause of death. There is still no concrete evidence to determine whether this case is a suicide or a homicide or what she experienced before her death. But there do seem to be areas of contradiction. Suddenly, Darius' cell phone begins to ring. He frowns as he sees the caller ID. He quickly picks up the phone as he gestures for Rosa to leave the bedroom where the incident took place.
경찰서에서 온 전화예요.
It's from the police station. They've probably made new progress.
이 침실에 두 분만 남아 계시면 안 되거든요.
No one's watching the bedroom right now, so you guys can't be here
나가서
alone.
얘기하시죠.
Come out with me first. Okay, time to leave. There are still numerous officers collecting samples and evidence in the living room. While Darius takes the call, Rosa turns to the side to look at Vin, who is observing the scene with an expressionless face. For some reason, he looks more like a supervisor. Dr. Richter, do you think Letter Gray knew about the pesticide in the milk beforehand?
아직은 확실 수 없어요.
I can't say for sure yet.
현재로서는 단순한 타살 같진 않아요.
It does not appear to be a simple homicide. Yeah, this is a little weird. Rosa stands in the location where the candy fell, then looks up toward the room on the second floor. In the cramped space, she feels pressure on her chest, which makes it hard to breathe, almost as if her vision is crowded. You're right. If this was a homicide, Letter Gray had every chance to survive. Yeah, and she didn't. Like, she's aware that she was being poisoned. The bedroom door couldn't be locked. He said anyone had the opportunity to sneak in, which means that anyone could come out too. It would take at least 5 hours for the pesticides to take effect. She should have had ample time to seek help. There was no reason for her to end up dead in her bedroom. Even if Mrs. Meadows couldn't hear anyone knocking on the door despite being in the next room, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to go downstairs and grab her phone. Letters Grace suddenly started declining some time ago, and she had an altercation with a classmate. So it's possible she committed suicide? The possibility of that is relatively high.
그래도
But even
앞뒤가
so,
안 맞는 부분이 있어요.
there are some details that do not add up.
길로아가 괴롭힘이나 다른 이유로 정말 자살하고 싶었다면
If she was bullied and she wanted to commit suicide for some other reason,
이렇게 약한 돈과 중독 시간이 긴 농약을 사용하지 않았을 거예요.
anyone that determined would not choose a slow-acting pesticide with weak toxicity.
만약 자살이 강하지 않았다면 몇 시간 동안 고통받으면서 구조 요청을 하지 않았도 설명이 안 되죠.
It's difficult to explain why she struggled for several hours without going for help.
아마 저희가 모르는 내막이 있을 거예요.
There's probably more to the story than we know of. Maybe. Oh. Now I'm thinking like Jill Meadows does seem like a likelier suspect. Right? If she was there. But she chose not to help. I don't know. Oh, this is sad. Could have something to do with her father who has been missing. Okay. Oh man, this is a lot to think about. Just as her thoughts entangle, Darius suddenly finishes his phone call, walks over with a serious look on his face. It isn't until he gets closer that she notices him staring at Vin with a cautious gaze.
길상빈이 경찰서에 전화를 걸어
Oh, Hugo Gray just called the police station.
협상을 하겠다더군요.
He wants to negotiate.
그리고 윤 선생님의 이름을 언급했어요.
And he said your name. What? Darius Morgan's expression grows more complex in the face of Rose's astonishment. However, Vin smiles lightheartedly after a brief moment of silence. Oh, is that so? I didn't think things would turn out like this. Security personnel continue to walk past Rosa in a hurry. Vin is standing in front of the podium and facing the propped-up camera as he listens to the chatter around him with a straight face. Darius Morgan immediately speaks and stops Rosa as she's about to walk over.
곧 시작하니까 일단 여기 계시죠.
Oh, sorry. Alarm. Okay. Don't go over there yet. It's about to begin. Okay. Darius Morgan has been in a bad mood ever since they returned from the scene of the crime. What has happened? Dr. Morgan, what are Hugo Gray's terms? Is this situation connected to Dr. Richter somehow?
저희 쪽도 그 점을
The police are
이상하게
curious
생각하고
about the
있습니다.
very same thing. Darius purposely glances over at Vin.
현재 길상빈은 자신이 다른 여학생을 납치했다는 사실만 자백했습니다.
Oh! What has happened? Currently, Hugo Gray has only been willing to confess to the kidnapping of a girl named Angela Diggs.
길 같은 반 친구인데 최근 길러와 통화를 한 유일한 사람이기도 하죠.
She's one of Letta Gray's classmates. From what we know, she's also the only person who's spoken to Letta Gray on the phone
이
recently.
일대 CCTV 없지만 버스 정거장 CCTV를 조사가
There are no surveillance cameras in the area, but we did find images of Angela Diggs on the surveillance footage of the nearby bus stop.
사건 당일 저녁 6시 13분에 버스에서 내린 후 길로와의 주택 방향으로 이동했고요.
She arrived at the stop at 6:13 p.m. on the night of the incident and walked towards Letta Gray's
그
room.
후 정거장으로 다시 돌아오지 않았습니다.
She never returned after that.
다나나의
What?
주변인들을 조사했는데 그날 밤 이후 행방 불명된 것으로 확인됐습니다.
After visiting and investigating people connected to Angela Diggs, it's confirmed that she was never seen after that night.
알코올 중독자인 아버지가 집에 거의 들어오지 않아 다나나의 실종을 제때 발견하지 못한 거예요.
Her father's an alcoholic and usually returns home later in the night. That's why he didn't notice her absence. Angela Diggs, could she be the girl that Mrs. Meadows said had an argument with Letta Gray? Probably. But why was she around Letta Gray's house on the night of the incident? Could she be connected to Letta Gray's death, and that's why she was kidnapped by Hugo Gray? In contrast with the inability to hide her astonishment, Vin has his arms folded and calmly raises his chin for a brief moment. I wonder if Letta sacrificed herself to save someone else's life now, you know? Because there was a chance for her to save herself, but she didn't. But maybe she couldn't. Like, maybe she was threatened. If she did, someone else would get hurt, you know? That could be also a possibility now. In contrast with Rosa's inability to hide her astonishment, Vin has his arms folded and calmly raises his chin for a brief moment. Rosa is unable to determine whether Vin is putting on a defensive posture and trying to look calm, or if he's feeling completely confident in this moment.
그리고요.
And then what?
몇 시간 뒤 라이브 방송으로 사람들 앞에서 경찰에게 본인이 원하는 조건을 알릴 거라고 하더군요.
Hugo Gray said he would make his demands known on a live stream in a couple of hours.
그리고 이번 협상 중개자로 노아 심리 건강 연구센터의 책임진 윤 선생님을 지목했어요.
And he's named Vin Richter, the person in charge of the Gianno Vin Mental Health Research Center, to act as his mediator.
윤 선생님, 뭔가 짚히는 거 없으십니까?
So, do you have any idea what's going on? At this very moment, there doesn't seem to be any particular expression on Vin's face. He looks rather indifferent.
현재로선 없습니다. 일단 길상빈의 말부터 들어보죠.
Not yet. We should hear what he has to say first. I love that Vin's every expression is always so so suspicious. Right? Like, just he's so cold. Rosa quietly moves towards the side of the podium and looks at Vin worriedly. Countless speculators across various social media platforms are discussing the issue. Although they are unaware of the truth, they weave a narrative about Hugo Gray. Rather than seeing him as a suspect fleeing in fear of punishment, people seem to be leaning towards shaping him as an amazing father who became a kidnapper to avenge his daughter. If that's the case, it would make Vin the opposition to justice.
5분 남았습니다. 윤 선생님, 준비되셨나요?
I mean, not really, because he's the mediator, right? If anything, he's like an accomplice, right? Like, I don't think that's... I don't know, Rosa. Your thinking there is a little bit off. But all right. 5 minutes left, Dr. Richter. Are you ready?
전 언제든지 괜찮습니다.
I can start anytime. He puts down the speech outline the police prepared for him in advance. His gaze unintentionally shifts towards Rosa, but he quickly looks away as she enters his peripheral vision. Is Dr. Richter nervous? After 5 minutes, the host of the streaming channel sends an invitation to the account that the police have prepared. As the mediator, Vin's image is displayed to the public as requested by Hugo Gray. The stream is displayed on a projector, and the chat is already being spammed with comments. The hype peaks as the stream goes live. Oh! After seeing Hugo Gray's video feed, Rosa can't help but suck in a sharp breath. Oh my gosh, look at Vin's expression. And oh no, this poor girl. Inside the shabby room, a girl is sitting in the corner with her back to the camera. Her hands are tied to the back of a chair, and her mouth is gagged by something that looks like a piece of cloth. How can you tell? And that's all that's in the frame. Hugo Gray is not seen on camera. Only his modulated voice can be heard. Oh, I didn't think you would look so young. This is unexpected. The older the wiser doesn't seem to apply to you.
절 보자고 했으면서 인터넷에 검색도 안 해본 건가요?
You specifically asked for me by name. Did you not search online to see what I look like? After hearing Vin's question, Hugo Gray takes an obvious pause. Oh. Interesting. The audience can see through the deception. I still have Angela Diggs, and the police's plan to use a scapegoat will soon be exposed. Unless I don't care about the lives of us ordinary people. With Hugo Gray's instigation, the narrative of the comments on the stream become more extreme. He seems to be subtly trying to turn the audience into his allies. I mean, that's probably why he chose to do a live stream, right?
단 하나는 괜찮아요? 좀 더 가까이서 상태를 살펴보고 싶은데요.
How is Angela Diggs? We would like to take a closer look at her to see how she's doing. That won't be necessary. All you need to know is that she's still alive. Following the signals from an officer out of the frame, Vin does not insist on his demand and changes the topic.
왜 미성년자 학생인 단 하나를 납치한 거죠? 평범한 사람이 할 법한 일 같진 않은데요.
Angela Diggs is still a minor and just a student. Why did you kidnap her? This is not something an ordinary person would do. Aren't you going to ask why I asked to speak with you?
그러죠 뭐.
Sure.
왜 절 지목한 건가요?
So why'd you ask for me?
제가 젊고 유능해서라는 이유는 아니겠죠.
It wouldn't be because you were impressed by my youth and accomplishments, right? Why not? If you weren't a young and accomplished psychiatrist, my missing wife wouldn't have felt comfortable seeking help from you. Wait! I also heard you recently took in Jill Meadows. We have quite the connection. You're the only one I would ever consider speaking to. What is happening? What's going on? Mavis Sutcliffe was Dr. Richter's patient? Yeah, what the heck is this reveal? The chat immediately blows up. The officers next to look at one another with confusion on their faces. Hugo Gray laughs with satisfaction. He takes the opportunity to list his demands as Vin collects himself. In silence. Okay. I'll let her go, only if you guys do something for me. A week from now, have Dr. Richter speak with me again and have him answer a question in front of everyone. Why did I kidnap Angela Diggs? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This story is getting crazy. Don't worry, Dr. Richter should know the answer better than anyone. However, it's uncertain whether he has the courage to answer it. As Hugo Gray finishes speaking, he cuts off the video. It's as if he has flipped a switch, unleashing a wild commotion in the conference room.
윤 선생님, 함께 취조실로 가야 할 것 같습니다.
I'm gonna have to ask you to come to the interrogation room with us.
알겠습니다.
I understand. Several officers, including Darius Morgan, quickly walk toward Vin. Rosa hurries and follows closely behind them. Before she can make sense of it all, she finds herself already standing in his way. Captain Morgan, on what grounds are the police summoning a concerned citizen like Dr. Richter? Do you have the relevant summons? Oh!
그렇게 심각한 성은 아닙니다.
It's not as bad as you think.
서해안에 대해 더 파악하기 위해 선생님에게 수사 협조를 부탁드린 것뿐입니다.
The police are just hoping that Dr. Richter can actively assist in investigation and help us understand more details. When faced with this dire situation, Vin, on the contrary, is not as cold and defensive as he was before. He simply smiles. As he allows Rosa to stand in front of him, his easygoing behavior makes it seem like he's not even being protected.
변호사를 고용한 적은 없는 것 같은데요.
I don't remember hiring you. True. This is temporary legal aid, free of charge.
그럼 나중에 갚을 테니 진짜 도움이
Save it for
필요할
another
때
day.
도와주세요.
Come help me when I really need you.
방금 일에 대해서는 어쨌든 경찰과 얘기해봐야 하거든요.
After all, I do have to explain what happened just now to the police. Okay. This is more sus, but sure. There's no reason to hold them off anymore, but Rosa doesn't want to back off just yet. Captain Morgan, as his attorney, I am obligated to accompany Dr. Richter. I can wait outside if I'm not allowed to sit and listen. Darius Morgan sighs helplessly. He quickly waves at her as a sign of silent approval as he turns away. Okay. Vin's just like, yeah, I didn't ask for this. What is happening? So much for Vin getting to take that nap, right? Maybe so much for me as well. I'm all riled up now. But I will probably tire myself out, like, once the story is over, right? Like, it'll hit me. Once I get a moment to rest, like always. Rosa wasn't able to convince Darius Morgan during their last conversation. With a serious look in his face, he blocks the door and stops her from entering the room. After waiting for a total of 3 hours, the door to the interrogation room finally opens. After the officers quickly leave the area, Vin finally appears at the door with a frown on his face. He looks over at her with a strange expression.
왜 아직도 여기 계시죠?
Why are you still here?
아까 먼저 들어가라고 말씀드리지 않았나요?
I told you to go back earlier, didn't I? He did not say 2 hours in Korean, but sure. He was in there for 2 hours? I guess it's context, sure. Is that all you want to say to me? Shouldn't you inform your attorney of the statement they took first? You're not his attorney if he didn't hire you. Rosa. During these 3 tense hours, she was still unable to wrap her head around how Vin is involved in all of this. Rosa is so stubborn. And she can't make sense of the tangled clues, but on top of all of that, the most confusing part is what's going on inside Vin's own head. With the frustration brewing inside her, her tone becomes tainted with emotion after hearing his somewhat resigned question. It's really confusing, to be honest, to do this main story. And to also be like imagining like the SSR. Like if you're a Vin main, right? And you're doing the SSRs, I would be so upset. It would be like she is literally your fiance, right? Can you, first of all, I don't think she's allowed to be his attorney, like in this case, right? Conflict of interest and all that. But also, like, Why is he not telling her anything? This is why I pretty much only take Rosa and Artem seriously. Complicated expression. Unexpectedly, before she's able to explain herself, he lowers his head and apologizes.
걱정하게 해서 죄송해요.
I'm sorry to have made you worry. Huh? I thought you would be mad.
아니요. 안 돼요.
No, it's the opposite. Just the opposite? Could it be that Vin finds being accused of something enjoyable? She quickly rids the strange thought from her mind. After thinking about it in detail, she remembers having a similar conversation in the past. Oh, okay. Flashback time. I like that the flashbacks are like to 2 days ago. Like, can you...
애매하게 애둘러서 말하지만 알 것 같아요.
You know what I want to ask you? I can figure it out as long as you're not too vague or cautious with what you say. Okay. Although Dr. Richter seems to hope that people will be straightforward, with him, he himself is extremely vague. Yes, when he speaks, right?
왜 그러세요?
What is it? It's nothing. You're just a hypocrite. Please continue. She obviously didn't say the hypocrite part, but sure. Vin glances at her in confusion. He awkwardly smooths his shirt.
방금 시간이 오래 걸렸던 이유는 서혜연이 다른 이름으로 심리 치료를 받으러 왔기 때문이에요.
The reason it took so long is because Mavis Sutcliffe used a different name when she came to me for psychotherapy. Okay.
경찰은 연구센터의 환자들을 한 명씩 조사해야 찾을 수 있다고 하더군요.
The police need to go through the entire list of all patients the research center has ever treated to zero in on their target. I see. After all, Mavis Sutcliffe might not even be her real name.
네. 확인 후
Yes.
경찰이 서혜연의 상태에 대해 대략적으로 물어봤는데 아직 별다른 의문점은 발견하지 못했어요.
After the police confirmed everything, they asked me about her illness. However, they did not find anything suspicious in particular. They're not sure why Hugo Gray said those vague words either, right?
네. 그 부분은 잘 모르겠어요.
Yes, they have no idea. Vin frowns after hearing that name, clearly unwilling to expend any effort to hide his disdain for the man.
현재 경찰은 길상빈의 위치 추적은 물론 단 하나의 주변인 조사에도 주력하고 있어요.
Currently, the police are tracking down Hugo Gray's location and are investigating connections that Angela Diggs may have.
괜한 걱정일 수도 있지만
I may be overthinking it, but
서혜연에 관한 아직도 신경이 쓰이네요.
I'm still a little concerned about the incidents related to Mavis Sutcliffe.
만약을 대비해 저와 함께 가주셔야 할 곳이 있어요.
So, as a
자세한 건
precaution,
차 안에서 말씀드리죠.
I need you to accompany me somewhere. I'll tell you the details in the car. Rosa follows Vin from behind. As she looks at him, various thoughts run through her mind. He walks with a perfectly straightened back, as if he's fearless in the face of the situation at hand. She, on the other hand, is slightly slouched, weighed down by her worries. It's not just about Letta Gray anymore. The missing Mavis Sutcliffe is now directly connected to the case. Yeah. Isn't that the whole reason that Marius wanted us involved in the first place? Because we need to suss out her, where she is. Although investigations continue to be systematically carried out, the answer to the biggest question remains unknown. Dr. Richter should know the answer better than anyone. However, is uncertain whether he has the courage to answer it. Why would Hugo Gray say that? He seems to be more focused on Vin than Letta Gray. Yummy with fries, yeah. The sky is completely dark by the time they leave the police station. The rain clouds obstruct the stars in the sky. Down below, blinding flashes of light on the ground expose all corners of darkness. What is this music? The sound of camera shutters and chatter occupy the air. Even with security guards' best effort, they are unable to control the scene and manage the chaos.
윤 선생님, 납치범이 왜 윤 선생님과 대화를 하고 싶다고 지목한 건?
Ooh. Dr. Richter, why did the kidnapper specifically ask to speak with you?
맞아요.
That's right.
선생님, 대체 어떤 내막을 알고 계신 겁니까? 얘기 좀.
Is there some insider information that you know?
갖고 있어요.
Please share it with us.
윤 선생님, 카메라 좀 주세요.
Please look at the camera. Seeing that the camera is about to turn toward them, Vin breaks his silence and makes an accusation with a serious tone.
기자님, 이상한 취미라도 있는 겁니까?
Do you have some kind of strange fetish? Okay. Fetish? Yeah, my... What? Disinfects and adds flavors at the same time? Oh, well. Your mom would light a match, blow it out, and quickly put the ember on our sores. Hurt like a bitch, but I got rid of our sore. Well, there's no sore. That's the thing. It's flat. Like, it's a burn, but it's healing. Like, I don't have a sore. I don't have a sore in my mouth. Most likely I popped it myself somehow, but it's like tender, right? So it's like a little raw, right? It's obviously like a little raw, and I can't put a band-aid on it because it's in my mouth. And so that's what I'm experiencing right now. Isn't that child abuse? Yeah, that sounds painful. Ow. Rosa looks around in confusion. I'm confused. The reporters are all carrying various types of equipment and have the same expression on their faces as they fixate on what Vin just said. What Finn just said. Yes, they are also wondering.
뭘 둘러보는 거죠? 쪽 얘기하는 겁니다.
What are you looking around for? I'm talking about you. Wow. Huh? Vin grabs the phone out of her hand before she can react as he grunts and swipes the phone screen. The words he utters blatantly communicate his disgust and loathing. Wait, what? Even she wouldn't have believed him if she couldn't see the still locked phone screen in front of her.
다시는 몰래 찍지 마세요. 역겹네요.
Stop following me and taking photos in secret, you disgust me. What is going on? Is he distancing himself from Rosa to protect her? Vin tosses the phone toward the flower bed. Not the phone! She's got Genshin Impact on that phone. On my phone. She instinctively runs after the phone he tossed and begins to search for it in the bushes. The once whispering reporters begin to shout in anger.
윤 선생님, 너무
Dr. Richter, don't you think that's way out of line? You should respect people's basic rights. Yeah, I think he's being mean to Rosa to distance himself from her so she doesn't get involved in this, but it's so funny. Poor Rosa. She's like, I'm your lawyer. No, sweetheart, you can't be his lawyer if he didn't hire you. Hello, Valerie. We're still doing this game. We're almost done though. Just a couple more chapters. We're in front of the police station. This isn't the Wild West. What? Vin, who's standing alone before the reporters, begins to chuckle. It's as if he's messing with them and saying, "Oh, so you guys are aware of where we are." By the time Rosa finds her phone, she's already surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, she finally understands why Vin separated the two of them. People will instinctively shun anything different from themselves. Sometimes only by being accepted as one of their own will she be able to gain their support and guarantee her own safety. Yeah, I mean, I knew he was distancing her so that she would be safe, but like, this is...
윤 선생님, 왜 말이 없으시죠? 없다고 생각하세요?
Do you think why do you have nothing to say? Are you too proud to tell us the truth?
그럼 반대의 입장에 서겠다는
Can your actions be considered a confirmation that you're standing in opposition to the majority of those tuning in? Who do you want me to edit? Oh, it's okay. You don't have to make edits. How annoying. If you really want to, though, my favorite character is Artem. Vin glares at them and slowly walks toward the parking lot, ignoring what the crowd in his way. Oh, what did he say? I forgot to read what he said. Oh, how annoying.
뜬금없네요.
He's so judgmental. Yes, Artem Wing.
기상빈이 한 말에 어떻게 생각하시나요? 생각해 두신 답변이 있으신가요?
What do you think about the Hugo Gray? What Hugo Gray said? Do you have an answer to the response he requested?
기상빈의 아내가 윤 선생님의 환자였다고 하던데.
Yeah, his name is spelled Artem, like that. Artem. Hugo Gray said that his wife was your patient.
그렇다면 윤 선생님이 사적으로 환자와 부적절한 관계를 맺어 기상빈의 분노를 일으킨 거라고 추측해도 될까요?
Oh my god! This reporter is leaping to some conclusion. Jesus Christ! What is this? What is this accusation?
그렇다면 윤 선생님이 사적으로 환자와 부적절한 관계를 맺어 기상빈의 분노를 일으킨 거라고 추측해도 될까요?
Jesus Christ. Can we assume that you've actually been having illegitimate relationships with your patients and that is what triggered Hugo Gray's outrage? What the F is this accusation? No basis, like at all. Oh my god.
지금 본인이 무슨 소리를 하고 있는 건지 알고 있습니까?
Do you know what you're saying right now? Yeah, I also want to ask this, Vin. Can't believe I'm siding with Vin on this. And with that, Vin stops holding back his temper. It seems like he's able to maintain total calm when he's alone. He can also show his feelings of displeasure in front of a crowd.
창피한 것도 모르고 감히 그런 질문을 하다니. 저리 비켜요.
Oh. Without... what did he say? I forgot the first part already.
창피.
Oh, without any embarrassment or understanding embarrassment. Without any sense of shame. Without any sense of shame, you dare to ask me something like that? Get out of my way. Jesus! Yeah, you tell him, Vin. Because, honestly, like, what the heck kind of question was that? That's awful. My god, reporters are awful. Yeah, fight them. Now is the time for debate. Anyway, he looks Rosa's way. It's as if he's signaling her to meet up with him later. Afterwards, he leaves them with a threatening statement.
계속 따라오면 제 벽에서 쏠 겁니다.
If you continue to follow me, I will have my attorney file a lawsuit against you. Oh, maybe Rosa will finally get hired. Does Richter have a private attorney? Wait, the attorney that he's talking about is me. Yes, Rosa. Jesus Christ, Rosa.
참, 배상금도 적잖게 받을 수 있는 거예요?
So, attorney, will I be able to sue him later on? I'll be able to get quite a lot of money out of it, right? A man is pacing frantically inside the conference room.
저게 선생님, 우선 조급해하지 마시고요.
Sir, please calm down.
어떻게 안 조급합니까? 빨리 돈을 받아야 한다고요. 얼른 방법 좀 얘기해 봐요. 의뢰비는 넉넉히 줄 테니까.
Calm down. It's important that I get the money quickly. Hurry up and put together a few ideas. You'll get your share of the attorney's fee. Two knocks sound from the door. Artem walks in. Artem is here! Guys, Artem hasn't made an appearance this entire time. I was wondering if he was going to. I mean, it's okay if he doesn't, if he's not needed, but like, I'm so happy. Okay, all right. Will Artem be important in the next part? That would be nice. Because that's happened before. Like, he comes in at the end, and then he's the next character for the next part. That's what happened with Vin, too. Vin came in at the end last time, and then he became this chapter's main part. So maybe this is a tease for next time. Artem walks in with a straight face and looks over at the panicking intern in front of the sofa.
이번 의뢰는 테미스에서 받기 어려울 것.
I missed his voice. Oh, I missed his voice.
이번 의뢰는 테미스에서 받기 어려울 것 같으니 이만 모셔다 드려요.
Oh. It will be difficult for Themis to service this this client. Let's just send him out now. Wow. I love when Artem is all like severe. He comes in like Tuxedo Mask. Yeah, but he actually does stuff. Unlike Tuxedo Mask, he's actually been working. What do you mean by that? Don't you know the customer is always right? Watch it or I'll file a complaint against you. You can try, but the intern panics at the sight of the man yelling at one of the law firm's partners and quickly intervenes. Please calm down.
진짜 일처리가 영 마음에 안 들어서 정의가 가지 않는다니까.
You're not doing your job properly. You're not likable at all. You can learn a thing or two from this girl here.
단 선생님, 그런 말씀 마세요.
Please don't say that. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Artem actually does shit. Like Artem is actually doing shit usually. He's like the most competent. That's not necessarily true, actually. I guess Marius is like, he's got some strings he can pull. Artem has no intention of making things harder for the intern. He walks up to the man with a straight face and gestures for him to leave indifferently.
그럼 제가 직접 배웅.
Oh. Then I will personally show you out. Yeah. How about I walk you out myself?
배웅이 문제가 건에 대해 이해한 거라고.
It's not about who walks me out. I'm here to inquire about a case.
당신들도 그 방송 봤지?
You saw the live stream, didn't you? The girl he kidnapped is my daughter.
인터넷에 우리 딸 사진이 퍼져서 유명해졌는지 이런저런 말이 많더라고. 근데 사실이 아닌 얘기가 너무 많아.
Interesting. Her photo's all over the internet right now. Everyone's talking about her and she's becoming famous. It's just that there are many comments that aren't very objective. Isn't her dad an alcoholic who didn't even notice that she went missing? The man continues to speak with a loud voice. Instead of looking worried while talking about the key issues, he actually looks to be a little complacent. Yeah, I think he just wants to use this as a way to get money. Artem raises his brows as he observes the ridiculous reaction. He has no interest in speaking more than he has to.
알고 있습니다.
I understand.
혹시나 원하는 대답이 아니면 우리 딸한테 무슨 일이 생긴지 물어보고 싶어서.
The kidnapper demanded they answer the question, right? I just want to know if they give the wrong answer and something happens to my daughter.
경찰이랑 유흥인지 뭔지 아는 사람한테 배상금을 청구할 순 없나?
Oh my god.
도움을 받으면 적잖은 돈을 받을 수 있을 것 같은데 말이야.
Yep, he's trash. We knew it though. Will I be able to seek compensation from the police and that Dr. Richter guy? With public opinion on my side, I should be able to get a lot of money, right? Oh my god. He's already planning to get compensation for his daughter's death. Like, what the heck?
그래도 상담 비용은
Yeah. Shank him. He deserves to be shanked.
그래도 상담 비용은 지불하셔야 하는데 사실 제 상담료가 꽤 비싸거든요.
Oh, I offer paid consultation services, but actually my rate is high.
굳이 헛돈 쓰실 필요는 없을 것 같습니다.
But yeah, you won't be able wait, no. Sorry, I'm gonna listen to that again.
굳이 헛돈 쓰실 필요는 없을 것 같습니다.
But I think you won't be needing that. Why?
규정상 같은 사무소의 변호사는 원고와 피고 양쪽의 대리인을 동시에 맡을 수 없거든.
Oh.
그러니 이만 돌아가시죠.
An industry rule states that attorneys from the same law firm cannot represent both the plaintiff and the defendant, so we are unable to help you. Yes, because Rosa is clearly going to be Vin's attorney. Time for old-style Asian violence. Smack some kimchi in his face.
원고는 뭐고 피고는 또 뭐야? 여기엔 나 한 명뿐인데. 그 윤 선생인지 뭔지가 날 고소라도 한다는 거야?
Oh. What plaintiff? What defendant? I'm the only one here. Are you saying that Dr. Richter is going to sue me instead?
그건 중요하지 않습니다.
That's not important. Artem looks down at the man with a gaze filled with disdain. Oh, I love it when Artem looks at people with disdain. It's the best. I don't know why I get such a kick out of it.
따님한테 마트에서 여러 차례 도둑질을 시켰으며 학대 혐의를 받고 있다고 들었습니다.
You've had your daughter commit theft in the supermarket before, and you're suspected of abusing her as well.
방금 한 말 중에 법적 책임을 져야 할 때 피고가 누구든 전 당신 반대편에 서겠다는 뜻이었죠.
Oh! My meaning was, if a plaintiff ever goes after you for what you've done, I will be on their side. Your butt is grass, right? Oh man. Artem just ended him. Wow. I love Artem. Artem is the best. Vin ends up meeting with Rosa around a corner close to the police station. After she gets in the car, he purposely drives a few more blocks to prevent being followed. Then he stops at a quiet corner. After he turns the engine off, he finally begins to speak to her somewhat unnaturally.
휴대폰은 괜찮나요?
Oh, is your phone okay? Is he feeling bashful that he threw her phone into the bushes? It's fine. It fell in the flower bed. Dr. Richter, you actually have really good aim.
아니에요.
No.
원래 그 이다가 던져줄 생각이었는데 아쉽게도 갔네요.
I was originally thinking of throwing it in their faces, but unfortunately I missed. Seeing that she's momentarily shocked by what he said, Vin laughs.
농담이에요.
It's a joke.
그런 사람들 때문에 경찰서에 가고 싶진 않으니까요.
I'm not interested in getting arrested because of those people.
근데 방금 경찰서에서 전화가 온 건 맞아요.
But I did just get a phone call from the police. Why?
라이브 방송 전에 경찰 쪽에 넘겼거든요. 마트 CCTV를 조사해봤는데 한 가지 사실을 알게 되었어요.
I provided them with an access to a supermarket before live stream. After going through the supermarket footage, they were able to confirm something.
사건 발생 일주일 전에 단 하나가 마트에서 물건을 훔친 적이 있더라고요.
Angela Diggs stole from that supermarket a week before the incident. Did she steal the thingy? What's it called? The pesticide? Because he said that you could buy that at the supermarket, right? Vin slightly reclines the seat back and rubs his temple. Rosa's been in a stressful state of intense focus since the beginning of this incident. His defensive posture helps her relax a bit as well.
CCTV 사각지대를 이용한 탓에 도난당한 물건을 정확히 파악하기는 어려웠는데
She's skilled at using the camera's blind spots. It was difficult to see what she stole.
마트에서 재고를 확인해 보니 면도기, 라이터, 술 같은 물건들이 사라졌다고 해요.
Oh, but after the supermarket took inventory of their stock, they noticed there were items like razors, lighters, cigarettes, and alcohol missing. Oh, so those were things for her. So it's like Artem said. These are things for her dad.
그리고 단 하나의 집에서 그 물건들이 발견되었는데 그의 아버지가 사용한 걸로 추정하며
The same things were found in her home. It seems like her father was the one using them. Her father? Could it be that Angela Diggs' father was the one who had her go out and steal?
가능성이 없진 않아요.
It's
이웃의 증언에 따르면 서로 사이가 좋지 않았다고 하더 아마 폭력적인 성향이 있었던 걸로 의심돼요.
It's possible. According to the neighbor, the father and daughter do not seem to have a great relationship. They suspect the father of being violent with her as well. How despicable.
이 밖에도
But aside from that,
농약이 사라졌다네요.
a bottle of pesticide was also missing from the supermarket.
일로와의 체내에서 검출된 농약 성분과 같은 제품이라고 해요.
Yeah. Traces of the same brand of pesticide were found in Lettigray's body. Does that mean... So that's why he kidnapped her? Is that... I mean... It is suspected, but also like weird. Like even if Angela was the one who poisoned her. Why did Letta not call for help? That's still a mystery. The past argument, the subsequent theft, and the final climax of the kidnapping. His daughter died because of Angela Diggs. Is this the answer that Hugo Gray is looking for? Hugo Gray wants to expose what Angela Diggs did in front of everyone? Or maybe he's not sure what Angela Diggs really did. He's weaponizing public opinion to force us to find out what really happened to his daughter. Vin, who is almost fully lying down, shifts his head and looks at her. Strands of scattered hair rest on his forehead, perfectly covering his determined gaze.
현재 다나의 사진이 인터넷에 유포돼 있어요.
Angela Diggs' photo has already been circulated on the internet.
실종된 사람이기 때문에 단서를 찾는다는 명목으로 누구나 사진을 마음들일 수 있어요.
Being that she is a missing person, everyone can say they are searching for clues as an excuse to circulate photos of her even further.
단순히 그저 가해자였다면 오히려 사적인 피하기 위해 사진을 모자이크했겠죠.
If she was truly this perpetrator, she would have censored the photos to prevent anyone from coming after her.
제가 길상빈이라면 그것 또한 목적 중 하나였어요.
If I were Hugo Gray, this would probably be one of my goals. That's true. This has been a plot point before in another drama that I watched. I think it was either a Japanese or a Korean one, where a guy deliberately hid evidence to make it seem like there were two victims, even though the perpetrator, it was actually perpetrator and victim. And the reason, I think it must have been I think I know which series. But anyway, what he did was he deliberately hid evidence to make it look like two victims, because then people would broadcast both of their photos. The news would broadcast both of their photos, and as they did the investigation. And then when the truth came out that the perpetrator was one of the victims, then everyone would know, like, what he looked like already, because the information would already be out there. So the guy deliberately hid the evidence because he wanted, even though it meant like he would, do time for a different crime, he wanted people to know, because they always protect, if they're a minor, the law and news and whatever will always protect the criminal, right? If they're a minor. So that seems like this is the scenario that Vin is painting. If I were Hugo Gray, this would probably be one of my goals. Rosa can't help but fall deep into thought as Vin lays out the situation for her. If that was the case, Angela Diggs' photo would have only been spread in smaller circles rather than attracting this much public attention. Vin doesn't deny what she says and simply sighs. Instead, the subject is flipped on its head and the previous theory is easily negated.
하지만 그럴듯해 보인 추측에도 여전히 앞뒤가 안 맞는 부분이 있는 것 같지 않나요?
But even with that logical assumption, there are still things that don't make sense, right? Yeah, what are her motives? And the pesticides whereabouts? If Angela Diggs was the one that killed Letta Gray on the night of the incident, then where did the bottle of pesticide go? Angela Diggs must have brought the pesticide with her. She was immediately kidnapped by Hugo Gray right after, so she wouldn't have had any time to hide the bottle of pesticide. Yeah, that's true. If Hugo Gray is trying to publicize Angela Diggs' crimes, then why didn't he just tell everyone about the pesticide? He would have no reason to keep it hidden.
네.
Yes, and on top of that,
사건 이후 소란을 피웠지만 이전의 의문들에 대해서는 명하지 못했어요.
no matter how much of a big scene he causes afterward, it doesn't answer the question from before.
길로아는 본인은 그 시간 동안 왜 구조 요청을 하지 않았고 일상비는 왜 눈치를 채지 못했을까요?
With such an extended period of time for the poison to take effect, why did Letta Gray not seek help? How did Hugo Gray not notice anything?
이번 사건은 그리 간단하지 않으니 더 신중하게 생각해야 할 것 같아요.
I do not think this incident is as simple as it appears. It would be best for us to remain cautious. Yeah, there's still like a lot going on that's unanswered. it's just as Vince said, if you come to a conclusion carelessly, it isn't the answer Hugo Gray is looking for, then Angela Diggs will be in danger. Yeah. So, Dr. Richter, is that why you said you wanted to go somewhere just in case? Are you looking at the investigation from a new angle?
아직 신할 수는 없지만
I'm not sure yet, but
보내드릴 테니 확인해 보세요.
you can take a look at this address first. Vin sits up lazily and picks up a cell phone on top of the dashboard. She soon receives a message containing an ordinary address. New Leaf Apartments, Building 6, Apartment 205. Dr. Richter, where is this address? Seeing her look up, Vin quickly diverts his attention away from her cell phone case. What's the matter?
아니.
Nothing. Is he trying to check if my phone really is still working? Vin smooths his sleeves as if nothing happened. He awkwardly tries to find something to do and adjusts his seat.
서혜연이 진찰 기록표에 작성한 집 주소예요.
Ah, that's the home address that Mavis Sutcliffe wrote down on the visitation sign-in form at the research center. That's strange. If even her name is fake, it wouldn't be surprising if she left a fake address as well. Yeah. But considering she even wrote down an apartment number, maybe it's not a made-up address. Whose place could this be? What if it's someone she's related to? If that's the case, we should be able to follow this lead and find out some real information about her.
네. 그래서 꼭 가봐야 한다고 말씀드린 거예요.
Yes, that's why I think we should take
시간이
a look.
늦었으니 일단 집까지 바래다 드리죠.
However, it's already quite late. I should take you home first. Vin then starts the engine and sets the GPS to her home address. Okay. The cold light of headlights shining on Vin makes him appear lonely and unfamiliar. She stares at the side of his emotionless face as he sits not too far from her. A new question arises in her mind. If Dr. Richter found out about this address because Mavis Sutcliffe used to be his patient, how was he able to provide the police with the address of the supermarket Angela Diggs stole from? She ponders the question the entire ride. Finally, just as she's about to arrive home, she manages to ask Vin. Vin doesn't accuse her of being overly suspicious. Instead, he explains briefly with just a single sentence.
맹씨 할머니께서 전에 몇 번 우연히 봤는데 오늘 아침에 갑자기 떠올랐다면서 얘기해 주시더라고요.
Oh, Mrs. Meadows happened to witness it a couple times. She suddenly remembered this detail and told me about it. Okay. That's a simple explanation. It's nearly dinner time, and with it, the chilling darkness of the night arrives. After quietly observing the silent, lonesome surroundings, Luke walks up and rings the doorbell. Now Luke is here! Okay. A few minutes later, a worried-looking old woman leaning on a cane opens the door. Oh, so Luke is visiting.
안녕하세요, 어르신.
Hello, I'm with the NSB. Are we supposed to just know what that is? Is it like FBI? Like you say that and everyone knows? Luke politely shows her his ID.
현재 특수한 상황을 고려해 숙소와 안전을 보장해 드리려고 해요. 그래서 여쭤보려고 왔습니다.
Oh. Considering your unique situation, we can provide you with a place to stay and guarantee your safety. I'm here to see if you're interested in that. Okay.
그건 좀.
That's a bit.
이것도 저희 업무의 일부거든요.
It's our job.
괜찮으시다면 언제든지 저희와 같이 가셔도 좋아요.
Yeah, if you're willing, you can come with me anytime. Makes me think they're either lightly dosed and convinced them that they're ailing, or kept them from calling emergency services when feeling the effects of an average amount given to pesticides. Yeah. I'm curious about this pesticide incident because, well, the thing is, though, like she was scratching at her own throat, right? So she must have known something's off, right? So it's not like she didn't feel like completely. But yeah, I'm not sure how they would have kept her from calling emergency services and how she didn't, because there are no locks. It does make me wonder if Jill Meadows is involved because she's the only other person that was at home. So yeah, it's very suspicious. It's very weird. Also, I know that Lollipop has to play some kind of role in this, otherwise they wouldn't have made it such a big thing. But like, what could that Lollipop mean, right? Like, this is all very weird. Unexpectedly, instead of responding to Luke, she makes a few steps back in fear. Her gaze shifts away, and she doesn't look back up at Luke again. Her hand that is holding the door handle begins to tremble. Yeah, and she seems so scared of something. This Jill Meadows, like she feels so guilty, right? And suspicious. So I'm like, what's wrong? Footsteps begin to sound right after Luke's inquiry. Oji, Vin is here. Okay. This is the first time I've encountered an uninvited guest. Oh no! Didn't Luke send him like kind of on this though? No, Luke must know, right? And the N2X boys must... Are they all just not really working together right now? Like, Jesus. I thought they were getting like closer, but now everyone is so suspicious of everyone else. I'm so confused. Their relationships are just like it's so confusing because I felt like last time they were really a team in the last event, but then in the main story, no one is telling anyone anything. I'm getting whiplash. Vin walks up to Luke with a strange faint smile, completely blocking the doorway. His tone is much sharper than usual.
아니면 제가 잘못 찾아오나? 여기가 언제부터 강혁 씨의 집이 된 거죠?
Oh, or could it be that I'm in the wrong house? When did this suddenly become yours?
공무집행 중입니다.
I'm just doing my job.
그런가요? 그럼 개인적인 일이
Is that so?
있으니 이만 돌아가 주시죠.
I have private matters to attend to. Please leave. Wow. After a chilling stare, Vin turns around and smiles gently at Jill Meadows.
추우니까.
It's cold, so we should go inside. Oh, you know what? You know what this could be? Because sometimes they pretend to hate each other, but they're actually working together. Considering how scared Jill Meadows is of Luke, maybe that's on purpose. Maybe Luke is here on purpose to kind of scare her and like throw her off a bit. And then Vin is now going to be able to get some information out of her. That could be what's happening. Maybe they're actually working together. Because they're placing themselves in opposition with each other, which would make her maybe more like willing to put her guard down or bring her guard down in front of Vin. Otherwise, like serious whiplash, Jesus. The door is then slammed forcefully. Okay. We're almost there. And make her forget her Bluetooth earpod. It's a hearing aid. He's so hot. Which one? Welcome in, Bastioni. Which one, Luke or Vin? All right, here we go. Just 3 more chapters until this part is done. But this is only part 1, so we gotta wait for like the next part 2. I don't even know if they're gonna end this. Luke, of course. I see. I have no idea if they went out or if there was no one here to begin with. Rosa looks up and gazes at the old building. It seems to have been built in the previous century. So Bastioni also plays this game, I take it. Have you done this story? Judging from the run-down balconies, It looks like many of the units are vacant and haven't been serviced for a very long time. Apartment 205, the one that she's looking for, doesn't look as bad in comparison to the others. However, there are no signs of the balcony being recently used either.
아우즈르가 상황을 물어 인근 주민들한테 물어보죠.
Okay, I already sent OGA to ask the property management about the situation. We can try to find out more from the residents here. The residents, Suddenly, her gaze meets a pair of clouded eyes not too far in the distance. The person with the clouded eyes is wearing shabby clothes and has a head of tangled hair. He is standing in an unnatural position behind the wall and secretly watching the two of them.
왜 그러시죠?
What's wrong? Dr. Richter, I think there's someone over there staring at us. Vin follows her gaze and looks over. The man who appears to be homeless suddenly widens his eyes in fear. He then turns around and quickly runs away. Dr. Richter, does Dr. Richter look that scary? Yes. Yes. Just as she's about to ask, Vin keeps his fingers to his lips and signals for her to keep it down. I want to hear him.
저길 보세요.
Shh, look over there. Okay. I wanted to hear that shush. An unexpected yet familiar silhouette appears at the corner near the place where the homeless man just disappeared. Rosa holds her breath involuntarily. Good thing he doesn't notice the two of them and continues to walk toward the building in front. Jerome Adams! I swear to God. I knew Jerome was involved, but like, how is he here? What's he doing here? The old hallways clearly haven't been cleaned in years. They are filled with the cold, musty scent of mold. This is the same background that I think that they used for like that school. I think it was the school. And you can even kind of tell because of this chair. But all right. It's their default broken down building background. Rosa and Vin follow Jerome Adams carefully as she racks her brain to make sense of his plans. Countless possibilities begin to arise in her mind. But she never expected her very first theory to be correct. He stops at the doorway of apartment 205, the place she just visited. Yep. What is he up to? Could it be that he has something to do with Mavis Sutcliffe's disappearance? Yes. Well, I mean, we knew that. They didn't. Jerome Adams turns the old door handle a couple of times and the hallway echoes with the chilling clicks of the deadbolt.
참 것 같네.
Looks like it's locked. Oh! Is this our first time seeing Jerome Adams in casual wear? He looks good. God damn it. He looks good. Yeah, I think this is our first time seeing him in casual clothes. Welcome back, Valerie. Oh my gosh, this is fun. This is very, very amusing. He mutters in an unclear tone and looks down to go through his pockets. After she hears the sound of metal clanking together a few times, she stares at the item in his hand with disbelief and she gasps in astonishment. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll check it out later. I want to focus on this. Also, I don't want like the game to lag more than it's already lagging. A key. Jerome Adams inserts the key into the keyhole and opens the door with ease. However, he does not immediately enter the room. Rosa and Vin are fully hidden behind a corner, but for some reason, he turns around to look their way.
변호사님, 기왕 여기까지 오셨는데 잠깐 나가실래요?
Oh my god. That would scare the shit out of me. Because he says, in Korean, he says 변호사님, which means like lawyer, like Miss Lawyer. So he knows. He already knows. Oh my god. Since you're already here, why not come in and have a seat? Oh my god, that would scare the shit out of me.
그리고 윤 선생님도요.
Oh my god.
지난번 크루즈에서 인사도 못하고 헤어진 뒤로 오랜만이잖아요.
And Dr. Yoon, or Mr. Richter, we haven't seen each other for a while after our untimely departure on the cruise. Oh my god. Vin does not look to be flustered even after being caught. He simply lets out a relieved snort. It seems like getting involved in shady behavior is a big mental challenge for Vin. Is it?
당신은 여기서 오지르가 올 때까지 기다려요.
Wait.
금방 올 거예요.
You stay here and wait for Ogier. He should be back shortly. She's unsure whether Vin purposely mentioned Ogier Wessler to comfort her or to warn Jerome Adams. Yeah, well, that's pretty clever, actually. Vin then walks towards the door in a relaxed manner. However, as she thinks about all the suspicions she has about Jerome Adams, she worriedly tugs on Vin's shirt. Yeah, you gotta follow. Maybe I should come with you. I'll just send the address to Ogier.
안 돼요.
No.
변호사님의 의견도 주셔야죠.
Oh. The attorney's opinion is important as well. Unlike Vin, whose expression is now extremely serious, Jerome Adams smiles carelessly and opens the door wide.
아오지르 씨가 집을 못 찾을
I'm
수도
upset at how attractive Jerome Adams looks. Especially when he's not gonna be a potential husband at all. And he's the most sus. I'll leave the door open in case Mr. Ogier isn't able to find this place. You can go out and call him for him anytime. The interior of the apartment feels very similar to the overall vibe of the building, both simple and old. However, unlike the hallways, the apartment is quite tidy. While several things are piled up, it isn't necessarily messy.
죄송해요. 네, 몇 주 동안 있었더니 집이 좀 지저분하네요.
Oh, it's his house! I'm sorry for the mess. Something came up and I haven't been home for a few weeks. Mr. Adams, do you live here?
네, 새 들어 사는 거긴 하지만요.
Yes, I'm renting the place, of course.
다 알고 오신 줄 알았는데 모르나 보네요.
I thought you guys came here knowing that. I guess I was wrong. To avoid him finding out more information, they look at each other in silent understanding. Now is not the time to bring up Mavis Sutcliffe.
우연일 뿐이에요.
It was just a coincidence. Jerome Adams doesn't pursue the subject and moves on to something else. It sounds like he's being sarcastic, but with his truly genuine tone, she's unable to tell for sure. He is weird.
선생님은 명문 이 방이 윤 선생님 댁 화장실보다 더 작지 않나요?
Interesting.
윤 선생님은 명문가 출신이라 이런 집을 본 적은 거의 없으실 것 같아요. 이 방이 윤 선생님 댁 화장실보다 더 작지 않나요?
Yes, this is definitely... Yeah, he said the same thing. Okay, if I recall... Or sorry. You come from a wealthy family, Mr. Dr. Richter. By Mr., he would definitely say doctor. I would imagine that you rarely get the chance to visit places like this. This place isn't even as big as your bathroom at home, is it?
하루 화장실에 계시는 걸 좋아한다면 그렇게 크진 않을 것 같네요.
If you enjoy staying home, if you enjoy staying at home all day, then yes, this place is not big enough. Yeah. When I was younger, and I still live in a relatively small place, but yeah, I was fine with a very small place because I was out all the time. A smile is frozen on Jerome Adams' face as he seems to be filtering out the sarcasm in Vin's words.
죄송해요. 전에 병원 아이들이 비슷한 일을 얘기해 준 적이 있거든요.
I'm sorry, it's just that I once heard a child in the hospital describe something similar.
매일 아침 엄청 큰 침을 깬다든가 방까지 차로 10분 넘게 가야 한다든가 뭐 이런 거요.
Like waking up in a bed that's several square meters wide or having to drive 10 minutes to go from the bedroom to the dining room. Stuff like that is only in books. It isn't true. Rosa. Rosa is charmed. That's not good. Rosa is me. Vin is concerned. At this very moment, Vin's silence turns up an uncertainty inside of her. It's not true, right?
그런 셈이죠.
Dr. Richter. It's about true. It's like that. Okay. Jerome Adams tries to hold in his laughter as he looks at the two of them. It's as if he's sitting across from two of his close friends.
너무 오랜만에 온 너무 오랜만에 온 거라 티백이 유통기한이 지났을지도 모르겠네요.
I've been away for so long. I'm not sure if the tea bags have expired. I just realized. Why did he try to open the door before? Like, this is his home. Why did he think that it would be unlocked? I mean, I'm sure it is his home, like, probably. But, like, or at least he's renting it, right? But that's strange.
주방에 가볼 테니 두 분은 편하게 계세요.
Yeah, I'll go take a look in the kitchen. You make yourselves comfortable. Rosa and Vin can't help their surprise when they see Jerome Adams walk defenselessly into the kitchen. Whatever the case, this is a rare opportunity. Oh, time to inspect. She looks at a vase in the corner. It's filled with roses in full bloom. Did Jerome Adams grow these? Even though he was spotted bringing gladiolas at Brigid Greases before, I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about that bunch of roses. It is weird because he said he hasn't been home in weeks, right? So why would the roses still be okay? Right? Like they should be dead or wilting. The timing doesn't match. Vin reaches out and gently pinches a petal between his fingers. Don't pinch me. Just kidding. After this type of rose is picked, it can only survive for 10 days, even if it is soaking in a nutrient solution. But he said that he hasn't been back for several weeks. Yeah, this is all weird. If that was true, this bunch of roses would have withered a long time ago. Was Jerome Adams lying? But why would he feel the need to lie about this? He may not have been lying. This might be his house. But, like, or at least he might be renting it, but someone else is staying here, right? Jerome Adams let us come in without asking us to put on any house slippers, but he has several pairs of them. Doesn't he live alone? The house slippers are all placed on a simple shoe rack. Looking closer, they all look to be the same style. Dr. Richter, don't you think the logo on these slippers looks familiar?
맞아요.
It's the PAX logo.
로고예요. 아마 호텔에 체크인하면 무료로 제공하는 슬리퍼인 것 같아요.
I believe these slippers are provided to guests free of charge when they check into the hotel. Did he bring them all back here? How thrifty. He's just stealing hotel slippers. I don't know why that's actually charming. That's actually really funny. Oh, this is so... Okay. You'll be heading off to bed. Have a good night, Alars. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining our food chat earlier. What's written on these papers? Rosa sneakily leafs through the stack of A4 paper. At first, she thought that it was some confidential research data, but she's surprised to find it's information on various product discounts. It's organized quite well. Yeah, he thoroughly calculated a bunch of different promotional sales and discount ratios. Then neatly listed them on the table, lined them up on the table. All I can say is I'd expect nothing less from a researcher. He's like, sales, yes. Wow. Vin chuckles somewhat indignantly. He steals hotel slippers to be thrifty. He's keeping track of the sales. He's got fresh flowers in his house. Is Jerome actually a housewife?
할 일도 정말 없나 보네요.
All I can say is he's not doing his job properly.
일반적으로 제약기업 연구원의 월급이 이렇게까지 할 정도로 낮진 않을 텐데요.
Logically, his salary as a researcher at a pharmaceutical company should be high enough that he need not do things like this. Wow, privileged much, Vin? Some people, maybe he grew up in poverty. You never think about that? And maybe he's gotten used to saving. This is just funny.
시간이 금인데 그 시간에 연구에 집중하면 본인한테 더
Time is precious after all. If he has that kind of free time, it would be more lucrative to spend it doing additional research. Or maybe some people don't want to just work their entire life. Wow, Vin, you sleep in until noon. I'm getting angry at him on Jerome's behalf. This is not how this should be going, I think. That's a good point. It's pretty strange. Rosa, no. I know you're a workaholic, but not everyone else is. I'm a workaholic, and I know that not everyone else is. What's going on with this box? It was placed under the chair. She kneels down curiously and tries to pull on the box, only to discover it's quite heavy. It must be full of stuff. Well, this is someone else's house, even though it's Adams's. We can't just do whatever we want. Yeah, don't just open other people's things. Probably shouldn't open it without permission. Dr. Richter, it looks like Adams really doesn't have that much money. If this is all just an act, then he's really going above and beyond.
그 외에도 의문점이 많아요.
There are still many points of suspicion beyond
곧
that.
견우 씨가 올 테니 여기까지 하죠.
Yeah, he should be coming soon, so we should stop here. Yeah. After a few moments later, Jerome Adams walks out of the kitchen with a tea in hand. Thinking about what he said earlier about the possibility of the tea bags being expired, Rosa frowns with worry.
유통기한 안 지났으니까 걱정 마세요.
Relax, they're still good. After seeing right through her, Jerome gets ready to place the 2 cups of tea on the coffee table in front of them. But just as he walks by the chair, the exposed corner of a box underneath it trips him. Oops. Rosa! Although Jerome Adams manages to regain his balance in the end, the teacups are still thrown into the air and fall next to Vin's feet. Oh.
일부러 그런 건가요?
Did you do that on purpose?
죄송해요. 근데 저희 집이 찻잔 2개를 희생시킬 만큼 넉넉하진 않아요.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't break 2 teacups on purpose. That's pretty much all I have here. Now's my chance. She takes the opportunity to kneel and point out the box that tripped him. Mr. Adams, what's in that box? Why would there be a box underneath a chair? It even almost tripped you.
그건...
That. He's always ready, though. I just feel like Jerome will always be ready with an answer. He's too smooth. It's so impressive, somehow. There's nothing unnatural about his behavior. However, he frowns in confusion halfway through his sentence.
뭐였더라?
Oh, what was that again? Does he really not remember, or is this all an act?
꽤 무거워 보이는데 좋겠어요.
We should open it and take a look. It seems quite heavy. That's not obvious. Jerome Adams doesn't hesitate to pull the box out from under the chair, as if he's ashamed of his breach of etiquette. After briefly looking at the box, he releases the buckle and opens it in front of them. That's... What? Eh? Oh no, he looks surprised. Ooh. Are we catching him off guard for once? She was here. The box is filled to the brim with stacks of well-organized money. It feels as if time is standing still at this exact moment. Even Jerome Adams, who is carefree and relaxed, has a confused look on his face. Money, a box full of money. Yeah, that's us. If she recalls correctly, she imagined the scene before her now not too long ago. It was...
전에 실종 서혜영과 출처가 불분명한 목숨값 기억하시나요?
Yeah, we remember that box of money. Box of money is unaccounted for. It's not clear who has it right now. Do you suspect that Hugo Gray wanted that box of money and murdered Mavis Sutcliffe for it? Living in squalor, a box full of money, and this being the home address that Mavis Sutcliffe wrote down. If she adds it all up, it becomes very hard to claim that it's only a coincidence. Yeah, this doesn't seem like his house. It is funny though that there are there are slippers stolen from Pax hotels. With that thought, she takes out her cell phone and calls the police. Vin pulls her behind him and shields her at the exact same moment.
나오지르. 현장 통제예요.
Ogier secure the area. Without her knowledge, Ogier has been waiting outside the open door this whole time. Jerome Adams is still squatting next to the box. After catching Vin's cold glare, he chuckles for some unknown reason.
생각지도 못하네요.
Oh, I didn't even think about this. Oh my god. What is happening next? I can't wait for the next scene. Hi, Dahlia. Welcome in. We are currently... Oh, wait. Oh, she's already home. Oh, are they going to do it in flashback form? Oh, what is happening? We're doing Tears of Themis' latest chapter, and it is getting wild. It is a long time. 7 hours, yeah. Okay, after a series of unexpected events, Rosa finally arrives home and is given an opportunity to catch her breath. It is now 5 p.m. To resolve the questions that she still has inside her head, she quickly finds the copy of the research document she found in the basement before. They once mistook it for an important piece of evidence that Brad Grease left behind before his death. However, they later found out it was just a cover. I don't know if it's just my imagination. She had taken a photo with her phone of the pile of bargain deals, which happened to contain a note handwritten by Jerome Adams. And on the back of that research document, the exact same information is written. It's actually the same. After repeated comparisons, she can confirm once and for all that the handwriting on both documents is definitely from the same person. If Jerome Adams was the one who wrote it, then... Wait, then what? On the back of the documents are blank pages, except for one place with messy scribbles. For example, comparing vegetable prices, supermarkets, discount times, and event rules. Oh yeah, that was a clue. He did do that. Someone must have used it as scratch paper. If that's what you found, it's probably just a cover. She originally thought Brad Grease was the one who wrote them, but if Jerome Adams was the one who wrote them, it would better explain why his research data ended up in the basement, because he was the one who brought it over himself. He used it as scratch paper to teach Brad Grease how to save money. But if Brad Grease was threatened in the past by Gladiolus Valley, would the two of them really have such an amicable relationship? She's always had a sense of uncertainty about Jerome Adams. Even when he was arrested just now, he seemed to be acting strange. He got arrested? Okay, I guess that's fair. He did have a box full of money in his house. But what? Oh my god, this is crazy. What has Jerome been up to? He's so mysterious. Before Jerome is put into a police car, Rosa finally feels safe enough to ask the question. The box full of money should have been with Mavis Sutcliffe. Why do you have it? Jerome Adams looks up at her with a hint of surprise on his face. After they stare at each other for a moment, he smiles helplessly.
그런 거요.
I see. So you knew?
네. 하지만 당분간은 변호사님 앞에서 그 질문에 대답하고 싶지 않네요.
But I don't want to answer that question in front of you just yet. I see. After leaving with the puzzling statement, Jerome Adams obediently gets into the police car.
이 일은 걱정 마시고
Don't worry about this.
경찰에게 맡겨주세요.
Leave it to us. Darius Morgan spoke as he closed the door, patting the roof of the car with assurance.
때가 흉흉한 건 사실입니다. 마침 두 분이 함께 계시니 새로운 상황을 알려드리죠.
This neighborhood is a little rough, and since you're both here, I'll use it as a chance to update you on the investigation.
길로아가 처음이자 마지막 경찰에 신고한 적이 있는데 시간은 건 발생 몇 주 전.
There is a record of Letta Gray calling the police once, and only once. It was a few weeks prior to her death. Was she in any danger?
네, 불황자에게 미행을 하면서 근무 중인 경찰에게 도움을 요청했더군요.
Oh, she called.
장소는 이 인근의 먹자 골목이었어요.
She called the officer on duty to report she was followed by a homeless man on a street full of restaurants near here. Oh, what is this? What is going on? I can't piece this together anymore. There's too much information. I got too much information. Besides the suspicious circumstances surrounding Jerome Adams, there's also the fact that Letta Gray was being followed by a homeless man. Okay. Could it really have been an accident, given that it happened shortly before Letta Gray's death? As Darius Morgan mentions this, she recalls that she happened to run into a homeless man during the day. Yeah. Although there was no time to investigate back then, looking back now, that encounter seems to have revealed some clues.
왜 그러시죠?
What's wrong? I think there's someone over there staring at us. Yeah. Flashback to the last card. I'm just gonna skip because we already saw what happened. Why was that homeless man following us, and why was he suddenly afraid? Could he be the same person who followed Letta Gray? She uneasily recalls the various situations she encountered before. Even though she wants to rest, her nerves are still on high alert. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sleep after this. It's only 5. Jerome Adams has already been taken away by the police, but there's no sense of relief in her heart. Why don't I go check it out again? As she sits up from the sofa, she looks up at the clock on the wall. The minute hand shows that it's now dinner time. That strengthens her resolve, and she silently comforts herself. Even if nothing comes of it, it won't be a wasted trip since I can grab a dinner. Okay, that's one way to think about it. The street full of restaurants that Darius Morgan mentioned is near the New Leaf apartments, probably a 10-minute walk or so. By the time she takes a taxi over, it's slightly past dinner time. However, due to the abundance of nearby bars and late-night snack shops, there are still many pedestrians walking around. Among them are people who appear to be the same age as Letta Gray. Many of them look like students who just finished school for the day. I don't remember seeing a homeless person walking down the street. Later, she focuses her attention on the narrow alleys nestled between the shops. After checking the alleys one by one, she finally finds traces of temporary shelter in the space between 2 shops. Tattered bedding is piled up in a corner, and there's scraps of food lying next to it. As she approaches, she sees several shady-looking delinquents coming out the back of the alley. They play with the sparks at their fingertips, pointing at the pile of things on the ground and commenting in disgust. What is that, a doghouse?
노숙자가 여기에 살림이라도 차렸나 봐요.
A doghouse? That's a homeless person probably lives here.
아, 완전 밑바닥이네. 난 커서 절대 이렇게는 안 돼야지.
Living like this means you've totally failed at life. I don't want to become like them.
어차피 다 쓰레기니까 좋은 일 하는 셈 치고 확 물질 태워버리자고.
Oh my god. This guy. Since it's all combustible garbage, why don't we just light it all on fire? It would practically be a public service. That's arson. Like, that's too cruel. Yeah, Rosa. Now is the time to debate. Just as she's about to call the police.
반항심이 각하해. 지금 너무 멋있어 보일 것 같지? 나중에 철창 안에서 울지나 말라고.
Oh. Wait. Is Vin gonna step on somebody now? I think I remember. Sure, it's rebellious and you have your fun now. Don't start crying like a baby when you get thrown in jail. That voice. I think we're gonna watch Vin step on some people. Looking back toward the voice, she finds someone sitting on a container in the shadows. It isn't until he jumps down, like Batman, and slowly walks out of the dark that she's finally convinced the feeling of familiarity wasn't just an illusion.
멍청한 짓은 삼가는 게 좋을.
Oh. Why does this seem even more embarrassing somehow? Oh, guys, I can't. I'm fine. You should probably stop with these stupid mindless hobbies. Never mind.
말이 맞아요. 얼른 가요. 바로 여기 주방인데 불 질렀다가 터지기라도 하면 어떡해요?
Luke's right. Come on, let's go. Someone's kitchen is right there. What if we accidentally blow something up? Is he cosplaying a child? Like, what is going on? Luke. I'm sick of all this jabbering. And the young man angrily kicks over a water kettle next to the bedding, having been humiliated. The water kettle bounces right in Rose's direction after hitting the wall. The loud banging causes the group to notice her presence.
어이, 거기 방금 내 슈팅 반한 거야? 하긴
Wasn't my kick just strong?
월드컵 수준이긴 했지.
It's enough for the World Cup.
혹시 설렜나?
Gross. This kid is gross. Oh, that was. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I'm suffering from embarrassment. Yeah, this is my face. After noticing Luke's gaze, she quickly looks away. Considering that he may be taking care of important business right now, she can only pretend that she doesn't know him. And Luke clearly doesn't want to acknowledge her either. After throwing her an obscure look, he walks down the alley with a cold expression.
뭘 봐? 있어?
What are you staring at? Want to lose your eyes? He passes her before the young man can. By threatening her, he gives her the opportunity to get away.
지 말고 비켜.
Don't block my way. Get out of my way. Hey, Luke, are you sure?
무슨 뜻이?
What are you saying? Despite the subtle anger in Luke's tone, the young man smiles as if nothing happened. He walks slowly towards her, then whistles softly in her ear.
무슨 뜻이요? 술 마시러 가던 중인데 남자들끼리는 재미없잖아요.
Nothing at all. Weren't we going drinking?
짝도 하나 모자라고?
It won't be fun if it's just us guys, right? We should get one more person. Wow. As anger reaches its peak, it transforms into a silence that no longer needs to be expressed verbally. Seeing Luke clench his fist and get ready to take action, Rosa immediately takes out pepper spray for a preemptive attack. This way, she won't affect his original plan. But just then, she hears the sound of a series of rapid and heavy footsteps suddenly approaching. Huh? Luke pulls her warily to the side. In an instant, the young man is sent flying, collapsing in front of the street, a sign of a nearby shop. The person responsible is the homeless man she saw before. But the strange thing is, despite the man's large physique, he speaks in a childlike manner.
사람을 괴롭히면 안 돼요.
You shouldn't bully people.
괴롭히는 건 나빠요.
Bullying is bad.
좀 나빠요.
Very bad. Oh. In the face of this magnificent spectacle, no one is focused on the abnormal tension between Rosa and Luke. Tension.
더러운 손 치우지.
This is so funny. What is happening? Is Vin gonna step on Luke?
더러운 손 치우지. 혼자 주지.
Remove your dirty hands, you peasant. Wow. Oh man, where is Beck? I need Beck to see this. Vin calmly follows the homeless man, walking slowly towards them. He doesn't expose Luke's identity, and because of this, he's able to be more reckless with his words. Dr. Richter, what are you doing here?
일이 좀 있어서요.
I had a matter to attend to. Vin stares callously at the young man shouting and cursing. He is still being pinned on the ground by the homeless man.
꺼져. 얼른
Get
비켜.
off.
이 쓰레기 자식 간.
How dare a piece of garbage like you? Seeing that his struggle is futile, the young man reaches for difficulty for something in his pocket.
위험해요. 칼이.
Oh, be careful, it's a knife. Move. Without waiting for Luke to act, Vin simply lifts the homeless man by the back collar and throws him aside. At the same time, he slams his foot down on the wrist of the boy holding the knife. Okay, so it is the kid and not Luke. I kind of wanted him to step on Luke. Cutscene.
아파. 얼른 치우라고. 죽여버린다.
It hurts. Get off me, or I'll kill you. Dang. This is a good look. It's a good look, not gonna lie. His eyes are so intense. Oh my gosh. His switchblade slips from his fingertips and the body of the spoiled young man twists from pain he has clearly never experienced before. Vin looks down at him expressionless, deliberately lessening the force he is exerting with his foot. The young man mistakenly thinks that this is an opportunity and tries to grab the switchblade again. Instead, he is met with another surge of pain.
참, 방금 들어보니까 스스로를 고귀한 사람 하나 본데.
Based on what you said earlier, it seems that you think very highly of yourself. Vin maintains just the right amount of force under his foot, not enough to dislocate the young man's wrist, but enough to keep him pinned. The young man could have fought back. However, probably due to his fear and pain, he only trembles while trying to remove Vin's leather shoe.
냄새나는 불쌍한 애. 아니 될 가치가 없는 길거리 쥐 같은 존재. 갑자기 찾는 사람이 없겠지.
Oh, filthy, stinky, homeless dogs, street rats don't deserve to be treated like humans. Nobody would investigate their deaths.
라고 생각했나?
That's what you've always thought.
뭐 어쩔 건데?
What of it?
생각하고 있는데.
Everyone thinks that. They're just stinking homeless people. Why are you pretending to be any different?
어쩌려는 건 아니. 그냥 이런 데서 그렇지.
No, I just don't understand.
그렇게 생각한다면서.
If that's how you
왜
feel,
이렇게 고군분투하는 거지?
why are you still struggling?
그것도 그렇게 분한 눈빛으로 말이야.
Your eyes show signs of reluctance. What? With mockery and pity, Vin looks at the disgraceful young man beneath his feet.
스스로를 쓰레기와 비교조차 할 수 없는 고귀한 사람이라고 생각하는 그 우월감은 그렇다 치고.
Right or wrong, you feel like garbage does not deserve to be compared to you, that you are above them.
나와 우리의 사람이라고 생각하는 자신감은 어디서 온 거지?
But where do you get the confidence to think you're anything like me?
급으로 사람을 나누는 걸 좋아한다면 나한테 밟힐 각오를 해야 할 거야.
If you like to divide people up into classes, you should have no qualms up being stepped on by me. I see what he's trying to say. Just like when the young man kicked over the kettle before, Vin kicks the switchblade away with disdain. Then he releases his foot and smiles gently at the young man.
그래도 걱정 마. 널 비웃을 만큼 한가한 사람은 아니니까.
But don't worry, I'm not in the mood to tease you.
난 길에 있는 개미를 그리는 어린애가 아니거든.
After all, we are not children. Why would I make it difficult for a mere ant? Wow, emotional damage. Under the dark clouds of the night sky, Vin's golden eyes are like the moon falling to the ground. At this moment, none of them speaks. The passerbys hurry past while avoiding them. Perhaps the moon is at fault, hanging low and inviting madness. Wow, are you saying he's a werewolf? Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna get to solve this mystery this time, but okay, the young man with his freedom restored remains on the ground. His uninjured legs are still limp, and he is unable to stand. Vin calmly takes out a phone and calls the police right in front of him. Seeing this, the young man extends his hand towards Luke. His tone shifts from arrogance to a humble cry for help.
형, 도와주세요. 얼른요.
Wow. Bro, help me quick. With a helpless expression, Luke points to OGA, watching from a short distance away.
같은 편까지 데리고 왔잖아. 도움은 젬병이라 도움이 안 될 것 같네.
He brought help and I'm not much of a fighter. Wow, biggest lie ever. Looks like I won't, yeah. Looks like we're screwed.
그리고 경찰도 곧 도착.
The police are probably on their way.
아무것도 안 했는데 이런 말리긴 싫다고.
I don't want to get in trouble for this. Bye. Luke fades into the distance. I would love that. That would be so funny. Before leaving, he crouches down, patting the young man on the face. He's pretending to console him, but is actually sarcastic. Of course.
진작 말했잖아.
Luke dressed like this is so funny to me. It's just, that's why wait, what did he say?
그러게 진작 말했잖아. 불황자는 사기 아니면 사건이니까 쉽게 건드리면 안 된다고.
That's why I told you to be serious, I guess. People who roam the streets are either cheat or have bad intentions.
가자. 술 마시자며. 내가 쏠게.
Oh, let's go. We said we were going drinking. I'll pay.
잠깐, 혁이 형 잠깐만요. 혁이 형, 나 데려가요.
Luke, wait, take me with you. Rosa and Vin watch as Luke leaves, not stopping him out of tacit understanding. As Luke said, this matter does not concern them. Besides, if he has his own business to take care of, the police might make it hard for him to take action. It would be easier for him to leave now. But was he with those people today because he wanted to get information from them? I'm not sure I can ask. Dude, literally just call him, like, later. You have his number. Come on. And Dr. Richter,
바닥에 마요.
don't sit on the ground.
더럽잖아요.
It's dirty, isn't it? Rosa watches as Vin grabs the homeless man by the collar, lifting him up off the ground. The gesture is simple, but for Vin, someone who usually keeps a distance from strangers, it shows that this is definitely not their first encounter. It isn't long before the police arrive on the scene. It is obvious who was responsible for initiating the conflict, given that there are surveillance cameras all around the area. They give a brief statement at the scene. And the young man, who was so arrogant before, gets timidly put into the back of a police car. It's only then that he starts repenting. Too late. But what's going on here? After everyone has dispersed, the homeless man runs to check up on his residents in panic. Oh, thank goodness. He pats the bedding that was kicked. Then the large man with a childlike demeanor looks back at Vin.
노아야, 나
Oh.
엄청 무웠어. 진짜 무서워서 놀랐잖아.
Well, he calls him Noah. Vin, you were so mean back there. I was really, really scared.
그쪽도 만만치 않더네요.
You were not bad yourself. Seeing this, she finally can't help but ask. Wait, do you guys know each other? Wait, is...
노아가 저랑 몇 번 놀아줬어요.
Yeah, Vin came to play with me a few times. hang
조사와
with me a few
논 걸
times.
구분하지 못해서 그러는 거예요.
He cannot tell the difference between investigating and hanging out. Wow, Vin. Don't crush him. Don't crush him like that in front of him. Sensing that Vin is deliberately dismissing their relationship, Ogier explains with a smile. However, it feels like he's adding insult to injury. Yeah.
일부러 찾아오신 겁니다. 주변에 돌아도 안 보여서 어찌나 초조해 하시던지. 그래도 찾아서 다행이네요.
The young master came to him specifically for the investigation. After looking around for him, the young master became very anxious. Thankfully, we found him in time. So Dr. Richter was just embarrassed. Yeah, okay. Rosa nods in understanding, crouching. Ogier just revealing all the secrets. That's his job. Crouching down at eye level with the big kid who is still counting his possessions. What's your name?
난
명이에요.
Albie.
배가명이에요.
Amyo? Okay. His name is Albie. Albie. Okay. It's rare for Vin to interrupt someone, but she doesn't pay it any mind as she continues to try talking with Albie. So Albie, if you knew Vin, how come you ran away when you saw him during the day instead of going up to greet him?
노아가 다른 사람들 앞에선 모르는 척해야 한다고 그랬거든요. 찾아오면 화낼 거랬어요.
Oh, he said to pretend that I don't know him in front of others. He said if I come up to him, he'll be angry.
노아 친구 맞죠? 방금은 노아 친구를 구해준 거니까 약속을 어긴 건 아니지.
But you guys know each other, right?
아니야.
I was just helping out someone he knows, so it doesn't count as breaking the deal. It doesn't count. Oh, I see. Oh, that's sweet.
그리고 노아가 먼저 나한테 왔으니까
Besides, he was the one who found me.
그걸 대해할 사람은 난데.
I'm the one who should be angry. Yeah, Albie, stand up for yourself. Vin's embarrassment is palpable at this point, and he attempts to cover it up with a cold snort. Faced with this rare opportunity, Rosa prepares to strike the finishing blow. Why is that, Vinny?
제대로 못 들었는데.
He didn't hear me correctly. What? Oh my gosh. She just called him Noah. Noah야.
제대로 못 들었는데 방금 절 인 거죠?
Hang on.
제대로 못 들었는데
I didn't hear that correctly.
방금 절 뭐라고 부르신 거죠?
What did you just call me? Wow. Oh, this is Dr. Richter. Vin glances at her briefly, his displeasure clear. But because of this, his behavior is even more obvious, like someone trying to conceal something when they're guilty.
이유 같은 건 없어요.
There was no reason.
그냥 좀 창피해서요.
I was just a little embarrassed. Embarrassed?
도련님 말씀은 아는 사람에게 이런 친절하고 다정한 모습을 보이면 불필요한 칭찬을 받기 쉽다는 겁니다.
What the young master means is if an acquaintance catches him acting so kind and warm-hearted, he may receive unnecessary praise. He's just being a tsundere. Shut up.
그런 말을 들으면 부끄러워하시.
That will make him feel embarrassed.
아우지르.
OGA. Her impression of Vin is that he rarely interrupts others due to his good upbringing. Unless he thinks it's necessary.
나중에 얘기하고
Let's talk
쉴 수
later.
있는 곳을 찾아봐요.
Find him a place to get settled.
경찰서에 오래 가두는 건 무리고 풀려나면 보복할 가능성도 높으니
That delinquent will probably not stay at the police station for very long. He'll probably come back for revenge when released, so be on your guard. OGA nods while looking at the clutter on the ground.
그러면 이
About these things.
뭐
That's his
대가명의
stuff.
지민이 정리해서 함께 가져가요.
Pack it up and take it with you.
버리더라도 먼저 의사를 물어보고요.
If you want to throw it out, you should check with him first. Hi, AQ. Yeah, it's a Lunar New Year, so it's a holiday. How are you? So it's a holiday today. 4-day weekend basically, and I am spending it doing nothing because I did way too much this winter. So, how are you though? Are you on your way home from work? As he says this, Vin walks over to the corner and picks up the water kettle that was knocked over by the young man. Okay. Nice we don't celebrate it here. Yeah, because you guys just celebrate the regular New Year, right? But how are you? How have you been? Working from home. Oh, you're working from home. Nice. You're good. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm playing this game. I'm trying to finish this before the time period is up because like the AP spent is like halved or something. And then tomorrow, probably gonna do Genshin, like event and story quests. And then Sunday, I might start Deep Space. Yeah, I'm trying to like catch up on games and stuff this weekend as well. I'm so behind. I am so behind. I haven't done Lantern Ride or anything. The kettle is decorated with colorful cartoon stickers, many of which are nearly scratched off. Evidently, it was scavenged from somewhere. After placing it next to Albie, Vin glances at the pile of luggage he was packing. This is the last part of this chapter. and
어떻게 된 일이죠?
This is like, so much has happened. And we're still, this is a part 1, so I have to wait until like they release part 2 in however many months before I know how the mystery for this particular chapter ends. This is nuts. What happened to that? He points at the newer looking sweater that has been carelessly crumpled into a ball with a slight hint of displeasure in his voice. Is that a pleasure? A sweater that he got for Albie? Seeing this, Albie bows his head submissively.
요즘 날씨가 추워서 가끔 모르는 강아지가 와서 자거든.
Well, the weather's been cold lately. Sometimes a small dog comes to sleep here.
그럼 여기 남겨두죠.
Then leave it here. What's with that sweater? Could it be? Ogier, keenly aware of the doubt evident on her face, speaks even though he knows he shouldn't.
이 옷은 도련님께서 선물한.
That sweater was a gift from the young master. OGA is just here to expose Vin for the softie that he is, and I'm living for it. Embarrass him more. Let me help. Later, considering neither of them have eaten yet, Vin offers to stay with her to figure out something for dinner. After Ogier drives off with Albie in his car, the two of them wander aimlessly. A delicious aroma floats from a shop up ahead, but the two of them end up walking right past it, both of their minds. Something. Is it important? I should read it. Okay, both of their minds seem to be elsewhere. Okay. Dr. Richter, Captain Morgan said that Letta Gray was being followed by a homeless man around here and even called the police. Could that person have been Albie? If it was, there may be another possibility for what happened to Letta Gray. He wasn't following her because he had bad intentions. Maybe he was trying to protect her. Rosa and Vin walk side by side, refusing a barrage of promotional flyers in an indifferent but polite manner.
오늘 않았네요.
That's what I came here to investigate.
일단 배가명을 진정시킨 뒤 다시 이야기하는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
But the timing was not good. Let's let him calm down first.
하지만 당신의 기 맞을 가능성이 나요.
But your hypothesis is highly probable.
한때 배가명한테 동료가 한 명 있었는데 그 동료와 길로와 사이가 좋았던 걸로 추정돼요.
Albie once had a companion who was on
최근에
good
어디로
terms
갔는지 모른다네요.
with Letta Gray. However, his current whereabouts are unknown. Companion? What's his name? Is it Jerome Adams?
이름이 없어요.
He did not have a name. That means it's Jerome Adams.
아마 그들도 태어날 땐 이름이 있었겠죠.
Maybe he had a name when he was born.
하지만 지금은 다들 불황자라고만 부르고 있죠. 이름을 쓸 만한 곳이 없다 보니 시간이 지나면서 점점 잊어버리게 된 거예요.
Oh, this is sad. But now everyone just refers to them as the homeless. There is nowhere that their names may be of value. Over time, they are gradually forgotten. Then how did you know Albie's name, Dr. Richter?
제가 임시로 지어준 이름이에요.
I named him on the spot. Okay, that sounds kind of weird. That's a little bit... Okay, I don't know how I feel about this whole line of... Okay, what? Okay, named him on the spot. You mean when I asked for his name just now? Only then she realized that was the reason for Albie's hesitation, because he doesn't have a name.
너무 대충지었죠.
Was it too careless? No, even names that aren't as thoughtful bear meaning. I think the whole idea of giving someone a name is meaningful in and of itself. Like, it's humanizing, right? But it's bizarre that he doesn't have... I don't know. This is a little... I don't like this treatment of this, right? Like, he says they're still human, and then he's like, well, but they don't have names. But I'm like, I'm sure they do have names. Like, they have dignity. Like, this is a little weird. But okay, whatever. Not gonna dig too deeply into this right now, or I might upset myself. Vin's compassion at that moment... I don't know if that's really compassion. His understanding and his consideration must have all been meaningful acts of kindness for Albie. It's actually really condescending, but okay. Okay, I'm fine. He does not reply, but seems to be more relaxed than before.
식사는 거르면 위에 안 좋아요.
Eat first, or it'll be bad for your stomach. It isn't until the whole case is settled that they are surprised to realize something. She had briefly touched on the key to cracking the case at this very moment. However, due to limited information at the time, she'd never considered the case from that angle. What? This is how they're gonna end it? So the key was at this moment. The key is that person, right? Who is that person? Late at night, Vin sits in front of the sofa, impatiently watching a video that would make most people dizzy. When he hears footsteps behind him, he diverts his attention slightly and offers concern.
무슨 일이세요? 이렇게 늦게까지 깨어 계시다니.
Eh?
못 주무시는 건가요?
Oh, I think this must be the lady, Jill. What is the matter? Up late or having trouble sleeping? Yeah, it's Jill. No, just thirsty. I got up for some water. At that moment, without warning, wails filled with fear and pleas for mercy come from the room.
난 아무것도 안 했는데 왜 다들 날 괴롭히는 거냐고.
Oh, I didn't do anything. Why are they bullying me? Oh?
죄송해요. 죄송해요. 때리지 마세요.
Oh no. Is this Albie? Sorry, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Jill Meadows trembles as she puts down the cup, glancing at the video Vin is watching. Oh, no, it's a video. Okay. Several masked men are wielding sticks and terrorizing an elderly person who is kneeling in tattered clothing. The more the elderly person cries like a child, the louder and harsher the laughter of the masked
놀라게
men
만들어서
gets.
죄송해요.
I'm sorry for scaring you. As if sensing the cup had been placed on the table, Vin turns off the video. I think he's like manipulating her to get information. But his eyes do not look away, remaining on the video that had been shut off. He taps his finger thoughtfully as if talking to himself.
가까운 사람이 된다면 가까운 사람이 겉으로는 반듯하고 착해 보였는데 실은 심사가 뒤틀린 이상한 사람이었다는 걸 알게 된다면
Okay. If you find a person close to you appears to be honest and kind, but they turn out to be a strange person with bad intentions.
그 사람한테서 멀리 떨어지는 게 보편적인 방이겠죠.
Normally your first instinct would be to distance yourself, right?
그 일이 되면 그 사람은 분명 사람들의 비난을 받게 될 거고 자칫하다가 같이 휘말릴지도 모르니까요.
After all, once that person's behaviors have been exposed, they are bound to be the subject of public scorn. You might implicate yourself by not distancing yourself. He's talking about Rosa?
그게 대체 무슨 말이니?
What? Vin, what are you saying? Vin turns apologetically to Jill Meadows with a smile. Then he heads upstairs to bed.
아무것도 아니. 주세요.
Nothing. Good night. No, he's talking about something to trigger her. Okay. I'm so confused sometimes. Like Vin and his freaking vagueness. Okay. It's decided you're going to the gym for the first time this month. Yay! When are you going? You need exercise so bad you don't have muscle mass. Oh. But I'm proud of you for making that decision yourself, and I hope that you'll be able to keep it up. Exercise is difficult to maintain. I also understand that. I need to also do my daily exercise today, but I think I'm gonna take a nap after this. I've been streaming for so long that I'm like tired. Although this has been very, oh my god, this story. Editing this is gonna suck. Nothing. Good night. Okay. Yeah, it's been like 7.5 hours. We didn't start with Tears of Themis because I had to go get food. And then it was just like, there's an anime coming out that I was really looking forward to. And then I saw the trailer today and I got the best news, which is that Kamiya Hiroshi, my favorite voice actor, is going to be voicing the main character. So I have 2 anime of his to look forward to this year. Because another season of Monogatari is also going to be coming out.